Curing His Majesty was a blatant lie. A man struck the table hard. Grussel simply listened to the conversation indifferently. Silverface stated that healing magic couldn't heal illnesses. So to cure King, he changed the man's condition to an injury instead, which required surgery. Dreammaker's citizens, however, had no knowledge about abdominal surgery, so some thought Silverface used trickery. Sir Grussel, how's the plan to win over Silverface going? It's not going well. Grussel answered. We're counting on you as someone who's known Silverface as long as Duinkler. It seems the stories of your secretary committing a blunder in Primeval is true. Dina has nothing to do with this. Everything is my fault. My goodness, you sound unreliable for the leader of a clan in charge of our military. Indeed, if you find the responsibility of commanding the army too heavy, we can help you. Indeed, we are, after all, brethren from the wonderful nation of Dreammaker. Grussel closed his eyes. He simply let the men say whatever they wanted. The point is, what do we do for this country's future? There's only one thing to do. Gain total control of Primeval. I heard our navy crushed Virashin's forces. No. We managed to kill a Yamamonkey. Shouldn't we prioritize controlling this continent first? That is too slow. It would take countless men and time to develop the whole place. I suggest we use those Primeval apes as slaves to do the job. Didn't His Majesty strictly ordered to refrain from such imperialistic ideology? His Majesty wishes for peace. As his subjects, we have to consider his feelings. If he doesn't want to get his hands dirty, I will destroy Virashin myself. No, my clan would like that honor. After all, we're a clan of military might. How about we let His Majesty rule Dreammaker, while we take control of Primeval? That's a great idea. Indeed, the discussion went on. Welcome back, young master. It's very late. An elderly woman greeted Grussel as he returned home. She had served his family for a long time, managing all the household matters. I told you I'm too old to be called young master. You'll always be young master to me. Oh, someone who claims to be Miss Dina's messenger is here to see you. They're in the reception room. Okay. She was like a mother to Grussel. Having raised him, he didn't mind being treated like a young master. It made him feel at ease after a depressing meeting. I really can't stand meetings like that. It's just not for me. Yet he still had to attend them, which made it hard to bear. I just arrived. What did Dina? As he stepped into the reception room, he noticed the figure wearing a hood. For a moment he thought it was Silverface, but it wasn't. Grussel's eyes widened in surprise. The next day, Lavia and Paula brought Hikaru along to their new place. It was located in a quiet neighborhood with no shops in sight. Despite being in the middle of the city, there were trees around. The house was called a garden mansion, one of only 31 in the whole country of Dreammaker. Wow, it's surprisingly spacious, Hikaru said. They entered a small gate and found themselves on a winding, paved path lined by shrubs on both sides that went all the way deeper. The atmosphere reminded Hikaru of a park in Japan, although the different plants bothered him a little. The house itself was a bungalow with 6 rooms, one of them for storage. Compared to the mansion Doriachi was staying in, this one had a more Japanese style to it. That's a pretty yard. There was nothing inside the room, and the wooden floor looked bleak with no mats on it. But the balcony had a spectacular view from it. There was a lawn out front, and a pond at the back. Shrubs grew here and there, and beyond them stood trees with wide branches, their leaves blocking the streets from being seen. This is just like Disneyland. It was still, as though they were in a different dimension in the middle of the city. Do you like it? We wanted to get more of the interior done before we moved, but we don't have much of a choice now. We have to cook for ourselves now, and the small kitchen in the apartment won't cut it. They had to cook their own if they wanted to stay away from dishes made from animals contaminated by dragon stones. For ingredients, Hikaru would have to bring Drake with him to figure out which animals stunk and which ones didn't. At first, Lavia couldn't do any sort of chore at all, but since Paula joined the party, she'd learned a little. Right now, she could cook 1 or 2 dishes. I must say, I didn't expect the house to look like this. I did think about getting a house in this world one day. What kind were you thinking about getting? A mansion, I guess. This style of house is really unusual, huh? As Hikaru and Lavia were talking, Paula, who was looking around the house with Drake, joined them. All right, then. Let's talk about what we need to do from now on. They sat down and started the first Grand Dream Rescue meeting. Nights were completely still in Dream Maker, yet the area around the residence was even quieter. There was no sound, save for the occasional rustling of the leaves by the wind. Let's move. Got it? Roger that. Understood. It was past 1 in the morning, and the lights were out. 4 men gathered under a large tree that blocked the light from the moon. They wore dark clothes and hood, with masks covering their mouth, allowing them to blend in with the darkness. They entered the grounds using a grappling hook hurled over the wall, and landed behind some bushes, blocking them from sight. In front of them was a pond, with the trees blocking the moonlight. One wrong step and they would fall into the water. But it didn't matter. They already had the ground's blueprint etched into their minds. The men dashed without a sound and made it to the back door of the house. One man turned the knob only to learn that it was locked. Another took out a thin knife and inserted it through the door's gap. It clicked open. There was no response from inside. They don't even notice this level of noise. I guess it's true what they say. These people from Primeval are nothing but apes. All right, get ready. Yes, sir. Understood. Roger that. Kill on sight. Don't hesitate. They produced daggers from their pockets, their blades lacquered black. Only the tip glinted silver in the darkness. The man giving orders, their leader, slipped into the house first. As he beckoned with his hand, the next man followed. They were in a kitchen with a dirt floor. It was too dark to see what was ahead, so they had to proceed slowly and with caution. Be careful. Don't kick a bucket or something now. The man on the lead whispered in a voice that only those very close could hear. Stairs up ahead. As he planted his foot on the first step, he noticed something. He didn't get any affirmation from his men. It was their rule to give even a tiny response every time. Yet he didn't hear anything. As he turned over his shoulder, a hard object hit him hard, knocking him out cold on the spot. All of a sudden, the room turned bright. Is it over? Lavia asked. There really were intruders. Paula exclaimed. Lavia and Paula stood there with lanterns in hand. Hikaru nodded, blinking repeatedly from the sudden brightness. Yeah, we're good. This is the 4th guy. Looks like they didn't think the attackers would get attacked themselves. Hikaru's punch knocked out 2 men outside and 2 inside, since he snuck behind them without getting noticed. His punches had the assassination buff. Each time he knocked one down, he grabbed their hand so his group obfuscation could take effect. The last one, however, he struck without any stealth, producing a dull sound. I didn't know punching people hurt so much. Can you please heal my hand, Paula? Of course. Hikaru wore a glove, but he barely had any experience in bare-handed combat. He had to bear with the pain, as he needed the men alive. Will there be more attacks? Lavia asked. I'm not sure. I doubt there will be more, but I'll stay up all night just to be safe. Hikaru constantly thought about the possibility of intruders raiding their house. Unlike the apartment they were in before, this place was conspicuous, and security was lax. He expected some people to send spies to eavesdrop or try to find out what they really looked like, but this was different. I didn't expect they'd actually try to kill us. Hikaru muttered as he eyed the black metal on the floor. Now, then, how do we make them pay for this? You have that sinister smile on you again, Hikaru. Lavia said with exasperation. You're actually enjoying this, aren't you? I am deeply sorry for what happened. Duinkler apologized, bowing deeply. The next day in Hikaru's new home, 4 men, tied up, blindfolded, and gagged, lay in the corner of a room. "Did you send these guys?" Hikaru asked. I didn't. Please believe me. Only fools would even think about incurring your wrath." "Oh, you really think so?" "Of course. I say that from the bottom of my heart." Duinkler quickly raised his head and placed his hand on his chest, sweat beading on his face. After receiving news of intruders in Silverface's new home, Duinkler rushed to his place first thing in the morning. Oblivious to what they were saying, Duinkler's followers looked baffled as they watched their boss be so desperate. The citizens probably thought it strange for Duinkler to regard Silverface so highly. That would indicate just how powerful a man Duinkler was within their society. "Then why are you apologizing?" "First, as a citizen of this country, I would like to apologize for the foolish actions of my fellow countrymen. Also," Duinkler hesitated to say his next words, "I will deploy guards to this place. They will work in rotation and be on the lookout at all times. Your safety is our maximum priority." Hikaru raised his hand to cut the man short. "That's not what you meant to say, right?" Duinkler's face was covered in a cold sweat. Hikaru didn't find it fun making a plump man sweat, but he had to say it. "Someone leaked info about us moving here, most likely one of your men, and they're connected to the traitor. Am I wrong?" "It is possible." "Look into it." "Of course." "So in the meantime, I'll provide security. I can't really trust you, so I asked someone else." Hikaru called a man in. "Lord Silverface, surely you aren't serious." Shock dawned on Duinkler's face as he saw the man Hikaru hired. "The army will be in charge of this place's security." Grussel, the leader of the clan governing the army, said with a sullen expression. Grussel watched as Duinkler left the premises covered in cold sweat and gritting his teeth. "A team of 4 men will be stationed inside your property and patrol the outer walls every 30 minutes. There will be 3 shifts in a day. Is that acceptable?" "I have no problem with the shifting schedule, but I don't want troops inside the premises." "Please build a cabin outside for security." "A cabin, huh? I'm sure Duinkler will gladly pay for it." "No. We'll bear the costs." "Is there anything else?" "Instead of every 30 minutes, I want you to increase the gap a little and do the patrol in random." "Patrol schedule should change every day and will only be decided on the same day." "There's no point in a patrol where people know it's done every 30 minutes. Am I right?" "You're right." Patrol routes of high security places changed every day, and only those in charge knew about it. "Anything else?" "None, thanks." "I have one question." "Why choose us?" "Surely you don't actually suspect Duinkler?" Grussel was baffled, not expecting to be asked for security. After all, it was just the other day that Hikaru told the man he couldn't trust him. Duinkler did nothing wrong, Hikaru said flatly, which only confused Grussel even more. "Then why?" "Which is why I did it." "I don't understand what you're saying." "I don't really need to tell you. But whatever." This should make Duinkler flustered. After all, he's hogged our healing magic to himself, and now his position is being threatened. He'll frantically search for the mastermind behind the attack. Or he already knows who's behind the attack and he's going to look for evidence. Either way, we'll have progress on the situation. He might even find out who the traitor is and capture them. To be honest, I have no time to get dragged into your petty squabbles. Which is why you resorted to extreme measures. You call that an extreme measure? They're the ones who tried to kill us. Hikaru wouldn't show the least bit of mercy to the ones who plotted the assassination. A cold sweat ran down Grussel's back. Good luck in questioning the assailants. Once you gather solid evidence, don't hesitate to crush them. I know crimes must be punished, Grussel answered, the sweat never stopping from streaming down his back. The eyes staring at him behind the mask was too terrifying. Hikaru delayed his trip a day as he lacked sleep. Lack of preparation could be deadly, after all. Take care, Lavia said. I'm sure you'll be fine, but please be careful since we don't know what's out there. Paula added. Lavia seemed indifferent, while Paula looked worried. That goes for you two as well. Make sure you're always together. If something happens, don't hesitate to use group obfuscation. You got it? Lavia said. Since they were going separate ways, Hikaru gave Lavia group obfuscation. She had enough points from grinding and the new year. Soul board Lavia age, 15 rank, 33-4. Vitality stamina 3. Magical power mana 15. Magic principle 2. Spirit affinity fire 6. Magic creation 1. Agility stealth life obfuscation 3. Mana obfuscation 3. Imperceptibility 3. Group obfuscation 3. Hikaru upgraded her stealth tree to 3 points to be safe since there could be people here with 2 points on detection. Dewingler offered to provide security, but Hikaru really didn't trust the man that much. So you'll be back in 10 days? Yeah, around that time. As long as Drake doesn't eat too much. I feel attacked. I only eat high-quality food, not preserved ones. Should I praise you for that? He was basically saying that he'd completely consume anything he found delicious. Hikaru didn't bring much with him, only a small backpack on his back. Inside was the Dragon Dimension box, a tool that looked like an ordinary box for letters, but it had a huge space inside it, where he put his food and water. Unfortunately, the box didn't have any incredible effect of decreasing the weight of everything inside, so his backpack was quite heavy. Still, Hikaru had 3 points on strength, which gave him more power than an average adult. His bag wasn't exactly light, but not heavy enough to hinder his movements. He still had 3 available points to spend, so if he really needed it, he could upgrade his strength. Alright. Bye. Donning his mask, Hikaru left their house. Good morning, Lord Silverface. Dewingler greeted with a smile on his face. I hear you're going somewhere. Hikaru glanced at the hurriedly built cabin outside and saw Grusel's subordinate, a guard most likely, staring at them with an unpleasant look. Morning. What are you doing here? Are you planning to butter up to Starface and Flowerface while I'm gone? No. Far from it. While you're away, I won't come to your place unless there's an emergency. That's good. I just came here to greet a neighbor. Neighbor? Dewingler turned around to his followers, who handed him square package wrapped in cloth. What's this? Hikaru asked. Dried noodles. Dewingler replied. Noodles. The great King Iachi established the custom of giving dried noodles to neighbors when you move to a new place. Oh, that. Why did you even bring a Japanese custom here, man? Hikaru thought. But am I not the one who's supposed to give some to the neighbors? Hikaru asked. No, no. Look over there. Dewingler pointed at a fairly big 3-story building located in front of the garden mansion. I just moved in. The man said. I'm sorry, what? We cannot allow any harm to befall you. I will live here and keep in check the fools who would dare bare their fangs against us. Oh, I have an important meeting to attend to. I will take my leave. Dewingler pushed the wrapped package onto Hikaru and left together with his followers. Seriously? This is the result of me making him flustered? Dewingler probably also wanted to show that he cared about Silverface's safety and wouldn't stay still if something happened to him. Upon closer look, there were a lot of workers in the building remodeling the place. Furnitures were carried out and replaced by more extravagant ones. Dewingler is a tough one to deal with, Hikaru thought. Feeling a little awkward for returning immediately, Hikaru handed the noodles to the girls, who seemed happy about it. After telling them about what Dewingler was up to, he left once more. Drake wrapped around his neck, Hikaru made his way to the river harbor. Private vessels were docked upstream. There were only smaller boats where Hikaru was. Most people fished by using nets, while some used rods and cages. Warships that could hold 1,000 people were docked downstream. Silverface. When Hikaru arrived at the harbor the army used, he was greeted by Grusel and a sour-faced Jin. Oh, there you are. Wakamayu? Even Wakamayu, the descendant of a man gnome, was there. Jin can handle the boat, but it's not like you understand each other. I volunteered to come as a translator. But aren't you a civilian? I served in the army a long time ago. I'm basically an alumnus. I won't set foot on land, though, but you can ask me to translate while we're on the boat. Thank you. Hikaru asked for a boat and some experienced people so he could investigate the tower he saw. He would proceed on foot alone, so he didn't really mind if he couldn't talk with people on board, but he was still grateful to have someone translate. Out of all the people here, Wakamayu knew most about the past. That was probably why Hikaru liked him. He gratefully accepted the man's offer. Alrighty, I mean, shall we set sail? Jin said. He didn't feel comfortable with all the higher-ranking officers around. Wait, Jin, Russell said, then turned to Hikaru. The army will lend you this small vessel to investigate the tower. We're interested in the results as well. But we also wish for you to return safely. I ask that you don't do anything reckless. Every officer here wishes the same. Higher-ups, who seemed older than him, nodded. Oh, I see what they're doing. They want to show that the army is cooperating with us. I haven't seen these other men before, but they're most likely after Paula's healing magic. All right, I'll play your game. I understand. Thank you for the concern, Hikaru replied in this continent's language. Everyone looked surprised, Russell included. I'm glad Lavia taught me the words last night, Hikaru thought. Seeing the delighted faces of old men. There were only men present and most of them were middle-aged. Wasn't particularly interesting. Very well, we are setting sail. Jin started the vessel as soon as Hikaru and Wakamayu got on board. The boat sailed smoothly on the river. Their destination, the mysterious tower that appeared on the ruined continent out of nowhere. I also gotta check the ruins to see if the Linger's quill pen is still working. Gradually the city of Dreammaker disappeared from view as the boat proceeded onward. The river was calm. There was nothing to worry about. Eventually even the last ship funnel vanished from sight. Only water and trees surrounded them now. Finally, we don't see them anymore, Jin said as he took out a bottle. Why'd they have to show up so early in the morning anyway? Alrighty, then. How about some drinks? No, are you stupid? It's not even noon yet. Wakamayu gave Jin a karate chop to his head. Hikaru didn't even need the translation to understand what they were saying. The boat was big enough for 10 people. Its wheelhouse and cabin were at the center, with 6 spots where people could lie down. In reality, however, the boat couldn't carry 10 people, unless they sat all the time. After all, space had to be allocated for 10 days' worth of supplies. With only 3 people, though, it felt spacious. The vessel's hull and deck were painted gray. Their cargo sat on the deck, covered with waterproof paper. Looks like you can make simple meals here, Wakamayu said. We didn't have such a splendid boat back in my day. It's powered by sorcery, right? Hikaru asked. Yes, it uses magic rocks for power. King Doriachi improved it considerably. If it weren't for his efforts, no amount of magic rocks could move those huge warships. I guess magic rocks are used primarily for military purposes. Indeed, the army is our lifeline, you see. But too much power can also cause problems. The old man had a distant look on his face. It sounded like there was something more to his words. Those ships can carry thousands, right? That means it's possible for all the citizens of Dreammaker to evacuate to the ships. It would be best if it doesn't come to that, but the fact remains we can't do anything about the monsters. When you think about monsters stronger than the Imamonkey roaming the northern part of the continent, running away is a wiser option than fighting to the bitter end. That'll be our last resort. Of course, they really are living life on the edge here, Hikaru thought. People's lives had greatly improved ever since Ig brought with him knowledge from modern Japan. The situation might have been considerably worse before he came. I'm guessing your lives are better now at least. Yeah, a lot of things happened. Once again Wakamayu wore a distant look. Looks like you're talking about something depressing, Jin said. How about a drink, then? You idiot. Focus on your job more, will you? Have you two known each other for a while? Hikaru asked. Yes. Most people here know each other. When you've worked in the same org, you usually talk with everyone there. Only Jin was interested in being the helmsman this time, so I decided to join as well. Oh, only Jin was available. Huh? I could have gone alone too. They could have gotten Hikaru in their debt, but even though they were interested in Paula's healing magic, they didn't want to embark on such dangerous mission. No way we're letting you go alone. You saved His Majesty's life, Jin said after Wakamayu translated Hikaru's words. Though there are still some people who think otherwise. While everyone knew that Hikaru's party healed Doriachi, a few people remained doubtful. Some also understood the benefit of healing magic, but couldn't trust Hikaru after he sank one of their ships. Dolan and Zuzan actually wanted to come, but their wives stopped them. Nothing we can do about that. Only those who don't have anyone to stop them can go to the forests. Ha ha. Come on, man. You're making me feel sad. Hikaru understood that people thought the tower investigation to be a reckless mission. Dreammaker's soldiers had higher soul ranks and stats than soldiers from Ponsonia or Quinbland, but the forests were extremely dangerous. Hikaru's destination, the tower, was located further out than the maximum distance the expedition squad could go. Then again, only Hikaru would enter the forest. He's asleep, Hikaru said as he looked at the boat's equipment. Jin lay out on deck, using his arms as a pillow. The sun sat high in the sky, making for a nice, warm weather. Hey, what about the boat? Drake also lay sprawled next to Jin. We're just moving downstream, Wakamayu said. It's better if we leave the boat alone. I see. So what are you doing? Hikaru was preparing some ingredients in the cooking area. It's almost noon, so I was thinking of making lunch. Oh, you can cook? Is it something from your continent? Yeah. Though I don't have a lot of seasonings with me. I'm glad I lived long. I never expected to eat food from the home of the man-gnomes. I don't know if they serve this over at the man-gnome's native place, but telling him that would be insensitive. The boat was equipped with a device that could purify water from the river. Hikaru boiled some pesto and made peperoncino. They loved it. Soon the boat was getting close to what Dina referred to as the roots, a place where a lot of monsters gathered. Hikaru's mana detection revealed a few creatures with extremely ridiculous amount of mana. They would be at the same level as the Yama monkey, yet they weren't as big. In other words, they were annoying monsters, small yet extremely powerful. I'd like to not ever face one if possible, Hikaru thought. The boat made it out of the river and was now sailing by the coast. The next day, Hikaru made stir-fried peppers and meat. I see the ruins. Oh, that looks delicious, Jin said, twitching his nose. Hikaru used the ingredients that were about to spoil, which meant not having any fresh meat for a while. From here on, he'd have to rely on preserved food. So we've arrived at our first destination, Hikaru said. Hikaru told Grusel he wanted to investigate the tower. However, Jin and Wakamayu didn't really object when he said he wanted to see the ruins first. The harbor looked serviceable, but the wharf had collapsed. Big rocks lay scattered around. The boat's bottom might get damaged if they got closer. Instead, they moved the boat to a clearer, sandy beach. This is good enough. Be careful out there. Like seriously. I'll be screwed if you don't come back. Jin is worried about you. Make sure you come back in one piece. Ha. Jin is not that kinda guy. He probably wants me to return safely so he doesn't get chewed out. Wakamayu averted his gaze. Hikaru removed his boots and tied it to his backpack. He then rolled up his trousers, stood at the boat's edge and leapt. Drake wrapped around his neck. Water splashed as he landed on knee-deep water. He then quickly moved to shore, sat down on a log and washed his feet before putting his boots back on. He couldn't sense any mana in a 500-meter radius, but beyond that monsters lurked here and there. Best to move quick. Hikaru waved at Jin and Wakamayu before heading into some bushes and activating his stealth. As he peeked through the bushes, he saw the boat moving to the open sea. I wonder what those two are talking about. Whatever, I need to think about getting back quick. His plan was to examine the ruins until dusk, spend the night in the ruins, and return to the boat the next day. Jin and Wakamayu vehemently opposed the idea of staying at the ruins overnight, but Hikaru had absolute confidence that he'd be fine. He just had to leave his stealth on while sleeping. There was, of course, the possibility of his stealth not working. I just have to pray that that doesn't happen. Hikaru muttered. Do you smell anything? I do, Drake replied with a sour look, pointing at the direction of the ruins with his chin. Walking in the forest was easier than walking on the beach. Soon enough Hikaru spotted a monster within his sights. Similar to the forest barbarians, also known as the guardians of the forest, its body was a murky red rather than green. What made it worse, however, was that it was bigger and grouped up with 10 others as well. With the huge trees and branches, Hikaru had to pay attention above as well. Extremely long pythons as big as a log coiled around branches, and there were even green leopards roaming about, monsters he hadn't seen in Dreammaker's immediate vicinity. Hikaru's stealth was working without a problem. Still, he stayed away from the monsters as much as possible. He left his scent along the path. Leopards above the trees twitched their noses, noticing the smell. He even left footprints. Even without being seen, he could still be tracked. After walking for about an hour, he reached the outer edges of the ruins. He didn't notice it at first as trees had grown even inside the city. There was a fallen signboard on the main street that read Land's Harvest. Oh, right. That's this place's name. Kaglai mentioned that this was the capital of the continent. Hikaru didn't know how big the population was, but he assumed there were many people here. It was completely empty now, though. He said, capital, does that mean there are other cities as well? He didn't mention anything. Hikaru stepped into the ruins of Land's Harvest. No records were left of just how big the City of Dreams, Land's Harvest, was. As such, Hikaru could only make a guess. It had to be smaller than Dreammaker, but not that small. People wouldn't call it founding a nation in a new continent if the population wasn't at least a few thousand. Let's go. Trees had split the cobblestones open. Houses were destroyed. The townscape became clearer as Hikaru went deeper inside. Rusty, metal signboards lay on the ground. Dust piled up inside buildings that still had a little roof left. Dogs as tall as Hikaru prowled the main street, which was wide enough for a number of carriages to pass by one another. Can you tell where the guild is? It stinks. Drake had been saying nothing but that for a while. The stench was only natural as they were deeper in the forests now. From north to south, the ruins were located right in the middle. Dreammaker was situated way south. After exploring for a day, Hikaru didn't find any noteworthy places. First, no objects were left inside the buildings, most likely carried out when the monsters attacked. There were too many empty houses. Second, more than half of the structures had collapsed. Some crumbled from the passage of time, some destroyed by monsters. Even monsters fought each other. Let's call it a day. It's not like there's an adventurers guild here for sure. Really? The city had fallen completely silent. Hikaru found a place to sleep on the second floor of a relatively undamaged building. Its stairs already destroyed. Hikaru started early the next day. He narrowed his targets down to the bigger buildings as there were just too many small houses around. He didn't have the time to check them all. First, he made his way to the Lord's, or perhaps King, residence. Located in the middle of the city, it had expansive grounds. The level of destruction was worse here, however. Almost all the walls had crumbled down, and weeds grew thick and wild on the yard. A few pillars still stood, but that was it. Unless you carefully examined the place, you wouldn't know this was the Lord's mansion. Hikaru's next destination was the town hall, or what seemed to be a town hall. It was much taller than the other buildings, 3 stories high. Although the third floor had collapsed, The first and second floors were still relatively fine. Oh, these look like official documents. Unfortunately, most of them had decomposed. I guess it's not like the underground dungeon. Despite being located deep within a cave, there wasn't a lot of moisture there, and facilities to preserve the place were also running. But Land's Harvest was located between a forest and the sea, speeding up corrosion. Hikaru didn't really care much for official documents, so he ignored them and proceeded inside. This safe's damaged. Hikaru found a safe as tall as his waist, its door wide open. It was empty. What was inside probably taken when the monsters attacked. Not a lot of human bones here. Hikaru expected the ruins to be riddled with bones, but he barely found any. Sometimes he'd spot one in a house. Either monsters took them, or insects devoured bones, or perhaps it was simple weathering. 500 years seemed too fast for the last one. However, there weren't a lot of residents killed indoors. Most probably escaped by sea and some were killed outside. Hikaru checked the second floor only to find it as devastated as the first floor. A sound came from downstairs. Hikaru activated his mana detection and noticed something. He normally only deployed his detection skill in a horizontal direction. While in the forest he activated it to include what was above him as well. Running it in all directions put too much stress on his brain. The sound came from something that fell over. He didn't sense any living creature. I see. A basement. Basement? There's a basement down here. Hikaru barely used his mana detection directly below him, so he missed it initially. There was mana coming from down there. It took some time before Hikaru found the entrance to the basement. Eventually he examined a storage room and entered through a secret passage that led underground. Dust rose as he opened the door. Covering his mouth with a piece of cloth, he descended down the stairs, magic lamp in hand. The walls and ceiling were slippery, and so was the floor. He had to proceed carefully. Soon he arrived at an open space. Oh, a storage room? Looks like it. Shelves were installed on the wall, although it had long since collapsed from decay. Only traces of what seemed to be blackish wood remained. There was nothing in there. Middle of the room, but deeper inside, a magic item sat by the wall. I knew it. It was a stone slab as tall as Hikaru's waist. Pens. He didn't know if they were rusted, lay scattered under it. Emergency. Monster attack. Too many of them. Defending Land's Harvest is difficult. Notice from His Majesty to abandon the capital. Requesting assistance from the Virashin Navy. Restate notice Vimonsvire. Although quite different from the ones Hikaru had seen, it was no doubt Linger's quill pen. I wonder if it works. Highly unlikely after all this time. The second message appeared to be the reply from Virashin. Due to failure in transmission, however, the words weren't properly displayed. Maybe I should try it. There's some catalyst left anyway. Hikaru picked up some golden-colored powder piled up beside the pens with his fingers. This quill pen, although not quite shaped like an actual quill pen, appeared to work by rubbing catalyst on it. Using the fingers didn't cause any problem. Hikaru detected mana coming from the pedestal and the catalyst. This is Land's Harvest. The golden letters glowed for a moment then turned black, indicating that the message had been sent. Hikaru wasn't sure if it would be received or not. No response. Let's get out of here. The air here is stagnated. Okay. Whatever. Hikaru planned to wait for a bit longer. Considering the amount of time that passed, however, he left the room with little hope. Oh, you're all right, Jin said as Hikaru returned. You don't seem to be injured or anything. You're covered in dust, though. Hikaru wiped the dust of his clothes with his hand. I got nothing. Surprisingly, there were barely any monsters in the city, probably because there's nothing to eat there. Did the forest grow inside the city as well? Wakamayu asked. Trees grew around the outer edges of the city, but the inside is fine. The state of the houses is awful, though. Most, if not all of them, had collapsed. I didn't find anything valuable either. I see. I'm surprised you made it back unscathed. I heard you could move without being noticed, but Jin and I weren't exactly convinced. Ha ha. I wouldn't have gone if I didn't have any chance of success. Alright, then. Let's head to the tower. Of course. Actually about that Wakamayu said. After you headed to the ruins, Jin and I went to see this tower, but we didn't find it. I thought so. When we first passed through, no one noticed it. I'm sure it's invisible from the sea. So it's visible only from land? How is that possible? The army uses something similar, doesn't it? Hikaru told Wakamayu about the optical camouflage. Oh, the thing. But that technology. Wakamayu wore a frown. What's the matter? I think you should know. Wakamayu went to talk to Jin. At first the man looked surprised, his gaze darting at Hikaru, and then back at Wakamayu. Before nodding, Jin has agreed. I'll tell you about it. About what? The traitors. When Wakamayu mentioned traitor, Hikaru recalled what Duinkler said to him. The traitor who apparently lured the Yamamonkey to the city. Is that what he's referring to? Hikaru wondered. Dreammaker is now a big city, but getting to this point wasn't easy. Wakamayu began. Our king worked extremely hard, but some didn't like monarchy. Though personally I don't think we're being ruled over. Yet the king allowed people to hold such ideologies. Isn't he a magnificent man? Why yeah, there were people in the past who used force to overthrow the monarchy. A coup d'état? Yes, but their plot failed. The king, magnanimous as he was, pardoned them and asked them to devote their lives to the prosperity of Dreammaker. This happened during the previous king's rule. Can you really call that magnanimous? Hikaru thought. In Japan, criminal insurrection was punishable by death. This world's laws were stricter than modern Japan. A death penalty for the whole clan would be possible. Was the mastermind a man of authority? Hikaru asked. He didn't have much power. No, but he was influential. But after failing and having shown mercy, he left the city, thinking he couldn't live out of shame. Left the city. He's as good as dead. Then, yes, everyone thought it was suicide. But then rumors started spreading about him maybe being alive. Then again, only a few believed the rumor. I myself thought it was nothing but gossips. Still people can't help but think that maybe, just maybe, he's back in the city. Or there's a collaborator inside. Exactly. I'm surprised you know. Duinkler was clearly referring to someone from inside when he said traitor. Arriving at this conclusion wasn't difficult, but Wakamayu arrived at the same conclusion in a different manner. Anyway, about that optical camouflage. That was King Iechi's idea, and after much difficulty, King Doriachi finally finished it. So it's strange for the tower to be using that technology. So you're thinking the traitors built the tower, and a helper from inside is supplying the tech? Yes. Wakamayu nodded with a disgusted look. Our nation is small. We don't have the luxury to be fighting among ourselves. Why can't they understand that? Why do they try to depose the king by force? After being spared and living in shame, they still hold a grudge? How embarrassing. What Wakamayu said was possible, but Hikaru didn't think of it that way. Why build a tower then? It stands out too much. Even if it can't be seen from sea, it's visible from land. The camouflage is pointless. I guess we'll find out tomorrow when I get there. The sun was low in the sky, casting reddish light over everything. Wakamayu stood up to make some tea. Suddenly, Hikaru felt something odd as he watched the old man. Wakamayu. What is it? What you said just now is definitely scandalous, but I don't think you should be that ashamed about it. If I don't feel ashamed, who would? The name of the mastermind is Kukamayu. He's my younger brother. Hikaru now realized why Wakamayu volunteered to be part of the mission. My knee. I can move it. That's great. Thank goodness. Two middle-aged men were crying in joy after one of them was healed by Paula. He injured his knees years ago when out on an expedition and wasn't able to walk ever since. Paula was worried she couldn't cure old wounds. But it worked out in the end. The men grabbed Paula's hand. I owe you my life. If you need anything, Just tell me and I'll help. You saved my partner, so I owe you as well. Don't hesitate to ask me for help too. Ah, you're too close, Paula said, looking uncomfortable. I understand you're overjoyed, but please don't bother the healer too much. Dina cut in. Soon enough, the men calmed down and left. I'm glad they're happy, but they're too intense in expressing it. Dina chuckled. You can't really blame them. They devoted their lives to fighting, but had to give it up. Now they had another chance. Your powers seem to be really effective against external wounds. No wonder the army's demand for it is high. It's not my power. It's Lord Silverface's. Really? Paula knew that she gained her healing abilities because Hikaru configured her soul board. She couldn't tell Dina that, however. All right. How many left? Paula asked. 10 more. Are you all right? Do you need a break? I'm fine. Only Paula and Dina were at the military's sick bay. Lavia roamed aimlessly throughout the facility as she wasn't really needed inside. They had been healing military personnel the past few days as per Grusel's request. Since Hikaru asked Grusel to guard their new home, Duinkler had no choice but to concede. At first, men eyed the two masked girls with suspicious eyes, but once they realized how effective healing magic was, every day they greeted Paula and Lavia with cheers of joy. Next, Dina froze. An elderly man entered, half his face wrapped in bandages. His right arm had been severed from the shoulder, his left leg gone from the knee down. The man had to use crutches to walk. Thank you for seeing me. Anything you can do is fine. Paula had mostly healed light injuries at first, most probably members of the expedition squad, so they could return to their jobs immediately. Those with old wounds started coming in today, but this was the first severely wounded person. This is too much. What do we do? Dina asked, confused. Should I ask him to kindly leave? She thought giving false hopes to a man who barely managed to survive was too cruel. This will take some time, so please lie down, Paula said. Please take off your clothes too. I want to see all your scars. The bandages should be removed as well. Dina was taken aback. Miss Dina? I'm sorry, were my choice of words too advanced? Paula didn't show any discomposure at all. Ah, no. I apologize. I'll translate right away. The man lay down on the bed. He tried to remove his underwear too, but they stopped him. He didn't have any scars there anyway. This is awful. The part of his face covered in bandages was inflamed, his eye color yellow. He had a deep scar that ran down from his throat down to his abdomen. The expedition squad he was in encountered a ferocious monster. As commanding officer, he protected his men and they all managed to take it down without no other victims. He's a great man. Paula thought so because of the light in the man's eyes. He hadn't given up hope while he lived. His eyes said if he could be healed even a little, he could fight again. It'll be fine, Paula said with a smile. For a moment the man was stunned. Then Paula closed her eyes and began chanting. Her body emitted a golden light that flowed from her hands to the man's face. It can't be. The man's skin wriggled, regaining its natural color. Flesh that was cut off had been restored. His eyes returned to its original color. I'm going to continue. Don't move. Sweat beaded on Paula's forehead. With this many wounds, she had to concentrate. Her hands moved from his face to his neck, revealing the man's befuddled face. I can see. Paula's hands were already moving down his chest. I can speak. Don't move. Please stay still. Dina had been watching the healing sessions for a while now, but this was her first time witnessing such a scene. She just sat there, dumbfounded, when she suddenly remembered her job and held the man down. The file she was holding fell, but no one cared. Dina was watching a miracle unfold before her eyes. I am my arm. His pink joints started squirming. Flesh rose and extended out. Paula breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't even take a minute for the man's arm to grow back. Sweat trickled down Paula's forehead, but she didn't stop. Her hands moved to his knee next. The second miracle occurred without a problem. While his scalp was back to normal, His hair was only about a centimeter long. Otherwise, all his wounds had been healed. "All right. Now we're done." Paula flopped down her seat from exhaustion. She gulped down a glass of water, filled it once more, and gulped down again. "Oh." The man made inarticulate sounds, while Dina was speechless. "Please tell him to try moving," Paula said as she wiped the sweat off her forehead with a handkerchief. "What?" The man got down from the bed and prostrated on the floor. "You're a goddess." "Ooh," the man cried out, tears streaming down his face. "Eek." Paula backed away. The man sobbed incessantly, not budging from his spot, but Dina somehow managed to take him out of the room. The men outside barely recognized him. Cheers of joy erupted, and some began sobbing. Later the man would found the flower-masked goddess bodyguards. As of this moment, however, Paula knew nothing about it. Hikaru checked his map, taking everything into consideration, where he originally saw the tower from, Land's Harvest's location, and their current coordinates. He should have been able to see the tower even from the boat. The fact that he couldn't meant it was hidden using some sort of special method. "Are you really going?" "We've been told never to go north of the river." The river flowed north of Land's Harvest, and the tower was also located north where monsters were more vicious. "What did he say?" Hikaru asked. "He's asking if you really intend to go." "I agree with him, Silverface. Can I come with you?" "No." Hikaru replied immediately. Wakamayu probably thought that if his brother was still alive, he'd be in that tower. He wanted to talk to him directly, but to Hikaru, Wakamayu would be nothing but a burden. He could use group obfuscation for them both. If, however, Wakamayu was right and his brother really planned the Umamonkey attack, nothing would change by talking to him. "I see," the old man muttered. It appeared as though Wakamayu aged rapidly. Having descended from man-gnomes, however, it was difficult to tell if he'd aged or not. "Bye." Hikaru wrapped Drake around his neck and leapt from the edge of the boat. He made it to the land just like before, but something was a little different this time. He could sense massive amounts of mana, most likely powerful monsters prowling about. Now that I think about it, Dina mentioned there was a route near Land's Harvest. There was one on our way here too, and the monsters around it were strong. "So there's a route up north too? Be careful, Hikaru. There are a lot of evil creatures here," Drake said, baring his teeth. "I know. Just tell me if you notice anything." Hikaru proceeded cautiously. The forest looked the same as the one he was in yesterday, except it was quiet. Insects and birds barely made any sound. The crunching of leaves under his feet sounded loud in comparison. Nevertheless, he could feel unfamiliar ferocious enemies lurking all throughout, not only with detection, but his instinct as well. He had to believe his stealth was working, or he wouldn't be able to take a step. Hikaru followed a route that avoided the monsters. Strangely enough, the monsters seemed to be avoiding him as well. They couldn't have sensed Hikaru. It was probably their intuition, or perhaps they had the same instinct that humans had, that told them to avoid confrontation against strong enemies. Read, Hikaru. This was convenient for Hikaru, although monsters having instinct would be too troublesome. He was walking with a map on one hand, but he couldn't see the tower. He couldn't find the so-called routes either, perhaps because he was inside the forest. Am I lost? Hikaru wondered. Hikaru stopped all of a sudden. What's wrong? Drake asked. The white dragon looked at Hikaru and saw the cold sweat beading on his face. Oh, I see now. Hikaru detected massive lumps of mana, shining bright as though announcing their location. He stopped counting when he reached 30. He was sure the tower was there. Hikaru found an open space where the forest ended. The ground was bare, without a trace of grass. It was a strange place in the middle of the woods. In the middle stood a man-made tower, its walls white with no seams and windows. It looked as if the tower prevented nature from coming closer. I sense vicious mana from the tower. I'm sure there's a filthy dragon in there. Drake growled, baring his fangs. "You're not being you right now. You look scary." Drake growled once more. Hikaru let him be in the end, as he didn't really know what went inside the minds of dragons. "Anyway, the problem now is how do we get in?" Hikaru and Drake were hiding behind a tree a little away from the clearing. Although grass didn't grow there, creatures still roamed about. More than 30 stone golems, monsters with arms, feet, and bodies made of rock, were stationed around the tower. The lumps of mana that Hikaru sensed earlier came from the tower and the golems. A high-pitched shrill came from above. Something spread its wings and took off from the tower. The clearing was as big as a school's campus grounds, and the tower was more than 50 meters high. The flying creature appeared to be a dragon. "A dragon's residence? Filthy dragon. You idiot." Hikaru's group obfuscation wouldn't work if the enemy had high-level detection skills. In fact, the hollow eye sockets of 3 stone golems glinted red. They started lumbering towards Hikaru. He closed the dragon's mouth and moved to a different spot. Only 3 of them moved. The others are staying still. "I don't think I can draw all their attention at once." If there were only a few of them, he could make do with his revolver. Unfortunately, he only had 10 bullets on him. "If I knew this would happen, I would have asked Professor Katie to make lots of bullets." Hikaru had 7 flame gospels, 2 flame lasers, and 1 healing magic from Paula in case of an emergency. The bullets could only hold mana for 20 days at most, except for healing magic which only lasted 10 days. Hikaru was overjoyed when he found out he could put healing magic inside the bullets too. Back when he first found the revolver, the mana in the bullets had been stored there for hundreds of years. Katie's studies could further increase the preservation period for sure. Now how do we get inside? It wasn't even noon yet. The light of the sun shone throughout the whole clearing. Stone golems were rock creatures created by sorcery, fueled by spirit magic rocks or just regular magic rocks. They followed only the orders of their creator. They wouldn't stop moving until the orders were cancelled or they ran out of fuel. Dash dash, 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 dash dash. The golems' heads, modeled after a human's, had eye sockets. Red lights flickered inside them. When completely still, the light remained dim. 3 stone golems entered the woods and stopped after a few meters, looking around. Their necks moved in an inhuman-like manner, spinning once in one direction and then the other. After a while, they stopped and returned to their original stations all at once. Hikaru watched them from behind a tree. Just in case, he put quite a distance between them and set his stealth on full throttle. They might move like humans, but they're not exactly like humans. Hikaru continued watching the stone golems even after they returned to their original spots. Daytime was when his stealth was least effective. He'd have to proceed extremely carefully. The stone golems, however, never moved despite how long he waited. They simply stood still like statues, covered in moss and grass. Hikaru picked up a stone and threw it. The golems didn't react while the stone was in the air, but as soon as it landed, the closest golem turned its head to its direction, and that was it. It didn't move another muscle. About 4 of them reacted to the stone. A short while later, 3 birds flew over the clearing, about 5 meters high. Oh! The golems turned their heads upward all at once. They didn't do a thing to the birds, however. They simply watched the birds as they flew by. Hikaru found a flower with mana, a contaminated flower, in the woods, tied it to a stone and threw it towards the golems. The result was remarkable. Before the stone even landed, 3 golems lunged at the flower and crushed it under their foot. "They're looking at us." "Oh, crap!" Golems were charging straight at them. Hikaru grabbed Drake and broke into a run. Hikaru, was there even a point to that experiment? Of course. Hikaru smiled. We can make it to the tower. Dash dash. Once again, the golems returned to their original, seemingly predetermined positions. The ones closest to the tower had its feet covered in grass, indicating that it hadn't moved for a long time. Yet it wasn't as though they had stopped working. Hikaru could still sense the immense mana within them. Then again, Hikaru pressed his hand on the tower. They can't do anything if they can't sense me. He could feel bumps on the surface of the white tower. It felt cold under his touch. Hikaru had made it to the tower simply by walking straight with his stealth fully activated. Phew, I wondered what would happen there for a second. Well, nothing happened, right? I know, but how? They don't have eyes? Yup. As you can see, stone golems were extremely sensitive. If they had soul boards, they'd have points on life and mana detection, and hearing as well. But that was all. Unlike humans, they didn't have eyes nor noses. Hikaru's stealth was ineffective during the day because of sight, a sense that humans primarily use to observe their surroundings. The stone golems not having any eyes meant it was like they were in complete darkness, which allowed Hikaru to break through easily with stealth. It would have been troublesome if the golems had sonar abilities like bats, but them ignoring the stone completely while in the air was proof they didn't. They only reacted to the sound once the stone landed. The problem now is, how do I get inside? Ignoring the golems, Hikaru circled the tower. There's no entrance. What the heck is this? They closed the all entrances when it was built? But why? I can still sense an incredible amount of mana from inside. It wasn't from the dragon that flew away. Wait a minute, I see. It's just like the golems. Golems looked like humans, but they weren't. From a human's point of view, this looks like a tower, but you can't apply common sense to evil creatures. If this isn't a tower, it's a root. According to Dina, roots were places where powerful monsters sprang forth. 500 years ago, land's harvest was destroyed because of its proximity to a root. Among the ones Hikaru had sensed before, this tower had the largest amount of mana so far. A root with much more power than the other ones. Hikaru felt something odd. But first, he had to figure out what to do with this place. It didn't matter if this place was a root or just an ordinary tower. Wakamayu's theory of an accomplice leaking info about the optical camouflage would be debunked. Forget about that. First, I need to investigate this place. Hikaru took out a knife and started scraping off the surface of the white tower. He managed to do it with ease. This powder looks familiar. What now, Hikaru? Aren't we going inside? I can feel a nasty dragon in there. There's still a dragon inside? Nope. It's not alive. So a dead dragon? That's not it either. How do I put it? Drake started groaning, so Hikaru ignored him and tapped the wall with a clenched fist. It wasn't that thick. Let's destroy it quickly, then. It's your time to shine. Hikaru took out the scabbard made out of the Evodic sacred tree and unsheathed his wakizashi. As Hikaru drew the wakizashi, it felt like the stone golems reacted for an instant. Then everything was completely still once more. That looks impressive as always. Have you forgotten? It turned out like this back when I helped you out. The blade was as striking as ever, but Hikaru's stealth, enhanced further by his soul blaze, was enough to conceal the wakizashi. Its blade pierced the surface of the tower easily. There we go. From there Hikaru pulled it downward and ripped a hole open, causing white powder to scatter everywhere. He held his breath and took a step back. An eggshell. What? I thought the material felt familiar. It's an eggshell. The crisp texture definitely resembled a hen's egg. Let's see what's inside. The hole was just big enough for Hikaru to stick his head through. The inside was empty, made like an atrium. It was bright enough despite the closed ceiling. Braces sticking to the inner walls supported the glowing object at the center, one that shone light purple. It was huge, as big as a minivan or a minibus. What is this? A dragon stone. What? You mean that whole thing is a huge dragon stone? No doubt about it. Hikaru looked at it again. There were no other living creatures nearby. It was clear that the tower only existed to protect the dragon stone. This really is something like an egg, Hikaru thought. Or a cocoon perhaps. Was that dragon protecting the stone? I doubt it's the dragon's baby or something. Their sizes did not match at all. Hikaru sensed faint mana from the walls. He knew exactly what it was. The optical camouflage. I see now. This egg is fragile. Bombardment from the sea would definitely destroy it. That's why the camouflage was set up so the egg isn't visible from there. No one would get close to this place from land anyway. Even if people noticed it somehow, the stone golems would guard it. That's what someone thought. It was most likely true. Then, that the optical camouflage tech had been leaked and used to hide the egg, along with information to watch out for attacks from the sea. After everything I've seen so far, I highly doubt this egg just appeared here naturally. This egg, this root, was placed here by someone, and whoever did it had one goal: to let evil spread over the whole continent. The invasion basically had already gotten this far. Are you going to eat that? Hikaru asked. It's a bit big, but I have to. Not just a bit. It's humongous. I'll try my best. Drake left Hikaru's neck and entered the egg through the hole, flying in the air. Hikaru quickly looked around, but the golems didn't react. Apparently the creatures were ordered not to interfere with anything going on inside the egg. You scared me. Drake barely used his ability to fly, rather, he couldn't. It consumed too much holy mana. He must have some to spare as he hadn't used the Draken passage for a while. The Grey Noble Draken I killed must have used a lot of mana just to stay in the air. I should get inside as well. Staying outside would be pointless. So he started chipping the shell off with his wakizashi. For an egg, the tower was too big, and long and narrow. The light from the glowing body, however, wasn't blinking in a regular pattern. No. It felt like the pulse of a living creature. Slowly, Drake drew closer to the glowing object and chewed at it without hesitation. No blood came out from where the dragon's fangs sank, and the light didn't weaken either. With the evil spread out this much, it might be difficult to restore this continent back to normal, Drake muttered as he chewed. It was unusual for Drake to not mention anything about the flavor. He just kept on chewing. Finally, I'm in. Dusting the white powder off his body, Hikaru entered the egg. Drake was in the air, biting away at the glowing object. He probably can't finish the whole thing. I'll just have to blow it up with my revolver. After having a simple lunch, Hikaru surveyed his surroundings. The floor was the same as the ground outside. He could walk around no problem. There was nothing else inside the tower, however, which was a little disappointing. He at least wanted to check the roof since a dragon flew from there. Oh! Hikaru found a spiraling path that led upwards. One of the braces supporting the glowing object had transformed into a set of stairs. It didn't seem like it was man-made. He kicked it a few times to check how sturdy it was before climbing up. I have the gravity balancer to break my fall just in case. Only the sound of Drake munching could be heard in the otherwise quiet room. Hey, Drake. How's it going? Quiet. I'm concentrating. Oh, okay. Drake had already devoured about the size of his own body. His stomach was bulging. I sure hope you don't sleep for weeks again. Hikaru left Drake to his own devices and continued climbing. It was exhausting. But soon he caught a glimpse of a hole on the ceiling. He poked his head out to see the blue sky above. A strong breeze ruffled his hair. The roof was flat, and unlike the white wall, it was dirty, presumably because of the dragon coming and going. What's that? A strange object drew his attention. It stood there on a wooden brace, pinned down with stakes so it didn't get blown away. A tent. It was big enough for 2 people, though it was empty at the moment. A tent where the dragon flew from. What's going on here? Hikaru surveyed his surroundings to confirm no one was around before walking towards the tent. It was neither worn out from use, nor particularly new. There were traces of someone making a fire, but there was no wood around. Most likely blown away by the wind. He checked the inside of the tent. What the? It was cramped, with only a sleeping space. But there was one thing that caught his eye, a map of the continent printed on paper, the word route written here and there. It's probably made in Dreammaker. That means someone gave it to someone or brought it here. A traitor from inside. That means this tent belongs to Kukamayu, or his family. That would mean Wakamayu was right. Hikaru took out a piece of paper, a pen, and some ink from his bag and hurriedly copied the location of the roots. Something's off. Dreammaker knew where the roots were using magic items. Yet this map indicated even the location of roots further up north. Hikaru found it hard to believe that Kukamayu made it up there. That means someone told him about it. Is Kukamayu working with whatever evil is lurking here? A chill ran down his spine. I see. That's why he directed the Imamanki to the city. There was only one answer. Kukamayu is still alive. That much is certain. And he shares the same goal as the evil being, to destroy the city. Wakamayu and Kukamayu were known as the wisest brothers. Man-gnomes in Dreammaker were shown special treatment as they lived long and were knowledgeable about history. While the royal family devoted itself to inventions, the brothers discussed philosophical matters. Why are there monsters in the world? Why is there no magic in this continent? What is the meaning of life? What's the difference between life and death? If Dreammaker flourished, what kind of nation would it turn out to be? What is the ideal country? Their arguments were backed by more than 100 years' worth of knowledge and experience. They often argued about profound matters that even other man-gnomes couldn't understand. Doriachi's father, the previous king, enjoyed their discussions. People of Dreammaker lived life on the edge, death constantly by their side. As such, they'd never had discussions from a long-term point of view. Their wisdom will surely enrich our nation. Wakamayu felt pride at the king's words, but Kukamayu seemed cold and indifferent. The brothers had their own families, both marrying women who were not descended from man-gnomes. Eventually death separated them from their wives. Wakamayu remarried 2 more times, and was blessed with children, while Kukamayu never married again. Instead, he took in many disciples to whom he could impart his wisdom. As his blood-related family grew bigger, Wakamayu's ideals became more peaceful. Kukamayu, on the other hand, spent a lot of time with his disciples, their ways of thinking growing more radical. Only atrophy awaits this continent. We must cross the Western Sea and head for primeval. It was Kukamayu's side that first used the term primeval, a word that seemed to imply that the people of Dreammaker were superior. His opinion was taken into consideration, and the technology to cross the sea was further improved. In a small nation, the interest of the whole must be prioritized, even at the cost of the freedom of a few people. It was then that the idea to eliminate the privileged class, the king and the 9 clans, was born. They believed that the people who managed the nation should be chosen based on competency, not by lineage. The previous king acknowledged this opinion. He thought the argument would prove useful for Dreammaker's future. But a select few did not accept this. No one knew what went inside Kukamayu's mind, but some of his disciples had radical thoughts. Dreammaker's lack of amusement and pastimes must have contributed to it too. These people tried to endorse an idealistic way of thinking, that the weak-willed king should be removed and the nation should be governed by pure ideals. Kukamayu had gone too far at this point. Farewell, brother. After seeing each other for the first time in years, Kukamayu left with those words, a cold expression on his face. A few days later, Wakamayu learned that his brother took up arms and fought the military. As soon as he returned the map, Hikaru ran back down to the hole he came from. Drake, where are you? Drake lay on his back on one of the braces, his stomach bulging. Not again, Hikaru thought as he went to fetch the white dragon. We need to get back quick. I'm too full, I can't move. For Pete's sake. The braces were firm and steady, yet narrow. Hikaru tottered a few times from the weight of the Dimension Dragon box on his back, but somehow managed to get to Drake. I can't believe you ate this much. Drake had devoured a part of the dragon's stone, about as big as Hikaru's body. However, most of the stone still remained. Please don't say you're gonna stay here until you finish this whole thing. No way, I'm destroying it. Then Hikaru pulled out his revolver and loaded it with a flame gospel bullet. I sure hope one shot is enough. The moment he squeezed the trigger, a huge fireball emerged along with a thunderous roar. The flames coiled around the glowing object like a snake, bathing it in orange light. Hikaru felt the temperature increase. Cracks formed on the stone and eventually it disintegrated. The braces collapsed as well, leaving Hikaru to fall freely. He reached out for Drake and used the gravity balancer right before he landed, breaking his fall. Fall back. Hikaru headed for the hole he came through, dodging debris along the way. What? With an enormous burst of light, the egg's top section got blown off. The blast hurled Hikaru to the ground, rolling him over 3 times. The hell? PFFT. I got dirt in my mouth. Dragon stones are masses of mana. Of course it'll blow up if you use magic on it. Makes sense. Shell debris rained down on the field. Even now, the golems didn't budge an inch, suggesting that they were only ordered to search for enemies outside the egg. All they did was glance at the shells. Hikaru weaved through the golems and into the forest. He then hurried back to the boat. Hey, what happened? That was a huge explosion. I'm glad you're all right. Was that your doing? Hikaru was bombarded with questions as soon as he returned to the boat. Before answering, he laid Drake down, drank some water and caught his breath before answering. We have to get back quick, or else the city is doomed. Wakamayu's eyes grew wide open. Kukamayu is most likely alive. Can you tell me everything that happened between you two in detail? The old man nodded, a serious look on his face. Very well, he said. Wakamayu told Hikaru how his brother ended up on the wrong path. I can't eliminate the possibility that Wakamayu himself is the collaborator, Hikaru thought as he listened attentively. Hikaru could understand if Wakamayu only went with them on this dangerous expedition because his brother might still be alive. On the other hand, it was possible that he was an accomplice and he wanted to watch Hikaru. What if he asked to go to the tower with me so he could keep an eye on me? Hikaru wondered. Perhaps as Kukumayu's older brother, he couldn't really abandon him. Who can I trust, then? Grusel? Duinka? I lack too much information. How much time did they have left before the evil being all Kukumayu destroyed Dreammaker? Hikaru didn't know. From what he'd seen on the map, the routes near Dreammaker were ready. In that case, the time limit would be until the dragon stones fully developed. Hikaru, of course, had no idea how exactly they would use the stones to attack. Should I just destroy every route out there? No. They most likely already found out what I did after that explosion. The accomplice should have told Kukumayu about me and they'll be on guard. What do I do? Then an idea came to mind. There's someone who I know for sure isn't a traitor. King Doriachi, a descendant of Aichi. He was the symbol of the nation. I should get in touch with him secretly once we're back. So there you have it. Wakamayu finished talking. Sensing the severity in his tone, Jin didn't butt in and simply steered the boat. Right now, the vessel was sailing at full speed towards Dreammaker. So Kukumayu and his disciples left the city. Hikaru said. Yes, a few of his family went with him. So what did you find in the tower? I found traces of someone living there. A mix of emotions showed on Wakamayu's face, surprise, shame, anger, and a little relief. But I don't know how long they stayed there. What was that explosion? Does it have something to do with Kukumayu? There was a monster, so I used a powerful spirit magic on it. I see such powerful magic exists, huh? It was almost like a blast cannon. Hikaru lied. Of course. But Wakamayu didn't ask any further questions. He was simply surprised at the power of the spell. Is there a man-gnome descendant among his disciples? Hikaru asked. No, I don't think so. How long has it been since Kukumayu was expelled from the city? Why are you asking? Oh, I see, it's been 40 years. Wakamayu realized the point of Hikaru's question. If none of the disciples had man-gnome blood in them, they'd be quite old by now. Maybe Kukumayu is the only one alive. The old man said. That's highly likely. I need to sort out my thoughts. Excuse me. Wakamayu left Hikaru's side and stared at the sea. Jin seemed like he wanted to ask questions, but Hikaru couldn't explain matters to him as he didn't know the language. Not knowing the language sure is a pain. I have to think of a solution to this problem once we get back. I need to gather information. After all, it didn't matter if Hikaru had stealth to gather information. He needed to eavesdrop or read documents. Both he couldn't do because of the language barrier. Hikaru only knew extremely simple words. He couldn't go about spying like this. When he returned to the city, however, he found the solution to his problem in an unexpected place. Welcome back, Hikaru. Lavia came out to greet him as soon as he made it back to the garden mansion. Hikaru was caught by surprise. It was the middle of the night, and he deactivated his stealth just now. Did she gain detection skills? What's wrong? She asked. Nothing. Where are you? Lavia-chan. Wait, Hikaru-sama. Wait, how do you know? I know where exactly Hikaru is no matter where he is, she said proudly. Hikaru felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. She didn't use any detection skills, she simply knew. Lavia eyed Hikaru from top to bottom, then glanced at Drake who was sleeping in his arms, stomach bulging. Looks like you got something out of your trip, Lavia said. I'm sorry, what did you just say? You won't believe it, Hikaru-sama. Lavia-chan is already quite fluent in this place's language. I can just barely hold everyday conversations, though. Hikaru was astounded. It was too fast. Sure, Lavia loved reading books, but learning a language wasn't something anyone could do in a short period of time. Hikaru, you are... I'm sorry. I was just surprised. Really? Anyway, we should put Drake to bed first. You should change too. Or do you want to wash yourself first? You could go to bed if you're exhausted. No, I'm good. There's something I need to tell you two right away, he said in a serious tone. Lavia's expression turned serious as well. And that's it. After wiping himself with warm water and changing clothes, Hikaru told Lavia and Paula everything he saw during the trip. Drake was sleeping in a different room. After a moment of silence, Lavia spoke. So this evil being joined forces with Wakamayu's younger brother, Kukamayu. There's an accomplice in the city, and you have no idea who it is. That about sums it up. You think not knowing anything about the accomplice is dangerous. Hikaru nodded. How much access the accomplice had to information, no one knew. It was best to assume that they leaked everything happening inside Dreammaker. He would have also informed his ally outside about Hikaru. Also, we have to destroy those towers or X, basically the roots. I know where they are, but it might take some time to take care of them all. With Hikaru's notes and mana detection, finding the roots would be easy. Their problem was how to get there and back. He could borrow a boat if the place was accessible by water. Otherwise, he'd have to walk through the forest where only those with stealth could enter safely. In other words, Hikaru would have to go alone. I'm not sure which one I should do first. I'll do the intel gathering, Lavia said. What? It would make my learning the language worth it. Actually, while Paula's in the middle of a healing session, I use my stealth and take a stroll in places. I think I know the city's layout the best among us. But she has a point, Hikaru thought. Lavia had stealth, and she knew the language more than Hikaru. But leaving it all to her would be too dangerous. Please, Hikaru, I know you don't want to put my life in danger, but I want to do something for you too. Paula's working hard with her healing magic, while I'm not doing anything. She knew what Hikaru was thinking. He heaved a sigh. You've done more than enough. I have your fire spells in my bullets. Please. Lavia leaned forward. She's being unusually stubborn, Hikaru thought. It's true, though. I haven't asked her for help a lot lately. She must have felt lonely. His love for her grew even stronger. She won't budge an inch when she's like this, Hikaru-sama. Anyway, I'll go watch Drake. You two just take your sweet time discussing. Paula let out a forced yawn. Sheesh. She didn't need to do that. Hikaru said. Hikaru, we're not done yet. Okay, fine. You can go gather intel. Really? Lavia's face brightened despite the dangerous job. You're definitely more familiar with the language than me, but I think it's still not enough to do spy work. I know. I'll study a lot more. Lavia clenched both her fists. Hikaru couldn't help but chuckle. I can upgrade the stats on your soul board if you want. Language comprehension please. Lavia immediately realized what Hikaru was referring to, as he had already told her about the soul board in detail. On the unlabeled soul board was instinct, with intelligence, language comprehension, and language output under it. Only very few people had points on these stats. The recent one was Virashin's Dennis Lugrama, who had 1 point each on both language comprehension and output. Dina might have points on them as well. In any case, Lavia had 4 points available. 1 point to unlock intuition, another to unlock intelligence, and then 2 points on language comprehension. How's that sound? Sounds good. Language output is for speaking, right? I think it's more on writing. I see. In that case, just language comprehension is fine. Are you sure about this? Of course. Soul board points are important. They're not something you should spend that easily. I'm glad. Lavia said, placing her hand on her chest. I'm glad I could be useful to you. I feel a sense of relief that I get to stand next to you. Lavia, you may use me freely. Hikaru's fingers moved as he configured Lavia's soul board. Soul board. Lavia age, 15 rank, 33-0. Vitality stamina 3. Magical power mana 15. Magic principle 2. Spirit affinity fire 6. Magic creation 1. Agility stealth life obfuscation 3. Mana obfuscation 3. Imperceptibility 3. Group obfuscation 3. Intuition intelligence language comprehension 2. Done. I don't feel any different. Yeah, back when I learned instinct, it didn't really click at first. But you'll definitely see the results. Okay. Lavia moved beside Hikaru and clung to his arm. What is it? Well, I thought you were done with what you wanted to say. I felt lonely without you around. They needed to discuss who to get information from, how to do it, and set up a proper schedule. But since she was just too adorable, Hikaru abandoned the thought. Hikaru hadn't seen anyone with at least 3 points on detection, so Lavia with her 3 points on stealth stats should be fine. She just needed to watch out for traps. Hikaru could sense magical traps with his mana detection, but not purely physical ones. The only countermeasure then was to be careful. Lavia, in particular, had to be extra cautious as she didn't even have mana detection. Infiltrating in the dead of night would be best as one could escape if the enemy spotted them. I'm so worried about her, Hikaru thought. Unfortunately, he already approved Lavia of becoming a spy. For the first time in a while, the couple slept together. When Hikaru woke up, he found Lavia had made breakfast for him. Bread with cheese, salami and ham. She had gotten quite used to making breakfast out of processed meat, but the menu felt just a little odd considering their house was Japanese-styled. The salad mixed with the dressing that Paula made was delicious. Even though there wasn't much variety, there were fruits and vegetables in Dream Maker. Are you going to start tonight? Hikaru asked. Yes, that's the plan. Lavia replied. Normally, Lavia would be sitting beside Paula, but today she took a seat beside Hikaru. He was happy, yet also embarrassed. Then you shouldn't be active during the day. Exhaustion will lead to carelessness, but that would also mean Paula won't be able to do much. I don't mind, Paula said. Are you not that busy with the healings anymore? Right. I haven't asked her how she's been doing since I went out on the trip. For a moment, Paula wore a complicated look. Things are going well. She was not making herself quite clear. Lavia then clasped her hands together. I know, she said. We need people we can really trust, right? Yes, of course. I would say our current objective is to gather more and more people we can trust. In that case, Paula's those guys are perfect. Paula's what? Who? Hikaru looked puzzled. He would soon find out the answer to that question. After finishing breakfast and getting ready, they left the house with their masks on. Good morning, flower-masked goddess. Good morning. Well-built men stood abreast, and bowed in exactly 30 degrees. The two guards, Gru salesmen, were at their side, wearing troubled looks. What's going on here? Hikaru asked Paula. Sir Silverface, the man in front said with a solemn expression. The flower-masked goddess had graciously blessed us with her exalted magic, healing us of our injuries. We are men who had sworn loyalty to her for giving us hope. What did he just say? Hikaru looked at Lavia for a rough translation. I'm sure we can trust them. Lavia said. Their desire to devote themselves to Paula, the person who gave them hope, almost bordered blind faith. After living in shame for years because of injuries, Paula must have seemed like a god to them. In other words, they want to do something for Flowerface for saving their lives, for giving them hope. They're saying they'll devote their lives to her. Dina cut in. Her face looked as though she was suffering a headache. Lord Silverface. It was us who asked for healing magic, but I never expected it to be this powerful. Winning over our citizens like this is a bit of a problem. Don't look at me. They're doing this of their own accord. Well, whatever. They suffered serious injuries, right? I'm sure you guys neglected them anyway. I see no problem in this. Dina couldn't say a word. These men had no place to belong to in Dreammaker, a city where men mostly did manual labor. In fact, you should be grateful, not complain. Hikaru added. If they adore Paula, so be it. We're going to make good use of them. Hikaru's lips curved into a smile behind his mask. There's that nasty look on his face again, Lavia thought. Paula seemed ecstatic. He's so cool either way. So, what are you doing here so early? Hikaru asked Dina. Surely you didn't come here to complain about these bodyguards. No, I did not. His Majesty wants to see you, so I came to pick you up. It was the perfect opportunity as Hikaru had things he needed to talk about with Doriachi. I guess we're splitting up. Hikaru said. Will you two be alright? Yeah, take care. Lavia replied. Why yes, take care, my lord. Paula said. What should we do about them? I was thinking of getting your opinion. Hikaru turned his attention to the bodyguards. You're going to protect Flowerface, right? I'm counting on you. Lavia translated his words, and the men nodded proudly, their faces full of confidence. While walking, Dina talked about Flowerface's healing magic. She gave her impressions, mostly praise and amazement that went on too long. Perhaps she felt relieved that she had something to talk about with Silverface, a man she had issues with. And so a lot of people have unhealable injuries, huh? Zagin's barkeep came to Hikaru's mind. He could only think of a bear, so he pushed the thought aside and looked around. Shops lined the streets. Most of the men who worked there had artificial legs or had an arm missing. Hikaru didn't pay much attention before, but now that he did, there seemed to be a lot of injured people around. Most people who can't fight anymore but could still lead their lives without much problem engaged in business. The king provides them with jobs. So most young men become soldiers. Basically conscription. If the nation didn't do that, they wouldn't be able to get much needed protein from animals outside the city. If you keep this up, wouldn't you run out of soldiers who can fight? Hikaru asked. Dina's gaze darted at Hikaru, her eyes sharp, as though saying we know that. You don't have to tell us. I can see why some would think it's better to cross over to the other continent. Do you want to start a war? Dina asked. I'm just saying, how could you be so insensitive? Is it because you hate me? I apologized to you already, yet you still can't forgive me? Hikaru's narrowed eyes behind his mask caused Dina to shrink back. We're here. Hikaru said. That's enough talking. He entered Doriachi's residence. Dina, her face pale, followed Silverface as he boldly entered the building. Silence fell on the audience chamber. Despite it being early, 3 leaders of the 9 clans were already there discussing matters with Doriachi. "Hello there, Silverface. Thank you for coming," Doriachi greeted everyone. "I want to speak to Silverface. Can we talk about this some other time?" "Of course, Your Majesty. I want to hear what he has to say too." "In that case, me as well." "No, I wish to speak to him alone." "I will tell you all about it later, so please be patient." The 3 leaders left, shooting cold gazes at Silverface as they passed by him. It went both ways. Silverface didn't even so much as spare them a glance, let alone greet them. "I apologize for calling you all the way here." Doriachi switched to Japanese the moment they entered a small room. Hikaru used his mana detection to scan the surroundings and found Dina and the 3 leaders near the entrance. Seeing Hikaru looked over his shoulder, Doriachi chuckled. "They're eavesdropping, aren't they?" "But it shouldn't be a problem since they can't understand the language. It doesn't really matter if they listened anyway." They sat down facing each other. Hikaru told Doriachi everything, no conjectures, only facts. "So it's not a tower, but an eggshell protecting a dragon stone," the king said. "That is an interesting conclusion. Do stone golems appear around here?" "They do, but only in extremely rare occasions. It's safe to assume that someone intelligent stationed them there. They're a kind of magic items too." "I think so too. Now on to the main issue at hand. Do you have a map?" Doriachi stood up and entered the next room, which seemed to be a reference room, and came back with a map huge enough to cover a whole table. Hikaru took out the notes that contained the location of the routes from his pocket. He wrote something down on the note while explaining how he got the info before handing it to the Doriachi. The king's eyes widened for a moment as he read it. "Oh, I see. This is quite shocking." "Really? I'm sure you've considered the possibility." "Ha ha. You give me too much credit, but yes, you're right. I did consider it." Doriachi cleared his throat. "So you think these routes serve some sort of purpose in the monster's invasion of the whole continent?" "I'm not just thinking it. I'm sure about it. I plan to go on a trip to destroy all these routes." "I understand. Dreammaker will support you the best it can. Can I borrow some members of the expedition squad, then?" "The more competent ones, the better." Hikaru smiled, while Doriachi closed his eyes with a troubled look. "You are sure you can do this?" "Yes." "Once the expedition squad is mobilized, failure is not an option." "Come on. I really need them." "Very well. I'll do something about it. I'm sure I can ask Grusel for help." Doriachi sounded confident as well. As Hikaru watched the king, Doriachi nodded with a serious look, as though affirming Hikaru's guess. "When are you leaving?" "Let's see. 5 days from now." After that, Hikaru was busy with a lot of things. First he requested a meeting with Grusel to pick members of the expedition squad to help him. They talked about some private matters as well. To Hikaru's surprise, Grusel said he'd go on the expedition as well. "It's a very important matter, right?" the commander asked. "Why yeah, but are you sure you can leave the city?" "Of course I can. Besides, I'm the one in charge. I get to make the decision." After learning about Grusel's plan, Dina raised an objection. "By joining the expedition, I make it seem like it's a very important mission. And that will make it easier to persuade the others," Grusel said. Dina had no choice but to back down. Lavia accompanied Paula in her healing sessions during the day. As a result, she learned the local language at an incredible pace. Her efforts played a part in it too. But the Soul Board provided a huge boost for her. She mastered everyday conversations and was gradually increasing her vocabulary, including some difficult technical terms. Paula's patients were very grateful to her for the healing magic. Since Lavia wore a mask just like her, the people didn't mind telling her a lot of things, resulting in Lavia rapidly gaining experience. "Once you leave, I'll start gathering intel," Lavia said. "I know I don't have to tell you, but I'll say it anyway. Don't do anything reckless. If you sense danger, retreat right away. Can you promise me that? Hee. That's rich coming from you, but I promise. Hikaru couldn't say anything back. After all, he'd done a lot of reckless things. How many routes are you planning to destroy? 5. They're the ones closest to the city. That's a lot. I actually saw a dragon-like creature fly from the tower I visited. An idea came to mind then. I asked them to create a new means of transportation for when we charge. Up until now, they'd only rely on the dragon's passage for fast travel. But they couldn't use that here in this continent, and Drake was fast asleep as well. Hikaru had to come up with a new method. Hikaru-sama, the bodyguards were talking about how elite soldiers will be joining the expedition. Yeah, Grucel will be bringing along those he deems as skilled enough, but you're going to destroy the routes alone, right? Yup, that part hasn't changed. I'll go alone. Then what about the soldiers? Are they going to destroy other routes? Nah. Elite as they are, they have no chance against the monsters around the routes. Besides, they won't gain much even if they fought. Hikaru recalled the stone golems guarding the tower. Defeating those would barely give any spoils. Paula could heal injuries. Of course, but if they died, they wouldn't come back to life. We're splitting up? Yes. Soldiers will leave the city. That will cause panic and carelessness. The accomplice will surely panic once the plan to destroy the routes is carried out. And with the man in charge of the army gone from the city, they will send information to Kukamayu. We'll obtain conclusive evidence against the traitor. Can we trust Grucel? Leivio asked. He's good. After all, Hikaru smiled. He's a spy working for the king to investigate what the anti-royalty faction is up to. Leivio and Paula looked shocked, so Hikaru explained the matter to them. It was clear that an anti-royalty existed, but Doriachi couldn't perfectly grasp their real identity. This led to Doriachi devising a plan. The king asked a man he could completely trust to spy for him. That man was none other than Grucel. As a member of the clan governing the military, he was neutral and didn't have particular connections with the other clans. Still, Dreammaker was a small nation. Two factions existed, one who wished to depose the king, and one who believed the king should reign supreme. Doriachi thought the anti-royalty faction would get in touch with Grucel. He then ordered the man to make use of that so he could infiltrate and find out about them. No one knew about Doriachi and Grucel's close relationship, at least until Hikaru learned about it. Appointed as the leader of his clan at a young age, Grucel always thought about the future of Dreammaker. A threat lurked in the north, while the south was nothing but a rough wasteland. Monsters were growing vicious every year. He wondered what he could do for the future of his nation. Grucel happened to get a chance to talk to Doriachi privately, and it was then that he confronted the king with his questions. Doriachi was fed up from being constantly surrounded by people who only offered compliments to him. The two of them hit it off. Grucel then took the dirty role of being a spy. The names I'm about to mention are those who despise the royal family's rule and want power to be transferred to the clans instead. Grucel fulfilled his task splendidly. Hikaru received a list of the faction's members. Leivio would be focusing on him when gathering intel. Grucel was a man that Doriachi could trust completely. He also participated in Hikaru's plan to form an expedition squad comprised of elite soldiers and leave the city. 15 minutes before sunrise was already bright enough to see the surroundings. Soldiers numbering more than 200 formed lines on Dreammaker's parade grounds, armed to the teeth. We are embarking on a special mission. You should already be aware of the details, but I will explain it once more. Our objective is a large-scale survey of the forests surrounding our beloved nation and the elimination of the routes said to produce monsters. Grucel gave his speech as the highest spot. Since the soldiers were already informed beforehand, none of them seemed shaken. The mission is estimated to last 20 days. His Majesty is expecting great results from this mission as well. Some soldiers looked surprised, not aware that the king himself supported the task. No one spoke a word, however. We march onward. Dreammaker's army began to move. 200 people meant 2% of the total population. The people around knew about the expedition. The soldiers' families included as well. A lot of people gathered around the grounds to the gates to see them off. Good luck out there. Take care of yourselves. We look forward to the results. The light of the morning sun reflected off the soldiers' armors. Impressive. Hikaru muttered as he watched the soldiers march in an orderly fashion. All right, time for me to go as well. Hikaru had already talked with Lavia and Paula. Lavia was still fast asleep as she needed to be up late at night for the task assigned to her. Paula made breakfast and a boxed lunch for Hikaru. However, he told her she didn't have to see him off. Drake was still asleep. As he started walking, Hikaru gradually vanished, as though blending in into the dimly lit city. Unable to make heads or tails of the current situation, Jin was chosen to be the commander of 50 men. There were only 2 other leaders like him, and there was only Grusel above them. The expeditionary force marched to the north along the river and made camp about a day's trip away. They cleared the forest before constructing a large campsite. The river had gotten shallower, preventing the warships carrying the blast cannons from pressing onward. Instead 5 smaller ships, with a capacity of about 30 men, sailed with the soldiers. Jin yawned. He was given 2 tasks this time. First, to command the company of 50 men. Carrying a heavy wrapping cloth on his back, he stepped out of the tent. Nothing strange in the woods. It was right before daybreak. Jin finally made it up the 20-meter wooden watchtower, checking to see if anything was out of the ordinary. The eastern horizon was starting to brighten while the starry sky above and to the west was still a deep blue. Silence enveloped everything. Jin could see the soldiers' bonfires below. Otherwise, the forest was completely still. From the information he had on the location of the routes, he should be able to see a tower from here, if not for the mountain blocking it from sight. Incidentally, it was from this mountain that the river flowed from. Is Silverface really going to destroy the towers alone? Silverface's plans were top secret. But since Jin had gone with the masked boy once, Grusel let him in on it too. If you tell anyone about this, you will not live to see the sun rise the next day. Threat included? Of course. Then you shouldn't have told me, Jin thought. Grusel's emotionless face prevented him from getting the words out. However, the plan was to stay in this campsite until Silverface returned. Oh, Jin squinted. The first light of the day shone on his eyes as the sun started to rise. He put down the wrapping cloth and took out a huge mirror just big enough to hold with both hands. He then tilted the mirror, reflecting light to the ship docked on the river, the relay. A short while later, light came back from the ship too, a response indicating that everything was fine. After signaling back an acknowledgement, the transmission ended. Jin's other task was to send messages using the mirror and keep the relay running. Grusel told him to choose people who wouldn't double-cross them. Should any turn traitor, all of them would share the responsibility. Jin chose his fishing buddies Dolan and Zuzan without hesitation. After learning of the circumstances, he received a bunch of complaints from the 2. Don't screw this up, Dolan. Zuzan took the relay post, while Dolan would receive the notice from a boat near Dreammaker. He would then return to the city by boat to check the situation. This exchange was done 3 times a day. At dawn, noon, and before sunset. If Dolan didn't respond, they would wait an hour. If a reply still didn't come, that meant something was wrong and all soldiers would return to Dreammaker at once. Half a day down the river and they'd be back in the city. Jin would be fighting monsters in the front lines, while Zuzan stayed on the boat the whole time. While it might seem that Dolan had the easiest job of the 3, the pressure was on him. If he overslept or failed to send a message, it would affect the whole army. He had the most stressful task without a doubt. Why did I get dragged into this? At noon, the 3 company commanders gathered inside Grusel's tent where they were given their orders. to stand by. The two commanders looked confused. They were prepared to fight with their lives on the line. Can we tell our men about this? Of course, some might act on their own if they're not given orders to stand by, Grussel said. Is there anything else? No. Nothing, sir. The two commanders exchanged glances. They found Grussel's decision questionable. But orders were orders. We might only be a day's trip away from the city, but we're right next to a forest dominated by monsters. Tell your men to stay sharp. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jin saluted with the other two. Grussel shot a cursory glance at him as though saying keep your mouth shut. A chill ran down his spine as he left the tent. What does he mean by stand by? I have no idea. Hey, Commander Jin, what do you think? Jin was an elite soldier that joined the expedition to Virushin. However, commanding the best soldiers in the army seemed a little bit too much for him. It was only natural, then, that the other older commanders thought there was something more to him being chosen. Furthermore, Jin was given authority to get in touch with the mid-size ship. I don't know anything. I was summoned and told to just follow orders. Maybe he wants useful commander who says yes to everything? Jin gave them the excuse he came up with beforehand. I see. That sounds likely. Jin, didn't you go with you? What was his name again? Silverface. Didn't you go with him to investigate something? Did you find anything? Oh, that. We went to the ruins, but I don't think we got any noteworthy results. You think? Weren't you there? I was told to wait at the boat because I would only get in the way. What? That's just infuriating. Lowly ape from Primeval. So, did you just do what he said without a word? You hear? The bosses ordered not to get on his bad side. The commanders seemed displeased, but they knew how Silverface's friend, Flowerface, healed their former comrades. They assumed the higher-ups were more concerned about the healing magic they possessed, so they didn't say any more. Anyway, stand by, huh? I came here prepared to die, you know. The two men left, seemingly unsatisfied with the order. That's a lot of complaints. Makes sense, though. How long are we going to wait here anyway? If this drags on, there'll be trouble. Jin felt just a little worried. At that time, Hikaru was heading to a route all alone, as bringing soldiers who couldn't use stealth would only drag him down. The continent was big. His notes contained the location of over 30 routes, each more than 30 kilometers apart. It would take at least a day to get from one route to the next. Gotta kill monsters on the way to. The efficiency of this expedition relies on how many points I earn on my soul board. His solitary battles had just begun. That is one impressive tower. Looks more like a fort, though. The first route that Hikaru visited was enclosed by a cylindrical-shaped structure built by stacking quarried rocks on top of each other. It was no doubt man-made. Hikaru was surprised. He assumed that other than incomplete routes, everything else would be like the one north of Land's Harvest, made of egg-like material. Judging by the artificial look, someone actually built this, most likely Kukamayu. I wonder how they built this, though. It looks incredible. All of a sudden, construction technology crossed Hikaru's mind. He brushed it off, as now was not the time. The fort looked old, its surface covered in ivy. Just like the egg. It didn't have an entrance. Fortunately, the stones weren't exactly smoothed out, so he could climb up. He could scale it easily too, with 3 points on strength. There might not be any way to get in from the top, but I can figure it out when I get up there, Hikaru thought as he started scaling the wall as though bouldering. That reminds me, I always thought bouldering is something I'll never do, but it's quite fun if you have the strength to do it. It was a tranquil forest, with birds chirping on the trees. Hikaru could sense intense mana from inside the fort, but there were no guards around like the stone golems. Perhaps that's why he let his guard down. Hikaru made it to the top in no time at all. The roof is made of different material. Huh? What? The floor was sinking. What the hell? The floor made a sound as it wriggled. As it swirled around, a rift formed, and the whole floor revealed itself to be a gigantic serpent. What in the world? Before he fell, Hikaru reached for the wall and activated his gravity balancer, allowing his body to float in the air for a moment, and used the opportunity to cling to the wall that was close. He thought. The tremendous mana he sensed from the dragonstone prevented him from noticing a living creature on top of it. Actually, he barely sensed any mana from the serpent, at least, until now. Amidst the cloud of dust, the gigantic serpent looked up. Its body coiled around a stone pedestal where a huge dragonstone sat. No light came from the stone. The moss around it prevented any from escaping. The serpent's head looked to be more than 100 kilos. Its body was covered in dust. Perhaps it was in a state of apparent death all these years. The creature was basically in sleep mode while waiting for an intruder, consuming the least amount of calorie to survive. Unlike the stone golems, which were magic items, this one's an actual living organism, yet it follows its orders unconditionally. It wasn't exactly surprising. Hikaru just didn't think that a giant serpent would use itself as a lid to cover the structure. Mana was gradually leaking out from the serpent, its body powering on. Its eyes were fixed at Hikaru. As luck would have it, Hikaru was under direct sunlight. Once an enemy was aware of him, his stealth would not work. I'm out of here. Best to escape now before it starts moving, Hikaru thought as he started climbing back up. He managed to scale the walls in no time a while ago, but now it felt like he moved too slow. There was a 10-meter distance between him and the serpent, not close enough for it to get to him right away. Or so he thought. Mana had not yet spread throughout the serpent's body, but as soon as it sensed that Hikaru was escaping, it shrank back and lunged forward at an incredible speed, mouth wide open. Hikaru quickly pushed himself off of the wall and into the air. The serpent's body passed through where he was a second earlier, scraping off the wall. The wind pressure from the serpent's sudden climb pushed Hikaru to the wall, and he used both his hands and feet to land safely. The impact sent a shock throughout his body, but he somehow managed to hold on. How should I kill it? If I use my revolver on it, the dragonstone might also blow up. Going by what happened last time, there's not much space in here for me to not get caught up in the explosion. Looking down from above, the serpent appeared confused. For a split second, it lost sight of Hikaru, allowing his stealth to take effect once more. The only reason he could hide himself even in this broad daylight was because of his maxed out stealth stats and the additional boost from his soul board's soul blaze. I think I'll be fine if I stay still. Ah! The serpent opened its mouth wide and started shooting purple liquid. It was venom. No doubt. Hikaru couldn't escape upwards. Should I jump to the side? If I expose myself, it'll know where I am and I'm dead. It'll devour me for sure. If I can't jump, it still doesn't know my exact location. That's why it's shooting venom over a wide area. The serpent stuck its long tongue out before slowly winding its body along the inner walls of the fort. After completely blocking the ceiling, its head dangled downwards, and the serpent closed its eyes. Darkness enveloped the fort. Silence fell as clouds of dust settled. That was close. Hikaru was still in the same spot. He didn't move even as venom rained down. As expected from an optimal hunter in the wild, the serpent understood the behavior of living creatures. Any prey would try to run away in that situation even if the venom didn't hit them directly, giving a snake the opportunity to catch them. Put it another way, if you didn't move, the snake would think that no one was there. It wouldn't try for a second or third assault. It didn't look like the bigger balls of venom would hit him, and he thought his coat would protect him from little sprays, so he stayed still. As he guessed, the splashes of venom didn't even melt. The venom simply trickled down. Let's get down from here. The serpent was returning to its hibernation mode. Feeling for the wall, Hikaru descended slowly. Phew. The darkness impeded his vision. He sensed the serpent blocking the ceiling with mana detection, but there was enough space on the ground to get down to. He took a deep breath, as he landed. Then he felt a sharp pain on his left thumb. He was careless. While he didn't get hit directly, a drop running down the wall came in contact with his finger. Even though he was wearing gloves, he felt a burning sensation that gradually turned into immense pain. It penetrated through even with only little contact. As he didn't know how potent the venom was, he needed to deal with his finger as soon as possible. He just had to believe that the palpitation wasn't because of the venom. Hikaru quickly took action. He poured water from the flask on his waist. Even with his stealth on, he had to be careful the water didn't make too much sound. Relax easy. Is the pain only coming from my thumb? Really? Yeah. No doubt about it. Is the venom spreading throughout my whole body through my thumb? I don't know. But their tingling sensation doesn't feel like it's subsiding. Hikaru was sweating buckets. He needed to remove the venom at once. He reached for his waist and realized his dagger of strength wasn't there. He left it behind before going down the wall. Without much of a choice, Hikaru drew his wakizashi. Fortunately, the jet-black blade didn't emit any light, despite the mana it held. He was well aware of the sweat drenching his body even though he couldn't see. Hikaru took out a towel from his pocket and shoved it into his mouth. Let's do this. He then pressed the wakizashi on his thumb and cut it off. After a burning sensation, a chill followed, along with a sharp pain. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he managed to keep his teeth clenched, preventing any sound from escaping his mouth. His left hand burned. The wet sensation must be blood. In any case, this should stop the venom from spreading. The healing magic contained within one of the revolver's bullets should heal the wound, but he couldn't use it here. Casting a spell always produced light, something that couldn't be concealed even with stealth. Experience taught him that. My blunder cost a lot, but I also learned from it. Now the problem is, what do I do from here? He had to kill the serpent first. A blast of fire magic should destroy both the serpent and the dragon stone, but he'd get caught in it as well. Hikaru removed the towel from his mouth, and in the darkness, managed to wrap it around his left hand. He just needed to stop the bleeding for the time being. I need to climb the wall to kill it, but there's a chance the dragon stone will explode if I used fire magic on it. There's a 10-meter distance between us. I do have a way to kill it, but there's a catch. Hikaru opened his soul board. It didn't emit any light, but he knew the words displayed on the screen. He poured all his remaining 3 points on power burst. Hikaru sensed the mana within the serpent gradually weakening. Mana detection sent information directly to his brain. But while he could perceive an object or living creature's shape, he couldn't tell how big it was exactly. A small rock containing a huge amount of mana would appear to him as a huge boulder. Conversely, a giant having little mana would seem like a midget. He felt the serpent's mana clearly when it was moving, but now that it was still, the feedback was getting weaker. If Hikaru were to step on its body again, it might start to move, but its reaction would not be very fast. It would take time for the huge body to fall to the ground. All right, here goes nothing. Hikaru held his wakizashi in an underhand grip like a javelin thrower, pointing the tip at the serpent's head. The weapon swished through the air and hit the serpent on its head, its blade sinking in without any resistance. The weapon's guard prevented it from going any deeper. Gently, the serpent's head swayed. That's 10 points on throwing and 3 points on snipe for you. Is it dead? As the head fell, Hikaru switched to life detection, and learned that the serpent was really dead. He then went for his next move. Strength left the dead creature's body that filled the fort, causing it to fall to the ground. Light spilled into the fort, allowing him to see clearly. Fixing his gaze on the corpse falling from above, Hikaru ran sideways, looking for an opening. He found a spot a few meters from the wall big enough for his body to fit through, and then leapt. Oh, wow! He jumped incredibly high. His muscles screamed in pain. However, Hikaru managed to slip through the serpent's body and cling to the wall. The earth rumbled as the corpse hit the ground. Caught in the collapse, The dragon stone was split in half, exposing a glowing stone. Hikaru needed to search for even the smallest opening and jump quickly, so he put points on power burst. But it might have been unnecessary to tweak his stats. Still, he gained a point from killing the serpent. Arc. Clouds of dust rose. The pain on Hikaru's hand returned, forcing him to jump back down. Stepping on the serpent's corpse felt disturbing, but there was no other foothold. Hikaru quickly loaded the revolver with healing magic and shot at his wound, healing both his thumb and torn muscles. He stood on top of the fort and surveyed his surroundings. With no roof, it was nothing more than a towering wall. He hadn't dealt yet with both the dragon stone and the serpent's corpse. Over there, his now healed left hand held the map, while he checked the direction with a compass. Since he would be away from the city for a while, he stocked up on 5 flame gospels, 2 flame lasers, and 3 healing magic. And good thing he did, as he got injured already. Hikaru checked the location of the next route. It was blocked by a mountain that was about 7 to 8 kilometers away. It's the perfect opportunity. Hikaru took out his new equipment from his backpack. It was a bit dangerous, as there was only about a meter of width on top of the fort. Still, it was enough space to unpack his stuff. His new equipment was shaped like an arrowhead made with robust cloth and a skeletal frame. He asked Duinkler to build it in a hurry. A hang glider. Hikaru didn't have any experience with hang gliders in Japan. When he found out that the dragon stones were located inside tall structures, the idea came to mind of using one for travel. If it didn't work, he could just throw it away. Light and sturdy looks good to me. He had tested it from on top of their house in Dreammaker. It could support his weight just fine. No one should have spotted him, as he had his stealth on when experimenting. Hikaru would practically be doing this without prior rehearsal, but he didn't care if it failed. He had the gravity balancer to bail him out. I just spent my points. But whatever. Hikaru a point on balance. Soulboard. Hikaru age, 16 rank, 50 vitality. Magical power mana 1. Physical strength 3. Weapon mastery throwing 10, max, heaven shot 0. Agility power burst 8. Balance 1. Stealth life obfuscation 5, max. Mana obfuscation 5, max. Imperceptibility 5, max. Assassination 3, max. Snipe 3, max. Group obfuscation 5, max. Intuition instinct 2. Detection life detection 1. Mana detection 3. Detection expansion 3, max. My stats are quite skewed towards agility. Hikaru gave a strained laugh. Time to go. Then Hikaru loaded the revolver with a flame gospel, shot behind him, and returned it back to the holster. Let's go. He kicked off the wall and let the hang glider do its work. As his body glided, a huge explosion occurred behind. The fire spell blew the dragon stone up. Flames rose from the fort like a chimney. The blast pushed Hikaru forward, though the messed up air current caused his body to rotate. It's a lot powerful than I expected. Hikaru expected to be engulfed in the updraft, but the scale of the explosion was much bigger than he anticipated. Was it because the route was much more developed? With the 1 point on balance, Hikaru grasped what was going on with his body. Even though the hang glider was spinning in the air, he pulled on the glider's frame and fixed his posture. Before he knew it, he had put a lot of distance between him and the fort. He deviated a bit off course, but he could fix that while in the air. Good. This is a lot more comfortable than expected. Below him was the forest, reaching far and wide. No animal noticed him with his stealth on. If he couldn't find a place to land, he could just use the gravity balancer to slow his descent. For something he expected to be disposable after a single use, it flew farther than he thought. Hikaru landed on a meadow near the towering mountain. The next tower was close. This might be quite the invention. The fort was now far away and just 10 minutes of flying. I'll make good use of this glider, he thought. Dreammaker was a closed city with limited land. A few days was enough to walk through all the streets in town, but there were paths that couldn't be found by taking the main streets. You had to pass through a number of houses to get to a few restaurants that operated in secret, only known to related personnel. One of these restaurants stood partially on the grounds of a garden mansion. The dense forest outside the window was a rare sight in Dreammaker. The elderly who were gathered around wore serious looks, or perhaps that was now their default face after constantly wearing the same expression. And so Grussel departed on an expedition. He said he'd bring with him people who adored the king. I hope he didn't run into any problems in selecting them. Apparently not. Grussel took our opinion into consideration before taking action. Even if he thought about deceiving us, nothing would come of it since they're out of the city. No one can stop our plans. Now's a great opportunity, then. But doesn't it seem too sudden? Sure. It had been 5 years since Grussel joined us. But think about it. A bunch of people arrived from Primeval. The king was healed. And now they're talking about destroying roots. I think causing a disturbance when things are moving too fast is not a good idea. You're not scared, are you? Now's our chance. We can depose the king and the 9 clans will take turns in governing the nation. I'm sure they'd believe us if we said that the king wasn't healed after all. They might not buy it. No. They just might. No one's heard of a treatment by slicing a stomach open. But that masked fellow's been healing seriously wounded people left and right. Apparently though, they can't heal an illness. Yes, if only the king passed away then. That would have made things a lot easier. Let's take a vote. Then, there's 5 of us here. Grussel said he'll leave the decision-making to us. Let us decide. Then, should we make a move or not? I'm against the idea. I'm in favor. Me too. I will abstain from voting. So that's 2 against 1. What about you, Mr. Chairman? Me? I'll refrain from voting as well. If you abstain, your turn to rule the nation will come last. Will that be all right? What? Those are 2 different matters. Grussel's clan will be the last. You can't be serious. Grussel has already taken action, while you 2 are being passive by not casting your vote. Indeed. And fine. I'm in favor. I'm not changing my mind. I'll sit this one out. See you. One man left the room. Must be scared. He's the youngest one after Grussel. One could say he's awfully cautious for his age, but the truth is, he's simply lived this long without making tough decisions. Then we will make our move. Yes, finally I can kick that Duinkler's butt. I'm getting excited. Do not bring your personal grudges into this. We're doing this to preserve our beloved nation. We have no other choice. Exactly. So when do we do it? The discussion went on. The silver-haired man swung his practice sword hard. It took everything the knight had to catch the swift attack. You're wide open. Once the knight's posture was broken, the young man faked a thrust attack and instead delivered a low kick, sending the knight rolling to the ground. You seem to be confident in your sword skills. But what will you do once you face an enemy that you can't beat with a sword? Learn other ways to fight. Winning with only a sword is indeed a wonderful thing, but we pride ourselves in fulfilling missions. Our top priority right now is protecting the priest. You will use any means necessary to carry out the task. Why yes, sir. All right. Next, Luke Landon borrowed an open space in Dreammaker for training. Half of the knights were present, while the other half were guarding the healer, a church priest. Spectators gathered little by little around the square, watching curiously at their training, or rather, watching the men whose skin color was different from theirs. There seemed to be people with too much free time in their hands in every city. After 2 hours, Luke, drenched in sweat, decided to take a break. He drank some water and wiped the back of his head and neck with a towel. Women stared at the handsome man, breathing in awe. The spectators simply watched from afar, not talking to the knights since they couldn't speak their language. Hey, working hard, are we? Sir Gore, however, was different. He could speak Luke's language, although not quite perfectly, as evidenced by his rather blunt tone. He was part of the expedition to Virashin and served as an envoy in the negotiations to retrieve their spy. Glancing at the gasping knights sprawled on the ground, Gore approached Luke. "I apologize for the shameful display," Luke said. "There's nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone gets worn out when training. In fact, there's no point in training if you don't even get completely exhausted." "Oh, I'm not saying you yourself are not training at all. No, you're right. I'm a little unsatisfied." "Really? So what can I do for you?" "If you want to see the priest, I can arrange it for you." "There's no need. Luke and his men came here to heal the king, but they were informed that the job was done. Apparently, the healer that Silverface brought with him did a great job. He didn't know the details, however. After that, a few people came to the priest for healing, and he answered their requests every time. He really didn't need to do it, but he said helping people is a wonderful thing to do." Luke also deemed it wouldn't affect diplomatic relations negatively. Yet a few days later, the requests stopped coming. They didn't know why exactly. For Luke, however, the mission was to keep the priests safe and simply wait for their ship to arrive. So they spent their days training instead. "No need." "I see." The blunt statement made him curious as to what happened, but asking wasn't part of the job. Luke held back from saying anything. "Oh, sorry. I meant no disrespect to the healer." "I hope you understand." Luke nodded. Gore looked relieved. "I'm glad. I actually came here for you." "Me? If you're not satisfied with your training, how about training with us?" Luke gulped. He recalled what he felt when he first saw Gore. He knew he couldn't beat the man in a one-on-one fight. If he could check that through training, he just might become stronger. It was a great opportunity. "I want to talk to the priest first." "Of course. You can come to me anytime," Gore said cheerfully and left. Excited at the possibility of becoming much stronger, Luke failed to notice that the smile faded away from Gore's face as he walked away. Thanks to the hang glider, Hikaru arrived at the second route by the end of the day. This time he examined the surroundings carefully before destroying the route. The second dragon stone was located in something that closely resembled a birdcage. A tower, a fort, and now a birdcage. What does this all mean? The birdcage was gone as he already blew it up. Watching the pillar of smoke, Hikaru formed a few theories, but he had no proof to back them up. The sun was setting. Hikaru set up a hammock between two trees and slept with his stealth on. It was better than sleeping on the ground. He had the gravity balancer if he ever fell. He got up early the next day. Ever since coming to this world, he'd gotten used to staying outdoors, or dangerous places. Rather, warm food was essential as it provided vitality. But stealth couldn't hide the smoke from cooking. To avoid drawing monsters to him, Hikaru had to make do with preserved food. That's why even with proper sleep, he still tired easily. His plan was to finish the mission of destroying routes within 10 days maximum, if possible. He wanted to return in just 7 days. "I don't see anything." Hikaru returned to the vicinity of the birdcage he destroyed yesterday, but found no monsters with his mana detection. Because of the distance between trees, the fire didn't spread that much. Furthermore, the trees had ample water content in them as well, making them difficult to burn. White smoke still rose in the air and the smell of burning still lingered. There would have been a huge forest fire had he destroyed roots during dry season. "Is that a piece of the dragonstone?" Hikaru put down his food wrapped in a huge leaf on a hot rock to reheat it. While doing so, his mana detection picked up something. He walked towards it to find a piece of the dragonstone, about the size of a pinky, on the ground. "If only these things didn't explode, I wouldn't have to worry about starting a fire. I wonder if I can just burn the whole forest to the ground." It was a radical idea, but if he were a politician in Dreammaker, he might suggest it to prevent the forest from expanding. Disrupting the ecosystem and killing animals would still be better than the complete destruction of the nation. I don't really have to do that for now. Burning down the forest would bring forth problems later. The forest provided materials needed for fuel, construction, and food. Woods made the ground fertile and gave sustenance to the ecosystems of the river and the sea. He could wish for only half of the forest to be burned, but that sounded unlikely. What if I chop it with the wakizashi? It might create sparks though, causing an explosion. Cutting it to small fragments will take too much time. What about throwing it to the river or burying it into the ground? No, we don't know what kind of effect the dragon stones have on monsters exactly. What a dragon stone even made of? Hikaru crouched down and observed the fragment. It was emitting a blue light. He looked around to see burnt fragments of the stone. He wondered if that was how dragon stones looked like after losing its power. He pinched a piece between his fingers. It's just a stone, an ordinary stone. I wonder if it'll return to being a dragon stone if I put mana into it. He folded his arms and racked his brains. Dragon stones come from dragons. After killing dragons, adventurers will, without exception, take the stone and sell it for a huge sum. These stones have the same use as spirit magic rocks, fuel for sorcery. Then what makes dragon stones different from spirit magic rocks? Then it hit him. I see. There is a difference. Spirit magic rocks contain mana related to spirit magic, while dragon stones contain evil mana. Hikaru searched his brain for any information, but found nothing noteworthy. No one knows how these stones are created exactly, but the stones here have a human touch to it. The answer was getting clear. These dragon stones are products of sorcery. Unlike spirit magic rocks which are found in the mountains, dragon stones are rocks containing evil mana created through sorcery. So if the mana's gone, it returns to a regular stone. I don't have to cause a huge explosion. Hikaru stood up and walked around the stone, thinking. He was back to square one. Something to remove mana. It can be anything. Maybe sprinkling salt over the stone would work, or using a magic item maybe. If only there's a way for me to suck the mana out of it. Wait a minute. Suck mana? I've done that in the past. Caddy Full Blood of Rising Fall, a rank A adventurers party, possessed a weapon called the Dragon Ball Staff. For certain reasons, Hikaru had to steal it. Drake was sealed inside the ball called a soul drainer, an item that sucked holy mana and converted it to regular mana. Normally, a soul drainer could only suck life force away, indicating that some sort of sorcery was probably incorporated into it. When Hikaru hit the soul drainer with the wakizashi, the weapon sucked the mana from it. He didn't know what kind of ability the wakizashi held, but it was worth trying now. Let's see, he muttered as he drew the wakizashi from its sheath. Stealth concealed the dense mana emitting from the weapon. Hikaru touched the dragon with the wakizashi's tip, and the light vanished in the blink of an eye. His mana detection saw the mana move towards the wakizashi, turning the dragon stone into an ordinary stone. What on earth is this wakizashi? Rather than being happy that he found a way to dispose of dragon stones easily, he was curious as to what kind of weapon the wakizashi was. It was either created by Otomasaki, a man from Japan, in Zubura, or it was derived from one of his creations. In any case, some complex sorcery was at work. Anyway, I should be glad disposing dragon stones is easier now. Why are we on standby? The citizens cheered us on too. My parents even cried. Understandable. You're joining an expedition where you could die. It's more dangerous in the forest than the trip to the west. Grusel's troops, although training and keeping an eye out every day, had been on standby for 3 days. Soldiers who had nothing better to do gathered around and was talking among themselves. Maybe Jin got cold feet? Hey, you got to address him properly. That dude's a company commander now. Well, you're calling him that dude too. There's no way Lord Grusel is chickening out. So I think someone is frantically trying to stop him. The other 2 company commanders are veterans, But not Jin. SSH. It's Jin. Jin was walking between tents. As a member of the expeditionary force, there was no hint of desperation in the way he strolled leisurely. Look at him. He looks like he has no care in the world. I heard a rumor that there are rebels lurking in our city. For real? Doesn't it make this mission odd? There's those guys from Primeval too. Something's fishy. Too fishy. I don't want to think that Jin is on the rebels' side. Hey, how's training going? Jin greeted casually, but deep inside, he was panicking. I knew it. They're frustrated. Look at those faces. They're like those scary drill sergeants who found deserters. Jin sped up his pace and barged into Grusel's tent. Lord Grusel, what's wrong? Is there news from Dreammaker? No, that's not it. Everyone seems to be frustrated by the standby order. I thought it might be a good idea to let them fight some monsters. Are you serious? The whole point of standing by is to prevent them from being injured. To preserve our strength. I understand, but those who don't know the circumstances don't know the point of this. If a distress call came from Dreammaker and you give orders to head back, they'll just get more confused. Grusel frowned deeper than usual. You have a point, but fighting monsters is out of the question. How about explaining the situation to them? No, there shouldn't be any traitors among them. But that also means telling them will only cause chaos and confusion. They are extremely loyal to our nation. They won't believe it right away if we told them someone's plotting a rebellion. All the more so when the traitors are the clan leaders themselves. That's true. Rather than explaining to them, we wait for an attack. Once they see that, they will take action. In other words, we have no choice but to wait. I suppose. He seemed to have thought this through. Jin thought as he folded his arms. Do you want to go scouting then? Grusel asked. What? Haven't you learned how to conceal your presence by going with Sir Silverface? Oh. No, not in the least bit. That guy possesses some ridiculous tech. It felt like he just disappeared once he entered the woods. Despite his appearance, Jin was a soldier selected to be a member of an elite troop. What he noticed in his trips with Hikaru was every time they split up, the masked boy cut his presence off. It felt like he vanished all of a sudden, and that made Jin's skin crawl. 5 days at the earliest, Grusel said. Before what, sir? Before the troops can't hold their frustrations any longer. They could last 10 days, though. 5 days is too soon, but they're trained soldiers. It's just a hunch. Your hunch is usually right. I'll keep an eye on them and think of something. Grusel's 4 points on instinct made him much more perceptive than the average person. Please do. I'll try to come up with something as well, the commander said. However, his hunch didn't always hit the mark. And it wasn't Grusel's men who were the most displeased about the current situation. It was Jin's. As such, Grusel didn't feel firsthand what the soldiers felt. The next day, the disappearance of a few soldiers came to light. How could this happen? They've betrayed His Majesty's trust, and they call themselves soldiers? Hearing the news, Grusel slammed his right arm on the table, splitting it in half. The 2 company commanders present pretended to act calm, but the man who gave the report turned pale as a sheet. After all, Grusel, a soldier renowned for his level-headedness, was fuming with rage. Return to your company and tell your platoon lead not to let the others know about this. Why yes, sir, the soldier said, then left in a hurry. With all due respect, Lord Grusel, I think it'll be difficult to keep this under wraps. If ever this breach of discipline is discovered, it'll affect the morale of the troops. I know that. Something feels wrong, Grusel thought. He lost his composure when he received word of the soldier's desertion, but he was aware that he wasn't as quick-tempered as to destroy a table. Yet before him was a table in half, a map hanging loosely on the edge, and an inkwell lying on the ground. Jin came running to the tent and shook his head, indicating that there was no news from Dreammaker. His face was pale. He probably already heard about the desertion. Soldiers deserting earlier than expected. My agitation. What is this indescribable uneasiness I feel? It felt like his worry was being stirred on purpose. Jin, you couldn't even keep an eye on your subordinates. One of the commanders rebuked. He let his promotion to company commander get to his head. The other added, his men must have noticed how conceited he became. Jin apologized, but anger filled his eyes. That's enough, Grussel said. Lord Grussel, you appointed Jin as commander. You share the responsibility as well. Such a shameful act is unacceptable for a soldier of the proud Dream-Maker army. Normally, they wouldn't snap at him like this. Their discontent must have piled up as well. Indeed, that was possible. But Grussel's instinct whispered something else. Don't you think it's strange? Grussel said. Strange? Are you trying to shift the blame? Do you really think I do something that's stupid? Grussel said, glaring at the two commanders. The wrath in his eyes stopped them from uttering another word. Sorry. I'm acting strange too, Grussel said. I'm trying to be calm, but I can't help but be angry. Don't you feel the same too? What should have been a little bit of anger is turning into burning rage. The men, Jin included, were taken aback. And now that I think about it, you're right. What's going on? I don't know. Even with their discontent, it's too early for soldiers who had undergone severe training to desert. Then all of a sudden, they heard shouts coming from outside. Grussel and the three men exchanged glances and stepped outside the tent. What is going on here? Soldiers were exchanging blows. Others tried to intervene. Yet the moment they got hit, they too went into a frenzy and struck back. Jin, go to the watchtower and get in touch with the ship. Don't stop until you get a response. Why yes, sir. We'll try to bring things under control. This is clearly unusual. But don't sound the alarm. It would only agitate the soldiers even more. Amidst the chaos, Jin dashed towards the watchtower, while Grussel and the two commanders moved to bring the situation under control. Indeed, something was happening. Lavia returned to the mansion late at night. As she was about to enter the room, a sound came from the next room and Paula appeared in her pajamas, sleepy and rubbing her eyes. Did you just return? Yeah. Sorry for waking you up. It's okay. But will you be alright doing this every night? I'm fine. I take naps anyway. Lavia stayed close to Paula during the day. The boredom while watching the healing sessions actually made her fall asleep. It might sound like nothing, but those hours of sleep were valuable to her for her nightly activities. Besides, the clans are gathering around, planning their revolt. If there's ever a time to vigilant, it's now. You're right. Can you manage? It'll be difficult. I really don't have time to deal with them. Lavia already checked the insurgent clans. She wanted to prioritize finding the accomplice now. But that wouldn't matter at all if a revolt broke out. I warned the king just in case, but he was already aware of it. Don't do anything reckless, okay? I'm worried about you and Hikaru-sama. Thanks. How's Drake doing? Oh, right. He was talking in his sleep today. I think he'll wake up soon. What did he say? I can't eat any more, Paula said in her best Drake impression. The girls burst into laughter. Then 4 knocks came at the door. It's the bodyguards. The men had decided on a knocking pattern to identify themselves. 16 people comprised the Flower Mask Goddess bodyguards. A group of men that Paula healed, and their number was growing every day. What's wrong? Paula asked. Lavia activated her stealth as they might think it odd that she was wearing casual outdoor attire this late at night. Only Paula answered the door with her mask on. Galaxon, a former soldier who vowed to devote his life to Paula, stood there. My lady, city, strange. Galaxon couldn't speak Paula's language, but he'd been learning at an incredible pace ever since he formed the group. What's wrong with the city? Galaxon pointed outside. Paula stepped out and saw a dimly lit night sky. A fire, she thought. What happened? Is there a fire? Soldiers, moving. It'll be difficult to understand each other. Galaxon. It's Starface. I look awful right now, so you'll have to excuse my hiding. Please tell us what's happening. Anything you know. Starface. I thought you can't speak our language. I learned it. Why you did? After Hikaru tweaked Lavia's soul board, the effect was immediate. Her ability to learn words and infer meaning from context rapidly improved. Not only that, she found the endeavor fun, which overall contributed to how fast she learned. We don't have enough info yet. We're still trying to find out what exactly is going on. If it was a normal fire, the firefighting team would be dispatched. But the situation seemed critical, so I came here to inform you. What about Grusel's subordinates? They're keeping an eye out, but they also don't know anything. What about Duinkler? All of a sudden, a loud explosion occurred at Duinkler's house located across the street. Flames and shouting filled the air. A revolt, Lavia immediately realized. If it were a monster, it would have started from outside. It's too soon. What could have caused this? Lavia was sure they still had a few more days. It had only been 5 days since the expedition squad left. The rebels' equipment shouldn't be ready yet. What Lavia didn't know was deserters returned to the city today. Despite receiving orders from His Majesty, the squad is simply idling around, the soldiers said in an agitated tone. This is a clear act of treason. Hearing their words, the clans thought of only one thing. Grusel betrayed us. The expedition force is waiting for the right timing to return and stop the coup. They had to act quickly. If Grusel was a double agent, that meant the king knew about their betrayal. Should they make a move or sit around and wait for their death? Should they choose the former, they would have to act as soon as possible. And that it was tonight. Sir Galaxon, please head to Duinkler's house to check if he's alright. But with a flower mask goddess. In the meantime, we'll get ready to escape. Flowerface is a healer. She can turn the tides of battle, so she'll be targeted for sure. Then all the more reason we can't leave her side. Duinkler is one of our few allies. His presence is important for the nation after the rebellion is quelled. Very well. But please allow 5 men to remain here, Galaxon said before he started running. More fire seemed to have broken out while they were talking. The usually quiet city was bathed in scarlet light. I'm ready. Let's go. When they moved into their new house, Hikaru said they might need to escape at some point, so they made sure to carry their valuables with them right away in case of an emergency. Lavia carried luggage on her back, while Paula carried Drake. The white draken seemed to be mumbling something in his sleep. As they made it out of the grounds, the 5 bodyguards out on the street looked shocked. Are you really escaping? One of them said. It's dangerous outside. If the enemy is firing from a distance, staying inside would only limit our movement. They'll probably set us ablaze. The darkness of the night is our friend. We should try to bring the situation under control. What are you planning on doing? The early bird gets the worm. Oh, the soldiers looked deeply impressed. Deep inside, however, Lavia was filled with frustration. Hikaru would have known of the enemy's movement sooner. After all that big talk of doing his job for him, I fell one step behind. From the info that Hikaru left her, she only needed to keep an eye out on a few people, but she spent days trying to obtain evidence and got nothing. Although, Hikaru himself didn't expect this revolt either. What is happening? Supported by a guard, a plump man came out of the burning house, coughing and bleeding from his forehead. He seemed to be in the middle of work as he was still wearing his casual clothes. Paula's bodyguards surrounded them. Sir Duinkler, Lady Starface, Flowerface, kindly heal him, Lavia said. Paula quickly cast her spell. In the meantime, Lavia explained the situation to Duinkler. The uprising has started. The ringleaders are, as she gave Duinkler the names. The man grimaced. I see. I never thought Ludend was on the enemy's side. Where did you get that information? Never mind. Now's not the time for that. Thank you for healing me, Flowerface. Yes, I forgot. I should have spoken in your language. Thank you once again. Duinkler said. Wait, you can speak our language, Lady Starface? Yes, I practiced. I don't think language is something you learn with just a bit of practice, Duinkler muttered as his eyes narrowed. Well, then, let us go. Go where? Where else? King Doriachi's place. Of course. Duinkler declared. If we manage to protect His Majesty, we win. If by any chance he dies, it doesn't matter if we annihilate the enemy. It'll be our loss. What happened? A fire. Why is the army moving? This should be a job for the firefighting team. Mom, it's noisy outside. Stay inside. Residents of Dreammaker had noticed the situation, but none of them went out on the streets. The lone city had strict guidelines in place that had to be followed in times of emergencies. A monster attack, a fire, a flood, or something else. Over 10 bell towers were located all over the city, the king's residence included. There were two kinds, and how they were ranked depended on what the emergency was. In case of a fire, the high-pitched bell was rung in short intervals. In case of a monster attack, a low-pitched bell would be rung once after the high-pitched one. In case of a completely helpless situation where the citizens needed to be evacuated, a low-pitched ringing would be sounded continuously. People were strongly encouraged to stay indoors until these bells rang to prevent chaos. Attacking this bell tower is a crime, an officer said, bleeding heavily. The rebel army had gained control of the bell tower located in the middle of the city, the one that relayed information to the other towers. You were a loyal man. But if the bell is rung, the city would fall into chaos. We don't want that. We want to shed as little blood as possible. Your death will be mourned. Have you gone mad? One swing from a sword and the officer breathed his last. The chief of the Environmental Sanitation Department gazed at his blood-soaked blade. It was remarkably quiet. The rebels had to move quick or else the bell would be rung. So they launched a surprise attack and killed the men instantly. The tip of his sword was shaking from the shock of killing a man. He had killed countless monsters before, but this was the first time he'd swung his blade at a human being. Dreammaker's army was formed to fight monsters to begin with. Only criminals had experience killing people. His military experience and constant training had made him a skilled swordsman. He was surprised at the shock he felt from killing a fellow human. Sir, there don't seem to be any survivors. Sir? A soldier asked, puzzled. As planned. Take control of the bell towers. The 50-year-old chief issued instructions to the soldier, one who changed sides and joined the rebel army. If soldiers whose affiliation can't be confirmed arrive, neutralize them. No questions asked. I will join the main troops. Understood. Take care, sir. Take care. Huh? With a once launching an attack. He thought. The chief nodded as he sheathed his sword, then stepped outside. Only the light of the moon illuminated the city. Flames rose in the distance, but otherwise it was a quiet night. As the chief hurried along, it felt like he was dreaming. The Environmental Sanitation Department chief had the least power among the 9 clans. Ludend, chief of the Sorcery Department, had the most power, and he was leading the revolt. So even if he voted against the uprising, it would still happen. As a result of his disagreement, he would definitely be snubbed later on during the reconstruction. And yet, he still voted against it. Is this really the right answer? Overthrow the king? No. There's no point in mincing words. We're going to kill the king. Do we really have to do this in order to get power? The finance department, holding almost the same power as the sorcery department, was managed by Duinkler. While the military chief, Grussel, didn't have any political power, he had the armed might. Luden despised Duinkler, who always put the king above anything else. He wanted to eliminate any influence Duinkler had after things died down. It almost felt like he was obsessed. What if I was chief of the sorcery department? Would I have been satisfied in the benefits? Or would I have caused a rebellion, craving for more? The sorcery department chief is respected even among the 9 clans. He had an effect and impact on a lot of people. The fact that many soldiers joined us in this uprising is proof of that. About 300 soldiers and 30 engineers joined them on their endeavor. With Grucel out of the city, bringing 200 elite soldiers with him, the rebels could kill the king in one night, and while the soldiers and citizens were confused, the establishment of a new administration would be announced. The die has been cast. It's too late to be thinking about these things. He could see the palace where the king lived ahead of him. Lu Den's troops should have secured all the side gates. Perhaps they had already stormed the palace. Then he heard a loud bang that seemed to reverberate to his very core. They're using blast cannons. By using both gunpowder and sorcery, blast cannons had much more power than regular artillery. These weapons were added to their arsenal, but he thought they would barely use it. The place with the strongest resistance should be the palace, but destroying it would cause unrest among the citizens, and later affect the government. It was the whole rebel army's will to end this as quietly as possible, so they're forced to a position to use blast cannons. The chief dashed at almost full speed. As he made it to the street that led to the palace, an unexpected scene greeted him. The rebel army gathered in front of the palace was in disarray. They were on the offensive, when a few people knocked them aside from behind and entered the palace. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "Duinkler, I'm glad you came." "Your Majesty, I'm so glad you're fine." Duinkler, surrounded by Paula's bodyguards, managed to break through enemy lines and enter the palace. He found Doriachi equipped with both weapon and armor. "Thank you, Duinkler. You knew this would happen, so you hid your men nearby." "I am humbled by your words, Your Majesty." Duinkler barely had any guards to help him when his house was attacked that he had to be rescued by Paula's bodyguards. As to why, he ordered his private forces, hired by him personally as he wasn't allowed to employ military personnel, to be on standby in a house near the palace. He ordered them to go to the palace immediately should anything unusual occurred. "Unfortunately, Your Majesty, I only have 30 men." "How many troops are there in the palace?" 100. "What?" Grucel too saw this coming and left them behind. "If we shut ourselves inside, we should last a few days with 100 men." He thought that far ahead. You two might not share the same ideals, but he's still a brilliant clan leader." "Of course. I'm still grateful for the men you sent." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The troops, Duinkler's men included, were positioned on all the side entrances and by walls that could be climbed over. "Your Majesty, please head inside." A soldier burst in, his face pale. "What's the matter?" "A blast cannon." Before he could finish his words, a blast echoed, accompanied by screams. Doriachi and Duinkler instinctively covered their heads and got down. Dust fell from the ceiling as the shock wave shook the building. "Lu Den, have you lost your mind?" Duinkler cried, his face a deep red. "Status report: many injured. We can't hold the front lines." Soldiers' voices were drifting from outside. "He's serious as well. He has to be if he wants to change this nation." "I am prepared, Duinkler. Death might come for." "No, Your Majesty. That will not happen." "Why not?" Doriachi looked confused. Duinkler sounded too confident. "The front lines will hold. I assure you. As long as they don't die an instant death, they will not stop fighting." News of the battle didn't reach Dolan until about an hour later. He was sleeping with his wife and children when a soldier's voice woke him by surprise. He then put shoes on and bolted out of the house in his pajamas, heading straight for the ship on the river. Despite running as fast as he could, he didn't run out of breath. After making it to the deck, he clung to the mast and scaled it at once without stopping. There was a huge mirror here, although it was useless in the dark. Instead he turned on a magic item that casted light and spread out a black cloth. It allowed him to cover and uncover the light, therefore sending a message in the distance. "Please notice it, please." Zuzan might be asleep, but there should be someone keeping watch there. The response came quick. Not even a minute had passed since Dolan sent the message. It seemed like a star blinking, but the flickering had a meaning. Beginning transmission. Beginning transmission. Beginning transmission. Beginning transmission. Relay message. We have an emergency. Bring the troops back at once. Roger. Who's the enemy? The rebel army. Roger. Good luck. Zuzan was a quiet guy, but a transmission like this was no problem. As soon as the transmission ended, Dolan leapt down the mast. The young soldier who delivered the news to him rushed to his side. Are you done, sir? Yes. Let's go. We have work to do. Dolan put on the protector that the soldier brought for him and took a weapon. We will protect the king. There was no one else on the ship. They started running towards the field of battle, the palace. A deadly battle was unfolding in the palace. Blast cannon. Second round. Fire. The artillery spit out fire as Ludend, chief of the sorcery department, gave the order. Shells hit the soldiers deployed in front of the palace, scattering them. What? But new soldiers replaced them, carrying huge shields. A crossbow fired from behind them hit a few members of the rebel army. What is wrong with them? How are they not scared of a blast cannon? Sir Ludend. When the environmental sanitation chief arrived, out of breath, Luden clicked his tongue in disgust. Did you finish your job? Luden asked. Yes. We have the bell towers under control. I thought the blast cannons would be our last resort. Duinkler is still alive. What? He found a way to escape and is now holed up inside the palace, so I'm firing the blast cannon at them. But Ludend was letting his personal grudge get to him. The sanitation chief had no idea what to say to him. Forget that. We have a problem, Ludend said. Men in their right minds would normally scatter in all directions if a blast cannon was fired into them. Yet they're still blocking the way. The chief looked at the troops in front of the palace. They seemed organized, but something was off. Sir Ludend, why are they covered in blood? Because they're wounded from fighting. For someone wounded, they seem to be quick. What are you trying to say? Ludend raised his voice high, not even bothering to hide his frustration. The sanitation chief had served in the army before, while Ludend avoided conscription by studying sorcery. He was made fun of countless times in the past, people calling him a coward who'd never been in the army. He developed an inferiority complex from it as a result. So words that implied that he didn't know anything about being a soldier pissed him off. I believe they have a healer on their side. I heard they could restore a lost arm and even bring the dead back to life. Bring back the dead? That's ridiculous. Otherwise, I doubt they'll calmly throw their bodies like that. Would you stand in front of a blast cannon? It goes without saying, but healing magic can't bring the dead back to life. But they didn't know that. Then what do you suggest we do? We can't do anything if they can just come back to life. Mana is a limited resource. We just have to keep on the defensive until they run out of mana. Once they can't use healing magic anymore, we force our way through all at once. Ludend pondered the suggestion over. That better be true. If not, there will be consequences. My life is at stake here. We must succeed. Very well. I'll believe you, Ludend said, regaining his composure. Paula healed every injured person brought to her. It's strange. I don't feel tired at all. After they arrived in Dreammaker, Paula had been using her healing magic every day. At first, it was exhausting, but it gradually became easier. Soulboard Paula Noro, age, 18, rank, 18-4. Magical power mana 7. Magic principle 1. Agility, stealth, life obfuscation 2. Mana obfuscation 2. Imperceptibility 2. Willpower, faith, holy 4. Healing magic 8. Support magic 1. Before she knew it, her mana had gone up and she awakened her magic principle stat. Hikaru guessed that this skill reduced the amount of mana consumed when casting spells. Paula was healing the injured in the palace's reception room at the moment. If worse comes to worst, she could use her stealth to escape. My lady, dangerous here. You escape. Galaxon said. I appreciate the concern, but I can't do that. As long as Lord Silverface is still fighting, running away is not an option. If someone other than Doriachi seized control of Dreammaker, Hikaru's party might not be able to secure a ship to take them home. Paula and Lavia then decided to completely crush the rebel army if they ever showed up. Then please rest. No rest, too much. Strangely enough, I feel fine even without breaks. Please keep on bringing the injured to me. The only people here that could understand Paula were Duinkler and Galaxon. Duinkler was by Doriachi's side, assuming command of the whole troops. Although frustrating, Galaxon had no choice but to be the translator. The soldiers were ecstatic the moment they received word that Duinkler arrived with a healer. Ooh, now we can fight as many times as we want. We got this. I can take a lot of enemies down with me. Man, this is great. We can use our bodies as shields against the blast cannon. Duinkler and Paula managed to enter the palace safely after coming from behind the enemy and causing confusion. Immediately after, however, the enemy brought out the blast cannon. Paula's blood froze as the shell landed nearby. Despite the dire circumstances, the soldiers were filled with joy after learning of Paula's arrival and declared they would block the blast cannon attacks themselves. It showed just how much word of Paula's healing had spread among the soldiers. They even felt enticed to join the flower-masked goddess bodyguards, a group of men released from active duty due to injuries. Paula warned them not to die instantly. Of course, but whether they understood was doubtful. Keep them coming. I'll heal them all, Paula declared in a reassuring tone. As Paula went all out in using her healing magic, the rebel army's attacks became more relentless. It took 10 minutes to reload the blast cannon, and as it was reloaded, they fired it immediately. It was dark in the city of Dreammaker, with no streetlights and late-night stores that could provide some sort of illumination. Wrapped in darkness and silence, the sound of explosions echoed throughout the city. We got a seriously wounded over here. Move it. His belly is ripped open. Take him to the goddess. Quick. Hey, they're charging in. Hurry up and take his place. Frantically casting her spells, Paula could tell that the enemy were beginning to attack without a care in the world. As soon as the cannon was reloaded, they fired it straight away from behind even though their comrades were charging in. Most of the king's forces were gathered in front of the palace for defense, but even their number was limited. Can't you do anything about the blast cannon? We're doing our best. Damn it. Push them back even if it costs you your lives. Don't let them get close to the goddess. The shells not only blew away their armor, but also their weapons. Finding them in the dark was not an option, so some snatched weapons from fallen enemies instead. I'm sure it'll be fine, Paula thought as she continued healing the injured. Lavia-chan will do something about that cannon. Away from the battlefield, on the main street, a unit was preparing their portable desk and workbench. Prepare for the next reload. We're working on it, but you're going too fast. Mixing chemicals take time. We won't be able to keep up. Just do it. Our comrades are dying out there. Didn't you say you're only going to use the blast cannon to scare them? And even if you did fire it, you'd only do it once. Circumstances have changed. Just follow Lord Luden's orders. Yeah. I said we're working on it. Please don't rush us. One mistake in the mixing and this whole place will blow up. Men were creating blasting powder behind the rebel army. A magic weapon, the blast cannon used both gunpowder and sorcery for more attack power. But applying sorcery to gunpowder was a difficult task, and one of its drawbacks was that it couldn't be pre-made. The blast cannons equipped on the warships were different. Since those were mostly used for expeditions, they made it so creating the blast powder for them was easier. Loading blast cannons on a cart and turning it into a mobile weapon was something they'd never thought about before. That's why even though there were 30 engineers, only one of the 6 blast cannons actually worked. The other 5 were simply for display, yet these were still real cannons. So engineers had to accompany them. How many shells do we have left? The operator sighed as he asked his colleague. Hearing the possibility of the place blowing up, the man in charge left, his face pale. 30. More than enough. I guess the problem is the catalyst. We'll have to use less. Are we even going to use all of them? What if we run out and they need to fire more shells? We'll get an earful for sure. You're right. Looks like the mixing is done. Let's do a final check. Times like this, you gotta stay calm. The operator let go of the catalyst and strode towards the engineer doing the mixing. None of the engineers noticed the figure blending in the darkness right beside them. Mixing chemicals outdoors. Working in the dark. Starting a coup that could change history. These men were trying to stay calm, but they couldn't deny feeling restless. He said they didn't have much catalyst. Lavia came out of the dark, carrying a bag with Drake inside. Slowly and quietly, Lavia approached the bag containing the catalyst. It was smaller than Drake, so she should be able to carry it on her own. On a workbench about 5 meters away, engineers were weighing compounds and mixing them in solvents, checking their color. Now was Lavia's chance to steal the catalyst. Hey! Lavia pulled her hand back in a hurry. Is the mixing not done yet? Just doing final checks. As you can see. Bring it here quick. Okay, let's go. The engineers carried the bowl containing blasting powder cautiously. Then one of them noticed something. I left a bag of catalyst here. Where'd it go? Hurry up. Lord Ludend is waiting. Why yes, sir. It wouldn't be until 5 minutes later when they realized that the bag was gone. Almost gave me a heart attack. Lavia was panting hard. In 5 minutes, Lavia would have made it quite far. Yet she sank down on a back alley, the bag of catalyst with her. She pulled her hand back from surprise earlier, but as soon as she realized it wasn't her that the man called, she took the bag and escaped. Does Hikaru do this all the time? It's too much for the heart. Hikaru always returned late at night when out on his stealth missions. Because of that, he would wake up late, shortening the time that Lavia could be with him. She'd never complained about it, but it did make her feel sad. I should be much nicer to him, Lavia decided. With this, they shouldn't be able to use the blast cannon anymore. I think. I just followed what Hikaru said. Cast and fire magic while hidden with stealth, rendering all their materials useless would be much easier for Lavia. But Hikaru said something before he left. If the rebel army brings out blast cannons, snatch any of the 3 things that'll make them useless, the catalyst, gunpowder, or shells. If you can do it, that is. Lavia followed his instructions. He already knew what would happen. He really is incredible. While the attack happened earlier than expected, the situation developed according to what Hikaru said. All I have to do now is wait here. All of a sudden, she felt the bag on her back move. Drake. Lavia quickly put the bag on the ground. Drake rubbed his eyes with his forefeet. His drowsy eyes snapped open. Where am I? I feel something really bad. What? They're coming. Drake's awakening was sudden. And so were his words. Can you dig a hole? A very big one. Wait a second. Calm down. What's wrong? Well, his stomach growled. First, I need something to eat. The blast cannon is unusable. I am sorry, sir. The crucial catalyst had gone missing. Men were heading to the warehouse to fetch some, but it would take at least 2 hours before they returned. Why you? The rage building up inside Ludend prevented him from finishing his words. He wanted to kick the lead engineer and the person in charge, both prostrated on the ground, really badly. Sir, we should think of another plan, the environmental sanitation chief said. I know that, Ludend replied, realizing this wasn't the time to get angry. Dawn will be breaking 2 hours from now. Yes, it'll be brighter then. The citizens will see the uproar for what it really is. The army's main force was out on an expedition. All that was left were the rebel army and the guards in the palace. The enemy shouldn't grow in number, but there were also police and firefighters in the city, brawny men and experienced fighters, who would no doubt join the king's side. If that happened, the rebels would be at a disadvantage. No matter how much time we spent in coming up with our plan, how well thought out it is, in the end we'll have to rely on brute force. It would seem that way. Gather all the men attacking the side gates to the front. Make sure the enemy doesn't find out. And Chief, Bring those guys here. What? I understand. The environmental sanitation chief sprung into action. I've never seen Sir Luden so furious before. He thought. He was calm, cool, and collected. To top it off, he was also crafty, gloomy, and dismal. Something felt odd, but the environmental sanitation chief attributed it to the fact that it was an unusual night. It wouldn't be long until the soldiers' adrenaline rush ended and they started feeling weary and losing focus. So we have to use anything we can. We should have gained control of the palace hours ago. They never expected there to be that many troops inside the palace. They thought they could keep the healer in check. They were forced to use the blast cannon, but they never even considered that it became inoperable. A lot of things were backfiring. There was no doubt that someone leaked information. But they didn't tell Grussel anything important. Maybe there's a traitor among us. No, if that's the case, our plan would have been discovered earlier. Someone got intel on us? But who? He had no time to think about it now. We just have to do whatever we can. We're at the crossroads of life and death, the chief thought as he was running under the light of the stars. Doriachi was in the audience chamber located deep inside the palace, with Duinkler by his side in his battered state. Soldiers stood guard there at first, but were sent away as there was no point in them staying. Duinkler, the bombardment seems to have stopped. Yes, perhaps they can't use the blast cannon anymore. That can't be right, Doriachi thought. Ludend was the head of the sorcery department. A man expert in sorcery, he could easily bring several blast cannons with him. Judging by his character, he would definitely prepare plenty of spare ammunition. But the king thought refuting what Duinkler said was pointless. It was a fact that the cannons stopped firing, for reasons unknown. Can our troops fight? You can rest assured, Your Majesty. The healer is doing their best, so we should be able to hold until morning. The chances of that are now higher without their blast cannon. Duinkler thought the same thing as Ludend. While relieved, Doriachi was frustrated that he couldn't fight in the front lines. Save for a few extreme cases, a large-scale battle like this only ever happened against monsters. This was the first time fellow countrymen were killing each other. What's more, the enemy's target was him. He couldn't help but tap his foot in frustration. Your Majesty. Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to be losing my composure. I feel the same. I've been thinking about that for a while now. It did look like you were deep in thought. What's the matter? Duinkler was pretty much clueless about tactics and strategies. That's why he refrained from fighting with the guards. He would only get in the way. Doriachi thought the plump man was silent because of that. But that wasn't the case. It feels like someone is interfering with my thoughts. What? Unreasonable fear, pointlessly stirring up emotions before you know it. You've resorted to drastic measures. Doesn't it feel that way? Now that he mentioned it, he could be right, Doriachi thought. Indeed, he was frustrated for not being able to fight, but a king fighting in the front line was a foolish idea in the first place. He only needed to remain calm to realize that. You might be right. What's the cause? A magic item? I've never heard of a magic item that can do that. Perhaps Ludend invented one, but he himself seems to be acting hasty as well. He's firing the blast cannon non-stop. It doesn't make sense to me. You're saying Ludend is being affected too? I don't know. I've been thinking about it, but I just have no idea. As the two exchanged glances, a soldier came running from the front of the palace. Your Majesty. Lord Duinkler. It's the rebels. What's wrong? They took the guests from Primeval as hostages. Duinkler went to the entrance of the palace as Doriachi's representative. What awaited him was a horrible scene unlike anything he'd ever imagined. Holes in the ground, broken stone steps, fallen roofs, and holes on the walls. The darkness made it difficult to see, but he could make out the blood splattered everywhere, although barely. The guards, bloody and covered in mud, still held their ground, partially destroyed shields in their hands. Tears welled up into Duinkler's eyes as he watched the men. Ludend. Dewinkler shouted. Ludend hurting these loyal and devoted guards made Dewinkler burn with rage. He thought maybe it was just his emotions being stirred, but he knew this anger was his. It's what he truly felt. You finally showed up, someone who hides behind the safety of his soldiers, using them as shields, is not fit to be a clan leader. Soldiers on the other side formed a line about 30 meters away. A magic lamp shone light from behind them, outlining Ludend's dark silhouette. About 10 people were on the ground behind him. From their different skin and hair color, Dewinkler knew right away that they were the healer and knights from Virushin. Gore stood beside them nonchalantly. What is the meaning of this? You invited us for training. Luke Landon exclaimed in anger, but Gore ignored him. Gore was on Ludend's side from the start. He detained Luke's company, thinking he could use them somehow, by inviting them to training. Dewinkler, Ludend said, tell the healer inside that if they don't come out, we will kill all the guests from Primeval right here. You're in there, aren't you, healer? If you don't come out, your friends are dead. Gore's voice reached Paula, who was busy healing the injured inside. When she heard the word friend, the first person that came to her mind was Lavia. Paula thought that perhaps she made a mistake while she was trying to disable the blast cannon and got captured. I have to go. My lady, you can't go. Galaxon reached out his hand, but Paula was faster. As Gore suspected, she wasn't that far from the field of battle. The light from the magic light soon shone in her eyes. Wait. It wasn't Lavia who was captured, but Luke and his company. Paula felt relief, but it was still a dire situation all the same. As people she knew a little, she couldn't just sit back and watch them die. Hikaru and the girls didn't expect Luke and the others to be used as hostages. After all, their death would strain diplomatic relations with Virushin. Yet here they are, using them as hostages. Does this mean they've been really cornered worse than what we anticipated? Or is there some other reason? She racked her brains, but couldn't come up with anything. Bring her back inside, Dewinkler yelled. We will come up with the terms, Ludend said. Although confused, Paula's bodyguards positioned themselves as though to protect her. Steeling herself, she walked forward. I'm sure Hikaru-sama doesn't want them to die here either. Paula was starting to think, what would Hikaru do? Ludend smiled as she approached, though it was Gore who spoke in his stead. If you come here, we'll ensure your safety. Anyone who follows you will be guaranteed safe as well. You men have nothing to do with this battle, but if you wish to side with Dewinkler, the lives of the hostages are forfeit. Gore placed a blade on Luke Landon's shoulder. Masked healer Dewinkler said, wearing a distressed expression. We want you on our side at any cost. This nation needs a king. What they're doing is wrong. Very bad. Dewinkler clenched his fist in frustration. I should have studied the language more. I can't convey what I want to say properly. Where's Dina when you need her? He said bitterly. Unfortunately, among the people present, only Dewinkler could speak Paula's language fluently enough. If I stay here, it'll turn into a battle of attrition. Who will win, we won't know. But that means Luke and his men will die, Paula thought. If I go, me and the bodyguards will be safe, but the king will be killed and the nation will change. What would Hikaru want? The answer was simple. Hikaru already discussed it beforehand. Either way is not good. It wasn't as though Hikaru considered a situation in which either the king or Luke would be killed. He just wanted to save as many lives as possible. That is also why Lavia went to disable the blast cannon. The weapon could kill many people in one shot, and the catalyst used for it was rare and had other uses. What do I do? What do I do? As Paula's gaze wandered around the place, she noticed someone on top of the palace wall, seemingly blending in with the darkness, yet showing glimpses of their silver mask. Lavia-chan. Lavia used her right forefinger to draw circles in the air. A circle? What does that mean? Paula was confused. This time, Lavia pointed her finger to the sky and slowly turned it horizontally. What? The stars? Stars going down? Ah. You mean time? You want me to buy time? She couldn't confirm it. Paula believed Lavia was smarter than her, so she decided to follow her instruction. I have a few questions. Paula started. Lavia nodded and disappeared into the darkness. Paula actually guessed right. Lavia wanted her to buy time. Except, Lavia drew circles to denote the hands of a clock, and pointing her finger from up to down meant the rising and setting of the sun. Paula didn't get that, but it worked out in the end. Questions? Gore looked suspicious. He turned to Ludend. Fine, go ahead, he said. First, what do you mean by my safety will be guaranteed? You'll leave the battlefield, but we will have a few men watch you. I believe that works. I healed the guards. You won't charge me for that crime? Of course not. In fact, we want you to heal every injured person once this is all over. We won't hurt you. Well, I have quite a lot of bodyguards. How many are there? Right now, I believe about 16. 16? That's a lot. Gore talked to Ludend once more. The chief nodded with a sullen look. That's fine. On two conditions: they will be disarmed, and Galaxon the Hundredman will have his hands tied with a rope. Hundredman? He had such an alias? Paula thought, eyeing Galaxon, a thing of the past. Galaxon said, sounding embarrassed, "Do you have any other questions?" "Yes." "Really?" "Shoot." Paula had no idea what to say. She couldn't come up with anything that would buy more time. "Well, talk. You see." "Wait a minute. Open a path for me. I can't get through otherwise." "Very well." Gore asked for Ludend's opinion. The chief once again nodded with the same expression. There seemed to be a lot of soldiers crammed on their side. As Gore gave the instruction, they all started moving in droves. It looked like it would take some time. "Lady Healer, you will not help us?" Duinkler asked. That's not it. I'm just buying time." "Buy time? I see. Wait for sunrise." "Wait for sunrise?" "Really?" Paula wasn't sure. "Please tell them I'm just going back inside to get my things." Paula left running. "Wait, Lady Healer. Is this okay?" "I don't know. What do I do, Hikaru-sama?" 15 minutes had passed since Paula went back inside the palace. "Where is she?" All the soldiers had moved aside and the path was ready for the healer, but she hadn't come back yet. "Gore, kill one of the hostages." "Are you sure about that, sir?" "That might make them harder to cooperate." "We're racing against time. As long as the healer is out of the way, we can force our way through in just 30 minutes. "You're right. Then." Gore drew his sword and thrust it at Luke Landon. "You're not a warrior," Luke said. "Taking people hostage through sneak attacks is that this country's way of doing things? This will be a turning point in history. Sacrifices are necessary for change. Now die." Gore swung his sword downwards. "Please wait. Don't do it." Paula appeared. She was actually watching the situation from the shadows, waiting until the last second before coming out. "There you are," Gore said. "Consider yourself lucky," he added, this time directed at Luke. The sword's tip had sliced a few strands of Luke's hair before it stopped. Luke gazed at Paula, grinding his teeth in frustration, as though clenching at his inability to do anything. "Come here quick, healer. I still have some questions." "We've had enough of your questions." Paula gave a start as Gore raised his sword once more. "No, I can't buy any more time. What do I do?" "Lavia-chan." Paula's gaze darted around, but she couldn't find Lavia. "Thank you for everything you've done, Lady Healer." Duinkler bowed deeply. Galaxon and the bodyguards and the soldiers all looked surprised. "Even now, you are trying to do everything you can." "We are grateful for that," Duinkler said. Duinkler, who was known as a vindictive man. "But from here on, it's our nation's problem." "Please go." Paula realized there was nothing more she could do. "Thank you, healer. You saved me a number of times. We were able to make it this far because of you." The soldiers expressed their gratitude one by one and bowed as well. "My lady." Urged by Galaxon, Paula started walking. Surrounded by bowing men, it looked like she was a priest. and the soldiers were devotees opening up a path for her. Don't show weakness. Stay strong. All I can do now is give them courage. She was exhausted. Her grey robe was covered in blood. Still, she walked with her head held high, eyes in front and holding back tears. She looked like a spiritual person walking on a difficult path of religion. Hikaru watched her blankly with mouth wide open. As she approached him, he cleared a path for her. Paula walked the battlefield, passing right by the middle. Under the quiet, dark night, only Paula and 16 warriors trudged slowly. It was then that Paula spotted Lavia on top of a roof beyond the palace walls. Drake was on top of her head. Drake is awake. Lavia raised both her hands as though telling her not to stop. What? Really? But I don't know how I can buy any more time. Paula stopped in her tracks. Everyone stared at her, wondering what was happening. She didn't even know what to do at this point. I have to say something, she thought. A bell rang. 4 successive low-pitched tolls from the bell tower. I've never heard of this outside of drills. Galaxon muttered in shock. It's an emergency evacuation of all citizens. The tolling came from the bell tower in the middle of the city. It was already captured, and there should be 2 soldiers on the lookout. Hey, what's going on? Using the bells was not part of the plan. Let's check anyway. The soldiers climbed the stairs up the tower carefully. Watchers on the other towers were arguing as well. Maybe the soldiers on the king's side are ringing it to cause confusion, but it's coming from the central bell tower. It's the first one he captured. If they took it back, then that means we've lost. We lost? We don't know yet. That's why we're discussing it. A captured guard watched the confused rebel army with cold eyes. He was on night watch duty alone, but he was suddenly tied up as he was taking a nap. They didn't kill him, and was now just sitting on the floor. I suggest you use your brains, the captured guard said. Then you should be able to see the truth. What? Something terrible is happening. Something horrifying that you would have no choice but to stop this stupid revolt. The rebels froze in terror. What do you mean something horrifying? Who knows? But if my mates regained control of the tower, they wouldn't sound the emergency evacuation alarm. They would instead gather at the palace immediately. That may be true. Besides, the fact that we can hear the bell all the way here means the citizens will move. The soldier ran outside as he realized that lights were already on in many houses. Some were already aware of the unusual situation, while some were just awakened by the bell. What's going? An evacuation signal. Let's get out of here. There was nothing the rebels could do now. Their plan to immediately seize control of the palace had failed. What now? We can ring the bell to correct the mistake. Either the citizens will calm down, or it'll only make things worse. The soldier beside him sank down on the floor. Hey, what's wrong? Don't give up now. If we don't fix this, we won't have a future ahead of us. Oh, over there. They were in the northernmost bell tower. A street stretched out from there, and their city walls could be seen towering to the north. The other soldier stared in the same direction with his mouth wide open. The sudden confusion and the sound of the bell from afar made it difficult to hear. But if one listened carefully, they would hear the tremors. The earth rumbled. Something was coming from the north. Under the dark night sky, the soldiers saw the upper body of the creature that caused panic in the city a few days ago, the Yama monkey. And there were a number of them. Well, what happened? The tied-up guard asked, wearing a dubious look on his face. The rebels were as white as a sheet. Hey, calm down. Then he himself turned pale when one of them pulled out a knife and approached him. He thought he'd get stabbed. The man swung the knife and cut the rope tying the guard. The rebels bowed. Please ring the bell. Sound the emergency evacuation. What? The ground shook. The guard was completely oblivious of the situation. Quick or this country is done for. Ring the bell? Hurry up. Fine. I get it. Sheesh. The guard stood up, a knife pointed at his side. As he climbed the ladder up to the bell, He glanced at the direction of the wall. Huh? What's that? A monster? Oh, shit. That is horrifying. All right. He moved faster, grabbed onto the bell, and rang it frantically. Paula stood still in the middle of the battlefield illuminated by magic lamps. Everyone was startled by the sudden ringing of the bell. What in the world is going on? Ludend exclaimed. I have no idea, the environmental sanitation chief said, his face growing pale. I'm sure we seized control of the central bell tower. Well, it's ringing right now. Hurry up and take it back. Why yes, sir. It's too late. Gore said. The bell has been rung. The citizens will move. I know. Yes. You know that. Then there's only one thing left to do. What? Seize control of the palace as quickly as possible. We don't have time to deal with the hostages now. If there's a better time to fire the blast cannon, it's now. Even though the catalyst was gone, the engineers still managed to gather enough materials for one shot, which they had been saving. Luden turned his gaze to the healer surrounded by 16 men. Kill everyone including the healer. Huh? Luden muttered. If she's gone, the enemy's morale will drop immediately. It's a shame we can't heal everyone after this, but controlling the palace is our utmost priority. She's not even fighting back. Chief Ludend, weren't you prepared to sacrifice everything for this uprising? Why are you hesitating now? Gore rebuked. Ludend raised his head. Bring out the blast cannon. Paula stood still, but the enemy didn't say a word. Huh? Can I just stay here like this? She wondered, shooting a glance at Galaxon. The man simply shrugged. My lady, look. A blast cannon appeared in front of them. Huh? What? I thought Lavia-chan disabled that. Why is it here? A bluff? Wait. It's aiming. The cannon leveled, aimed at its target. At me. Paula froze. It felt as though her fear had materialized and pinned her on the spot. My lady, run. You gotta move. Protect her. The bodyguards seemed to be saying something, but Paula couldn't process their words. She didn't even know the language in the first place. Even if she started running now, she wouldn't be able to outrun the shell. They won't shoot me, will they? Her wishful thinking would be shattered to pieces. The rebels standing beside the gunner covered their ears. Oh! The blast cannon lit up, followed by a thunderous boom. The cannonball flew straight at her. No! It barely missed her and hit an empty ground. Did they mess up the aim? No. Someone tackled the artillery from the side. Why didn't you hold him down? After tackling the cannon, the shockwave knocked the man back, breaking his shoulder and arms. Even lying on the ground, Luke Landon smiled. Don't you underestimate us knights. Protect the healer, Duinkler shouted. They just tried to kill her. The palace guards readied their weapons all at once and charged. But there was one person who moved faster than everyone else. Ludend. Did you aim that blast cannon at this lady? Answer me. Galaxon closed the distance between him and the enemy in the blink of an eye. One swing from his sword decapitated two gunners, blood gushing out of their necks like a fountain. Ludend yelped. Protect me. Galaxon, his eyes bloodshot, found Luden behind a number of soldiers holding shields. He kicked them aside, thrusting his sword between the smallest gaps. The line of defense collapsed in no time. Palace guards came charging in. Up until now, they'd done nothing but stay on the defensive, protecting the palace walls, but now they were fighting back, causing confusion among the rebels. Paula was unable to keep up with what is happening ever since the bell rang. Protected by the furious 15 bodyguards, all she could do was watch in stunned silence as the guards passed by her. The bodyguards were furious as well after the enemy tried to hurt her. The captain's way too scary. We'll only get in his way. I hear you. Heck, I think he already forgot he's supposed to protect the goddess. Knowing how terrifying Galaxon was, the men chose to stay and protect Paula instead. Ludend. Galaxon screamed as he brandished his sword. As soon as his sword became dull, he took his enemy's sword, swung it around, and once it dulled again, he picked up another one. He was like a god of death wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Duinkler's quick judgment was splendid as well. He knew Galaxin was a famous soldier, but he thought the man would act solely as Paula's bodyguard. But the enemy made a mistake by attacking the healer out of all people. It was plain as day that Galaxin would go berserk. As his alias suggested, Galaxin had the strength of 100 men. With the difference in power now gone, they now had the overwhelming advantage. Anticipating all this, Duinkler ordered the palace guards to attack. He barely had any experience in commanding troops in battle, but he knew when the critical moment was. A fight would be decided upon the actions of the men. This applied to both war and politics. Victory is ours. Snorting in satisfaction, Duinkler turned around to report to Doriachi. When his feet stopped. WHWH, what is that? By this time, they could be seen from the palace, giants towering in the night sky, closing in on the city walls. At the same time, Paula also noticed the monkey. It was then that she realized that the low-pitched ringing of the bell wasn't a warning of a monster attack, but a signal for an evacuation. Everyone, this is not the time to fight, Paula yelled. But the men fighting didn't hear her, Galaxin included. What's wrong, my lady? One bodyguard asked. Please stop the fighting. There are other things we have to worry about. Ha ha ha. It's fine. I'm sure the goddess is just feeling emotional after being targeted. I see. Rest assured, my lady. Captain Galaxin will take care of all the bad guys. Why are you smiling? Look over there. Paula pointed at the city wall. The bodyguards finally turned their heads to the direction she was pointing at. What the hell is that? Monsters attacking. Ring the bell. Someone already did. So the bell ringing was for this? No matter how much they raised their voice, the ones fighting were in too much frenzy to stop. In such a case, instruments would be used to issue instructions, but the bodyguards didn't know where the gongs or drums were kept, and the rebels' instruments were on the other side of the battlefield. Please stop fighting! Paula screamed at the top of her lungs. Then, an explosion occurred in the night sky. Light poured down. Her ears were ringing. The sound was so loud that everyone stopped fighting and looked up. Then another fireball appeared and flew straight toward the northern sky. Lavia-chan. Paula muttered in a whisper that no one heard. Paula spotted a black silhouette on the roof that vanished into the darkness the next instant. The effect of Lavia's fire magic was remarkable. As the soldiers followed the fireball and turned their gaze northward, they noticed the head of the monkey over the wall. Some couldn't see it because of buildings blocking their view, but a few people seeing it was enough. Monkey, they're coming. A lot of them. What? What did you say? I can't hear. Emergency evacuation. Emergency evacuation. Run. Stop fighting. Now. As confused as the soldiers were, so was Ludend. He was retreating from Galaxin, who was coming at him with a ghastly expression on his face, when he spotted the monkey from the alleyway. This can't be. Forget overthrowing the monarchy. The nation is in danger. What do we do? The sanitation chief asked, his face pale, clearly shaken. There was always a possibility of the revolt ending in failure. Everyone was prepared to receive the death sentence if ever that happened. But perishing in the hands of monsters was not what they expected. Evacuation is our only option. What's going on? Where's Gore? I lost sight of him. Useless piece of then we. Ludend paused. A figure clad in black and wearing a silver mask stood before him. A mask with star engravings. Why, you're a friend of Silverface. You know now's not the time to panic. You can speak our language. Both Ludend and the chief of sanitation were surprised. I need you guys to hold the monsters back while the citizens evacuate. That's impossible. There's no way that we and the guards can cooperate amidst the chaos. Besides, we don't stand a chance against the monkey with our current equipment. Of course you can. How can you be so sure? Starface dropped a bag on the ground. The catalyst? I see. You stole it. We needed to prevent as many casualties as possible. What does that? Wait a minute. You sound like you knew the monsters were coming. We considered the possibility. I've already informed the guards, so good luck. Wait. What are you going to do? Starface, who was about to disappear into the darkness, stopped. Prepare to evacuate all citizens. Evacuate? Where will they go? Somewhere far, far away, she said. Ludend noticed white fur wrapped around her neck. I was wondering what was gonna happen when you just exploded in rage. Paula said. I apologize. Galaxon replied, dejected. He quickly retreated as soon as he saw the monkey, his body covered in blood from his victims. Paula, however, was not looking at Galaxon. She was helping up Luke Landon, the man who tackled the blast cannon earlier to change the shell's trajectory. Thank you, the knight said. I should be the one saying that. Thank you for saving me. The enemy may have attacked me by surprise. I may be unable to move, but I'm still a knight. I just did what I had to do. The rebels had already pulled back, allowing the bodyguards to untie the hostages. Finally, Paula stood up and looked at Galaxon. I appreciate you getting angry that I was attacked. But you can't just charge in like that. Paula said. I understand. I'll heal enemies who are still breathing, so please lend me a hand. What? The language barrier was still there, and even though Galaxon could only understand less than half of what Paula was saying, he knew she meant she would heal the rebels. Are you serious? They tried to attack you. I don't understand what you're saying. I think he's asking why you're helping the enemy. Luke said. Incredible. You can understand what he's saying? Based on the flow of the conversation, it's the only thing he would say right now. He said, seemingly exasperated. Paula gave a strained laugh. I know it's strange, helping people who tried to kill me, but it's something I have to do. Gather as much force as possible to buy time for the citizens to escape. Is that it? Yes. You do that even though we have nothing to do with this country? Yes, I would. It's what Hikaru-sama wants, she thought, though she didn't say it out loud. I want to save as many lives as possible. She addressed those around her. Let us all overcome this adversity. No one understood what she really said, but the nuance and resolve went through to them. They all nodded. Fine. We'll help as well. Luke said. Father, you should go somewhere safe. I'll assign 2 men to guard you. I cannot do that. The Virushin priest said. If you're fighting, you will need someone to heal your wounds. Though my abilities may not be as powerful as the masked healer, are you sure about this? It'll be extremely dangerous. I came here fully prepared of the risks. Thank you. Paula said, bowing deeply. You're also affiliated with the church, yes? Someone of your skill should be well known, but I haven't heard of you. No. I will refrain from prying. Now is the time to face the adversity before us. Isn't that right? Paula nodded. While they were talking, the bodyguards brought the wounded, both palace guards and rebels. Let us split the work between us. The priest said. Yes, let's do that. Father, half of our team will remain here, while the other half will go to scout the walls. Luke said. We'll do that as well. Galaxon added. Let's move. The men roared in unison. Paula turned her gaze towards the palace. On the meadow below the castle walls, Zahada the sage, dressed in his overalls, looked up at the monkey. The chickens roaming the field were cackling loudly. What is going on here? The tolling of the bells was drowned out by the earth's rumbles and the crashing sounds. As far as he could see, there were 5 monkey. Although he couldn't see them, Zahada could hear cries almost similar to animals, suggesting that there were a lot of monsters at the monkey's feet. The monkey slammed its fist against the wall, clearly trying to destroy it. The tolling of the bell meant an evacuation. They would most likely have to abandon the city. In that case, he had to take the chicken as they were precious food. But Zahada could not move a muscle. Is this the end of this nation? The tremors and explosions seemed to herald the end. Dreammaker's long history, passed down from generation to generation, would come to an end today. tears streamed down Zahadu's face as he thought about it. The bag containing the catalyst lay before Ludend. His men, having noticed where he was, gathered around him. "What should we do?" the sanitation department chief asked almost the same question as before. But the situation now was completely different. The low-pitched ringing of bells echoed everywhere. Many citizens were out on the streets, and the firefighting team had started guiding them. "A nation is nothing without its citizens," Ludend said. "You are absolutely right, sir. But we are traitors. What can we do in this chaos?" Ludend heard footsteps approaching. "You can do anything, Ludend." The sorcery department chief wasn't used to seeing the man fully armed, but he was no doubt the king of Dreammaker, Doriachi. He brought Duinkler and his retainers with him. Having lost the will to fight, the rebels did not even think about crossing blades. The crowd parted, and Ludend and Doriachi stood 5 meters apart, facing each other. "What are you thinking?" Ludend asked. "You were safe inside the palace. Did you come out here to get killed?" "I don't think you're that thoughtless. I raised an army against you. You did so because you cared for our nation. Isn't that right?" Ludend was silent. "It is common to have differing opinions. The divide should have been bridged through discussion. The only mistake you made was sacrificing the lives of others for your cause." It was as though he was saying that there was nothing wrong in him turning against the king. The rebel soldiers turned their faces away in shame. Whatever Ludend's intentions were, many joined for their own selfish desires. To them, the king's words hit a sore spot. Duinkler, who was standing behind Doriachi, raised his voice. "Ludend, your beloved country is facing an unprecedented crisis. We will buy time for the citizens to escape." "Where will they go?" "We will ferry them across the river to the south." "That's ridiculous. It's nothing but barren wasteland over there, with no source of food. Besides, the big ships are out on an expedition." "You really think so?" "What? We have an emergency at our hands. We'll have to break the regulations set by the sorcery department." With a sharp sound, something flew past overhead. Dawn was breaking, but the sky was still dark. Whatever it was did not hit the Yamamonkey. Instead it hit the forest behind them, lighting up the sky. "A blast cannon?" "And that's no ordinary one. The sorcery department had put a rule in place, never to shoot a cannonball that would cross over the city. A blast cannon shell, which exploded when it landed, could blow up in the air with a small mistake, endangering the city. However, the larger guns had tremendous range, and could land all the way to the other side of Dreammaker. "They're finally here, Your Majesty," Duinkler said. Doriachi smiled as he nodded. "Yes, Grussel has returned." "It can't be." Ludend sank down the ground, realizing that their plans had been predicted perfectly. "Why, Your Majesty? You knew about the rebellion, but why didn't you stop it?" "That is a difficult question to answer. This crisis we are facing was unavoidable. It was Silverface's suggestion to let the monsters come while the other side's preparations were still incomplete." "You knew about the monster invasion? Don't tell me you used the uprising to draw them here?" "That means there's someone among us who can lure monsters in." "Ludend, there's a lot we need to discuss, but the evacuation of the citizens comes first. It looks like casualties will be kept to a minimum thanks to the healers. Right now, we must band together to overcome this crisis." Doriachi behaved with such grace and authority that it was hard to believe he was at death's door a few days ago. "This is a critical moment for our nation." "Fire!" As the company commander gave the orders from aboard the ship, the long-range blast cannons spewed out fire. A few seconds after the booming roar, the sky lit up in the distance. They were at the eastern tip of Dreammaker, firing cannons at the monsters coming from the north. Meanwhile, most of the warships had already arrived at the harbor. All ships in position. The water level's higher than normal, but it's within acceptable range. Path connected across the fleet. We can begin transferring the first batch. Good. First batch of 500, move. Yes, sir. Grussel was the one taking command at the harbor. The soldiers dispersed, leaving only Jin, Dolan, and Zuzan behind. The other two company commanders took charge of the bombardment and fleet's movement, respectively. Phew. Finally, I can relax. Jin's role was to ensure that communications with Dreammaker stayed intact. He was even specially promoted to company commander to give him authority over comms. But the responsibility was too much for him. The revolt occurred as expected, and monsters were attacking. The fact that the fleet made it in time meant Jin did his job well. Our mission is not yet over. Well, you're right, sir. Looking down from the bridge, the men saw more than 300 people gathered on the harbor under the dawning sky. 10,000 people, the nation's total population, would soon arrive here. Extracting them quickly was crucial. The revolt we had anticipated, but to think monsters actually showed up, Grussel said in his usual stern face. I was surprised too. Just how much of this did Silverface predict to happen? Thanks to him, it looks like we'll be able to avoid the worst-case scenario. If you ask me, monsters attacking is already the worst-case scenario. Dolan muttered. That's not true. We would have been able to stop the rebellion before it happened even without Silverface around. But we didn't expect a monster invasion. If we managed to quell the rebellion and contain the chaos to a minimum, a month later, or perhaps even a year, the attack would have been at a bigger scale. And how he guessed all that in the short time he's been here is beyond me. He seems to see things that we can't. The monsters attacking is proof of that. A raid by multiple Yamamonkey has never happened before in the history of our nation. His idea to use the rebellion as a means to induce the attack was right. So if we prevented the revolt, the attack would have proceeded as originally planned, which meant a lot more Yamamonkey would have marched here and destroyed the walls in an instant. What's more, we would have been unprepared. Even if a lot more monsters attacked now, our conditions are favorable as we're ready to evacuate. While the three men understood Grussel's explanation, they didn't seem completely satisfied. This was all because they had no idea what Silverface saw or what went on in his mind. Let's move. Now is the time to take action. Sir. The three left the bridge. The bells did not stop ringing. The citizens, realizing this was the real thing and not a drill, surged towards the harbor. In the event of an emergency, the gathering place would be the harbor, not the center of the city. Don't push. Follow instructions once you're on board. That's it for the first group. The second group will enter through there. Dust rose in the air as citizens flocked to the dimly lit harbor. Some still had their pajamas on, while very few actually carried luggage. The fact that they were able to walk in line without shouting was a result of countless drills. Monsters are attacking apparently. Where are we going anyway? Looks like we'll have enough food. No one could stop the citizens from talking among each other in whispers. However, those who evacuated without a moment's delay, the well-trained one, in a sense, made it to the deck before anyone else, relieved. The deck was loaded with supplies that would seemingly be able to feed everyone for a month. It was Grussel who arranged for the goods to be displayed outside to give people peace of mind. Are we moving to the next ship? Look. The ships are connected all the way to the other side. I see. Rather than switching ships one by one, it's faster to just load the farthest ship first. The ships were docked side by side, connected by makeshift bridges. Impressed, their citizens proceeded further and farther. Floating on the river, the ships swayed a bit, but people walked on without much worry. Wait. This is the last ship, right? Why are we getting off? It's the southern side of the river from here. I believe it's nothing but an empty wasteland. Beyond the farthest ship was a land that the citizens had never set foot on even once since they were born. The first light of the day appeared on the eastern horizon. Indeed, the desolate stretch of land could only be described as empty. Rocky mountains towered here and there, but otherwise the ground was bare, with no sign of vegetation except on the riverbank. A staircase that went down to the temporary landing had been placed, and more than a dozen wagons waited below. You're holding the line, a soldier said. Please move. No. No, no. Are you serious? There's nothing in the southern lands. Don't tell me you found a place for people to live. Something like that. Really? The citizens in the front exchanged doubtful glances. Evacuees were swarming behind them. While the warships were big, they could not carry all 10,000 citizens at once. So what would they do? I guess we're moving by land, not water. Yeah. The soldier nodded, and the people in the front seemed convinced, or rather, they had no other choice but to trust the authorities. Let's go. Yeah. The crowd streamed down the stairs and onto the wagons, each loaded fully. Even in such a situation, they let the elderly, women, and children sit down. An etiquette unique to the people of Dreammaker who had established themselves as a small community. First group, first batch. All set. The wagons started moving, carrying with them the citizens' fears. They had talked a lot on the ship, but as soon as they boarded the wagons, they became quiet. No one knew exactly what was going on, and when they asked the soldiers, they only gave scripted answers. Emergency evacuation means we're evacuating because of an emergency. All citizens will evacuate. No exceptions. You can return to your homes once it's safe. Hearing those last words, everyone seemed satisfied. The army had fought and killed countless monsters before. It came with heavy amounts of sacrifice. Of course, there hadn't been any crisis that they hadn't overcome. It was only natural, then, that the people thought they could return to their homes after a few days. We're almost there, a driver said. What, already? We've only been on the road for half an hour. There was a stir inside the wagons. Eventually, the vehicles stopped, and the first citizens disembarked. Oh, a huge rock mountain loomed before them. Countless simple tents were erected behind the mountain, hiding them from sight. After unloading all the passengers, the wagons immediately returned to the harbor. The people seemed confused, not sure what to do. That's when Jin, standing on a raised platform, spoke. Thank you all for your cooperation. You will all be living here for a month at the longest. But please rest assured, we have 3 months' worth of food, and as you can see, no monsters will attack you here. The citizens had a hunch that they would be living here, but the moment someone actually told them that, fear and worry came crashing on them. They would be staying in the middle of nowhere for a month. I understand your displeasure, but please listen. Jin spread his arms wide and raised his voice once. Half of the total population, 5,000 people, will be staying here. The rest will travel by sea. Everyone stared at Jin, thinking, we're being separated? Jin, although nervous, tried to act calm and confident. Once half of the population has been transported, the ships will return for us. We will meet again in the maritime nation of Virushin in primeval. Flaming arrows hissed through the air. A few pierced the Yamamonkey on the other side of the wall, but they did not seem to inflict any damage. The arrows still had purpose, however. Even though it was gradually turning bright, there wasn't enough light on the other side of the wall. It looked like the Yamamonkey had assimilated with the forest, but if the flaming arrows hit, they should be able to determine the monster's location even from a distance. They're here. A long-range shell hit Yamamonkey's head, knocking it back. The creature let out a low groan as it collapsed backward. Not yet. There's still many of them. Are our blast cannons ready yet? We're good to go, sir. Blast cannons were lined up on Zahadu's chicken farm, each one loaded with shells. Men brought back all the catalyst and shells they could, so much in fact that if they used those in the revolt, one would wonder if they planned to destroy the whole palace. Right now, though, it was worthy of praise, but we only have a few shots. Lu Deng calmly made calculations, with the long-range cannon's accuracy in mind. How long can we hold this line? Lu Deng looked over at the man taking command of the battle, King Doriachi. The king leading the men on the front lines was an absolutely outrageous idea, considering the survival of the nation. Though Lu Deng already tried to kill him in the first place, caring about him now was simply ridiculous. Lu Deng, If you would. Lieutenant nodded and gave the blast cannon unit orders to fire. The guns spewed out fire as the shells flew, knocking down the Yamanki trying to scrape off the wall. Amazing. That's our most powerful weapon. All right. The palace guards and rebel soldiers, who had been killing each other until just a moment ago, were rejoicing. Lu Den watched them with a complicated expression. Now's our chance to climb the walls and push the monsters back, Doriachi said. The soldiers let out a roar as they took off. The interior side of the wall was equipped with staircases, allowing men to climb up easily. Soldiers could position themselves easily on top as the walls were 5 meters thick. Yikes, are they for real? There's a lot of them. The Yamanki struggled to get back up. Various types of monsters were crowding around it: gigantic boars, 6-armed gorillas, 2-headed leopards, among others. Stand your ground. This is our chance. Fire, fire, fire. Soldiers knocked arrows to their bows and shot them at the monsters. They weren't aiming at anything in particular, just firing as much as they could. Since monsters were swarming down below, their arrows were bound to hit. Shit. Watch your step. Monsters were stacking up on each other. Soldiers desperately tried to push back a wolf-like monster that leapt towards the edge of the wall. This is hopeless. Even all our arrows won't be enough. We know that. We just need to buy time for the citizens to board the ships. An older soldier was taking command of the battle up the walls. As he looked to the brightening sky, he became speechless. There was a huge silhouette in the skies above, spreading its wings and flying majestically. It was a monster never seen before in Dream Maker. A dragon. There was only one, but it was huge. Its body a lustrous black and its wings red. The dragon opened its mouth and let out a deep, ear-splitting, grotesque shriek, the kind the soldiers had never heard of before. Men lost heart, and some even sank hard on the floor. Fire, fire. The commander gave the order, but no one had the strength left to draw a bow and fire arrows. The dragon's presence was so overwhelming that the soldiers thought of only one thing the moment they saw it: they could not win. The dragon circled the sky and landed on top of the city walls, right in the middle of the soldiers. Some fell on their backside as the wall shook, while those who were already down on the floor screamed. As the dust settled, a voice came from above. I thought you guys would put up a better fight. I see now you're just a bunch of cowards. It can't be. A man was mounted on the back of the black dragon. It's Gore. King Doriachi, Duinkler, and Ludend, who were watching the battle atop the walls from the outer edge of the city, also noticed the arrival of the dragon. What is that? Your Majesty. You must find shelter. The fact that it can fly means this place is dangerous too. A number of soldiers rushed to the king's side to try to get him to safety. Doriachi, however, didn't budge an inch, his arms crossed. I have the duty to see things through to the end. Please be reasonable, Your Majesty. Dream Maker will be nothing with you, Duinkler pleaded. But Doriachi simply shook his head. A king is nothing without his subjects, he said. I will retreat along with the last soldier to leave the battlefield. Your Majesty. Besides, the one riding that dragon is a citizen of our nation. Everyone turned their gaze to the wall, a faint hope in their hearts. Did someone tame a dragon? Are they on our side? They wondered. But Doriachi's expression was hard. Gore, you got a dragon to help us? The commander asked. Gore threw his head back and burst into laughter. What's so funny? Funny? It's hilarious. You thought I brought a dragon to help you guys? What a riot. Since when did monsters become friends with humans? But you're riding that dragon. Yes, because I'm an enemy of humans. No response came from the commander this time. The dragon spun around and slammed its tail at him, sending him flying outside the walls. 5 soldiers were also thrown into the air and plummeted down to the swarm of monsters. Screams erupted from below. It might as well be hell on this world. What fate awaited them was obvious. Oh, good lord! Doriachi let out a sigh of grief. The people around were speechless at the sudden betrayal of the man who appeared to be Gore. "Let's use the blast cannons, Your Majesty," Duinkler said. "We can't. Our men will be in danger too, but we have no other choice. He's completely still on top of the wall. Now's our chance." Lieutenant, disregarding the king who couldn't decide, Duinkler called to the lieutenant. He was clearly acting beyond his authority, and what he had in mind was an unforgivable crime. But Duinkler was prepared for any punishment he might receive after the battle was over. Lieutenant also sensed Duinkler's determination. Nodding with a hard look, he ordered for the blast cannons to be at the ready. One of the men grunted in despair. A blast cannon shell shot through the air and missed. The timing was simply awful. Despite the dragon's size, there was no way a single shot could hit it. Instead the shell flew over the wall and exploded in the distance. Because of this, Gore remembered the weapon. He took control of the dragon and flew away. He noticed us. "What do we do, Chief? We might get a shot if his altitude decreased." "No, I doubt we'd hit him, and we have limited ammo. How about we use ourselves as decoy to draw his attention?" Luke, who had been watching the battle until now, spoke. He couldn't understand what they were saying, but he knew right away what they were trying to do. Luke, with his great eyesight, could see who was riding the dragon. "I've known him since we met in Virashin. I can probably draw his attention. Once I do, fire all the arrows you got at him. It might not work on the dragon, but it should be enough to throw him off." Thinking it was a great idea, Duinkler translated what Luke said. Rather, they couldn't come up with a better plan. "What do we do, Your Majesty?" "We can go with his plan." "No, Your Majesty. If we were officially working together in this battle, I might have considered it, but we can't let a guest from another country act as a decoy. This is our nation's battle." "Then what do we do?" Lieutenant cut in. "Now's the time to use whatever we can." "The fact that you can't do that means you are not qualified to be king." "How dare you say that, Lieutenant?" Duinkler snapped. Still, Doriachi remained calm. His eyes fixed at Gore circling above. "Your Majesty, this is odd," Duinkler thought. Doriachi might be a pacifist, but he should have already understood the predicament they were in. He was too calm. "Soon." "Soon? What do you mean, Your Majesty?" They did not notice a triangular-shaped figure gliding over the grasslands that led to the walls. The end was coming. Soldiers fighting on top of the walls were in total despair. Their commander was killed in battle, and a dragon was flying overhead. A typical soldier would be trained to do their best to accomplish their mission even after the commanding officer died. Even with the odds stacked against them, they would do everything they could to serve their country. But Dreammaker operated in a small world surrounded by walls for more than 5 centuries. Not once had the city been in danger, and the only danger that the soldiers faced was when they hunted monsters for a living. With no other nations around, they had absolutely no experience in large-scale wars. The soldiers themselves seemed to lack training as well. As a result, the soldiers on top of the wall had no idea what to do. They believed they were dead. Some thought about their families, some shook their head frantically, and some hung their head low, petrified. "Tsk, I knew it. Our troops are weak," Gore muttered as he pulled on the rope wrapped around the dragon's neck to keep his balance. He was right. Even if we didn't get involved, the country would have fallen one day. Scaling the monsters stacked on top of each other, the first one, a giant lizard-like monster, finally made it to the castle wall. The soldiers couldn't even get up and run away. Weakly, they wielded their weapons, but the giant lizard didn't so much as flinch, and instead charged and swallowed the soldiers whole. Men screamed. One after another, monsters scaled the wall. "Weak. You're all too weak. This nation should just perish right now." Gore pulled on the rope to make the dragon roar. "Huh?" He felt an impact from his side. Dragons did not come equipped with seat belts. His body lurched, and he was thrown into the air. "Oh, shit. What the hell?" Gore managed to grab the rope and stop himself from falling. Dangling in the air, he caught a glimpse of a huge triangular-shaped figure flying across. What there? The next thing he knew, someone was standing on the dragon's back. "I didn't know you could ride a dragon." The sun rose, casting a ray of light on the stranger's silver mask, reflecting a sparkling scarlet glow. Silverface. Gore clicked his tongue. He used his free right hand to draw the dagger from his waist and immediately threw it at Silverface. But as he was dangling in the air, he couldn't put much strength into the throw, allowing the masked boy to easily dodge the dagger. "It's not really me who'll decide whether to kill you or not," Silverface muttered as he crouched down and unsheathed a blade from his waist. The blade was so overwhelming that even Gore, who didn't have mana detection, couldn't keep his eyes off of it. Silverface casually swung the weapon, cutting off the dragon's wing. The creature shrieked in pain. "What?" Gore was shocked. Even a huge weapon like the blast cannon couldn't make a dent on the dragon's skin, let alone a normal blade. That's what he was told. Later, Silverface jumped off the dragon's back. Wounded and unable to maintain its balance in the air, the dragon fell from the sky, spinning as it plummeted. Swung around in circles, Gorgeous slammed and slid down the inner side of the wall along with the dragon. Gore fell. "Wait, the dragon's bleeding." "Someone's on its back." "What was that triangular thing just now?" "You haven't seen that before, have you?" It leapt off the dragon and onto the wall. As monsters reached the wall, agitation filled the people around the blast cannons, but cheers erupted the moment the dragon spurted out blood and crashed to the ground. Gore also fell from a height over about 20 meters. He wouldn't get out of it unscathed. "King Doriachi," Luke said, "allow us, the Virashin Knights, to join the battle on the wall. We must save those who can't move." After Duinkler translated the knight's words, Doriachi nodded firmly. "Please do. The others will defend the wall as well. If the Monkey rises back up again, we'll fire our blast cannons on it, so please don't block our line of fire." Led by Luke, the guards and rebel soldiers charged straight towards the wall. Doriachi breathed a sigh of relief. "You really made me nervous." Silverface. Leaping from the falling dragon and descending onto the castle walls, Hikaru activated the gravity balancer to break his fall. What greeted him was a hellish scene, soldiers being devoured by monsters. Hikaru inhaled deeply. "Move," he yelled in their language. He barely knew any other words. He then drew his revolver, aimed it at the giant lizard, and pulled the trigger. What is that?" Magic. Burnt to crisp by the ball of fire, several giant lizards fell off the wall outside. A huge pillar of fire rose from the other side too. "Move," Hikaru shouted once more. Snapping back to their senses, the soldiers acted immediately, striking at the monsters already on the wall and taking down those that were scaling it. Once they moved, they were very capable of fighting monsters. "Good," Hikaru thought, when his field of vision suddenly turned dark. "Finally up, eh?" The monkey wobbled as it stood up. Several shots were fired at it, blowing off its upper body. Hikaru turned around to see the blast cannon squad raising their hands and Duinkler waving both his arms wildly. "Whoa, he's staring daggers at me." Lu Den watched him with arms folded. He must have realized that Silverface was one of the reasons that the revolt failed. The guards and the rebels have no choice but to work together. But somewhere within, the chief still wasn't completely convinced. "I never really thought Kukumayu's side was this prepared," Hikaru muttered. Running on top of the wall, Hikaru activated his stealth and cut down monsters coming through spots where there weren't a lot of men. As the sun rose higher up and visibility increased, he saw monsters from deep in the forest coming in droves. "If they lose heart, we'll lose for sure." Hikaru reached for his waist where the fully charged bullets were. "Let's end this with a bang." "Are you okay, Lavi, Starface?" Lavia appeared, staggering. Paula quickly caught her in her arms and rubbed her back. Drake emerged from his scarf form. "I don't think she's fine." "Drake, you're awake. Wait, why is she like this? Did she run out of mana?" "Nah, Just exhausted from running. I see. Then you should rest. Lavia was panting heavily. Even though she worked actively as an adventurer, her stamina was still far from an average person's level. It made sense, then, that she was completely exhausted after working all night and running a long distance as dawn broke. Where's Silverface? Lavia asked in ragged breaths. He just arrived a few moments ago. Paula pointed at the top of the wall where Hikaru was aiming his revolver. Bang, bang, bang. It looked as though he just pulled the trigger randomly. Massive balls of flames appeared out of nowhere and burned the area below the wall. The firepower was so strong that a wall of flame rose up, surprising even Hikaru, forcing him to lean back. WHWH, what is that? Ludend said with a trembling voice. That's the power of magic, Lavia replied. What? That's unfair. It was the almighty barrel that was unfair, not spirit magic. Now you know. Even if the monsters did not attack, the chances of your revolt being a success was extremely low as long as we were on the king's side. But if we used all our blast cannons, you would have destroyed the whole country and there would have been nothing left but ruins. Although the scale differed, this battle was similar to a nuclear war. Both sides had their own devastating weapon, that when used, would leave nothing in their wake. That is why countries instead fought through diplomatic means. They would use economics and sense of values, not weapons, to elicit concessions from the enemy. So we should have been discussing matters, not staging a revolt. It didn't take long for Luden to realize that. After all, he was a smart man. But while Lavia was able to learn from books and Hikaru's knowledge from Japan, there were far too few precedents in this country. Luden dropped to his knees. He really thought that he could have changed this nation if time was on their side. He believed what he did was right and the monsters attacking was simply bad luck. But he finally came to his senses. When he woke up from his fever dream, he realized that what he was trying to do was satisfy his own desires. If he really cared about his country, he should have settled matters through negotiation and consultation. Starface, Paula said. Let's leave him be. He needs some time. Lavia decided to leave Ludend alone for now. Duinkler, who noticed her, approached them. Lady Starface, you're all right. We need to retreat. Bring the injured to the top of the wall with us. Retreat, you say? Of course. His Majesty knows about it. Yes. Doriachi nodded. Holding out until Silverface returned. Him mowing down the enemy with magic. And the following retreat is all part of the plan. What? You can be surprised later. I didn't think things would go this well. With a strained smile, Doriachi gave orders. Recover the injured. After that, we'll retreat, leaving only the minimum number of people to man the blast cannons. Feeling pain all over his body, Gore woke up to see the hazy blue sky. The sound of soldiers running around indicated they were still in the middle of battle. He lost consciousness after Silverface knocked him off the dragon. Damn it! His side hurt, and he couldn't move his left arm well. He had cracked or broken bones in a few places. Still he managed to straighten up. A little farther away he spotted the dragon, now on the ground, breathing heavily. Its wings torn. It couldn't get up, let alone fly. So you're still alive. A man came to Gore's side. TCH. Don't get too cocky now. Killing me won't change this country's fate. Ludend. Why are you working with monsters? How did you do it? Because Lord Kukumayu told me to. Ludend, like Hikaru, Jin, and Wakamayu, also knew that Kukumayu, who was exiled from the city, was still alive. But he didn't care much about it. For him the most important thing was to make sure the revolt was a success. I see Kukumayu is still alive. You're not gonna blame us for your revolt's failure, are you? We didn't really care about your coup from the start. It's just a small matter. We were planning to destroy the whole of Dream Maker anyway. Why would you do that? You can't live and land crawling with monsters. You geese really are thick-headed. Of course you can. Just use monsters like I did. What? Lu Den knew that Kukamayu criticized the monarchy and plotted a coup. But when his plan was discovered, he was exiled. Rather, he left on his own accord. How did his plan change from the abolition of the monarchy to destroying the whole city? I haven't heard of anyone using monsters. Of course, you haven't. Lord Kukamayu broke new grounds when he left the city. Thanks to that, we can use monsters like this. But you lost. Not yet. If only that bastard Silverface wasn't around. You've been to Virushin, yet you underestimated Silverface and the power of magic. It's not even funny. There were things he should have been wary about from the start. However, Gore launched an attack, blinded by the power of the dragon. He bit his lips in frustration, fully aware of his mistake. So did you come here to kill me? Lu Den shook his head silently. He then took out a knife from his pocket and tossed it to Gore, who stared at the blade on the ground. I'll let you die as a citizen of this nation. Use the knife to take your own life. What? Lu Den, a rebel, and Gore, who brought the monsters. Although they were similar, Gore's actions were way worse. After all, he targeted not only soldiers, but civilians as well, the whole country. In fact, Gore grabbed the knife and burst into laughter. Are you fucking stupid? I don't feel proud at all for being a citizen of this shitty country. How about you die instead? He still had the strength left to stand. Lu Den watched Gore blankly as the man stepped forward, thrusting the knife at him. Something's wrong, Gore thought. But all he had to do was kill Lu Den. He doubted from the start that he'd survive the monster invasion that he himself led. If he could bring Lu Den down with him, he'd be more than happy. Ugh! A pained grunt came from Gore. The dragon, stretching its neck out from behind, sunk its teeth into his side. Lu Den's eyes grew wide open in surprise. Why US stupid? The light disappeared from Gore's eyes. Following its instincts, the dragon started devouring his body. Using monsters, huh? I wonder who used who. Ignoring the dragon, Lu Den walked away. His job here was done. He was fully prepared to die from Gore's blade. He believed his life was worthless. He would die during or after the battle anyway. But he wanted to ask why Gore did all this. In the end, Lu Den didn't know how he used the monsters as well. Our goals were similar yet quite different. Lu Den turned around to see soldiers rushing to the dragon, stabbing it with their spears, abruptly killing it. The soldiers on top of the wall had started retreating. Silverface was nowhere in sight. I will use my power to ensure the survival of this nation. The retreat had already begun. Hikaru ran around the top of the wall with his stealth on, kicking down monsters trying to climb up. With the assassination buff, a powerful kick was enough to kill them. About time. All soldiers had already left. Only Hikaru was left. Rapid-firing flame gospel had done wonders in pushing the monsters back, but the Yamamonkey were beginning to rise back up, giving them momentum once more. Hikaru fired the last two shots filled with fire magic to the right and left, turned back, and jumped, his gravity balancer breaking the fall. He felt his very core tremble, an indication that his soul rank had gone up. Although he hadn't checked it yet, he was sure it went up a few levels. The soldiers had retreated further than halfway across the prairie. It was a good time to withdraw. The Yamamonkey got on its feet and howled, causing Hikaru to fall flat. Whoa, whoa. The Yamamonkey's shout seemed to be effective against both humans and monsters. Creatures caught in the range of the roar let out screams from the other side of the wall. As Hikaru glanced back at the Yamamonkey, shells from blast cannons landed direct hits on it. With the core destroyed, the huge mass of earth collapsed. Hikaru told Lavia that once he shot the last remaining bullets, they could use whatever weapons they had. Their timing was, in fact, perfect. Hikaru caught a glimpse of the dragon that crashed to the side of the wall, the wounds on its wings preventing it from flying. Someone's feet dangled out of its mouth. It ate Gore, huh? Hikaru thought they communicated through telepathy, or perhaps Gore simply spoke to it, but that did not seem to be the case. It must be some kind of sorcery. Not really interested, though, he said as he turned his back to the dragon and started running. Only the blast cannon squad were left on a line of defense. Hikaru could see the backs of those who already retreated in the distance. Silverface. Over here, Doriachi called, raising his hand. What the king is still here? What on earth is he thinking? He said he wouldn't leave until you came back, Lavia said with exasperation in her voice. Paula and her bodyguards came in droves as well. I see. Can you run? Yup, I'm good, Lavia said. Me too, Paula added. It feels like it's been ages since the three of us were together. They were only separated for a few days, but it felt like a month. Silverface. We should retreat quick or His Majesty won't leave, Duinkler said, his face pale. Sure looks like it. Got to applaud the guy's loyalty. He stayed until the very last minute, Hikaru thought. Thinking back, every move this plump man did, he did for the king. Everyone from Virashin seems to be present. We'll go as well. The priest's escorts, led by Luke Landon, were in full force too. You guys are still here? You should have left immediately. We're knights. We can't do that. Hikaru couldn't understand the logic behind that answer. Nonetheless, he was glad they were safe. It could affect future negotiations if they were missing members. All that's left is the blast cannons. Ludend will handle those, Duinkler said. We can leave them to him. Let's go. Duinkler seemed to treat Ludend roughly. The blast cannons spewed fire, shooting shells that toppled another monkey down. Their hits were quite accurate. If not for their revolt, they'd be a useful unit. They should retreat once they run out of ammo too. You can make weapons over and over, but you can never replace a life lost. Silverface. Hurry up. Duinkler stomped his foot in frustration. Hikaru, however, couldn't just abandon them. Hey, Ludend. What do you want? Ludend's attitude towards Silverface was tough, perhaps because he knew now that Hikaru played them like a fiddle and ruined their plans. Starface, please translate for me, Hikaru said. I can do it. A small figure came scuttling towards them, carrying a massive binder in their hands. The weight almost seemed to cause her to fall forward. Dina, where have you been? We have a crisis in our hands. I am sorry, Lord Duinkler. After the bell woke me up, I went to get these confidential papers. Records of our country's history. Huh? I see. Very well, but we have to leave now. I trust you're ready. I suppose there's not time to even get ready. Why yes, sir. Dina nodded, nervousness on her face, and turned to Hikaru. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ah, I see. Hikaru smiled. You decided to show up now. Quite smart. Excuse me? I'm not sure I follow. You can play dumb all you want. Wah! Dina shrieked as Hikaru knocked the binder away and grabbed her collar. Silverface? What are you doing? Duinkler exclaimed. I know you don't like Dina, but this is no time for disputes. Oh, trust me. This is the time. You guys just don't sense this thing. What? She's emitting nauseating evil mana, Lavia said in their language. Evil mana was leaking out from the small accessory around her belt. The mana that came from Dina was so intense that even without mana detection like Hikaru, spellcasters like Lavia and Paula could feel it. Dina yelped as Hikaru cut the belt with a knife and removed the accessory case. He then pushed her away and threw the case towards the wall. Starface. I got it. A spirit. Heed my call. With the primordial flame, burn my target to ashes. Lavia released a huge ball of fire. It was nothing but a basic fire spell, Flame Breath. She'd actually gotten better at controlling fire magic, reducing the size of the ball. A roaring pillar of flame rose as the fireball landed on where the case was. After a small explosion, darkness burst out. Sand and stone fell to the ground. The grass on the whole area had withered. What was that? Ludend asked Hikaru, shocked. Some kind of a magic item loaded with evil mana. I had no idea how the enemy lured monsters to the city. Turns out it was this easy. Who knew? Dina, who had fallen on her backside, glared at Hikaru with a bitter expression. "You're Kukumayu's spy," Hikaru said. He knew that Dina was on the enemy's side, but he did not have definitive proof. He also had no idea how she could make contact from someone outside the city. It was clear that she was using some kind of magic item that Hikaru knew nothing about. However, he didn't have much time to investigate, so he decided to leave her alone and let the monster invasion happen. In order to minimize the scale of the upcoming raid, destroying roots, the source of the monster's power, was the quickest way he could think of. "How did you know?" Dina asked in a stifled voice. She had misjudged Hikaru and his party's abilities. She didn't know he could destroy roots, and that they had information on Ludend. After learning that Hikaru was going around destroying roots one after another, Dina panicked. As a result, she summoned the monsters right as the revolt was happening. "I have a special ability, you see," Hikaru answered. There was a clear indication on her soul board that suggested she was an enemy. Soul board: Dina, age 21, rank 17-19, dexterity 2, willpower, mental strength 4, faith evil 5, intuition intelligence language comprehension 2, language output 1. "Alrighty, then. Time to retreat. Dina is your problem. I won't bother with this case from here on out. Now, run." Doriachi ordered a few soldiers to drag Dina away with them. They could have tied her up and left her behind to her certain death, but they didn't. It showed just how soft this country was. Japan wasn't much different, however. Even if someone committed mass murder, as long as they dropped their weapon and showed they would not resist, they'd get arrested and undergo trial. The authorities wouldn't kill the culprit, no questions asked. "In the end, I couldn't do anything," Luke said, frustration in his voice. He felt irritated that Hikaru, who came from the same place as him, played an active role, while he did nothing. Hikaru shot down a dragon, repelled monsters with his revolver, and worked with Doriachi to minimize the effects of the monster invasion. That was what they all saw and knew, but what they didn't know, since he didn't mention it, was he was the one who took back control of the central bell tower and rang it. To prioritize the evacuation of the citizens, he went for the bell tower first, and not the battlefield. "I saw the priest heal soldiers." "Sounds good enough, if you ask me. But you're here as the priest's guard. If he's safe, that means you've succeeded in your mission." Hikaru heaved a sigh. Luke didn't seem satisfied. "It's fine. You will have your moment." "What? Monsters aren't only coming from the north, but from east and west as well. Although not as bad as here, a fair amount of monsters should have entered the city. The harbor should be a battlefield right now." "What? Really? Yeah, so go. Now, got it. Are you all ready? We're headed to the harbor." "Protect the priest at all costs." Hikaru heaved another sigh as he watched Luke go. He understood his feelings, but he wished the knight would stick to his actual duties instead. "You good?" "Yeah, just surprised the guy can be hot-blooded. Anyway, Starface, can you please fire a huge one?" "I can, but I might not be able to walk after this." "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility." "Okay, then." Lavia readied her staff with a smile on her face. "Run." "Big one coming," Hikaru yelled. Surrounded by soldiers, the king started running. The rebels followed as well. Light particles appeared as Lavia started chanting her spell. Only Hikaru, Lavia, Paula and her bodyguards were left. "Flower face. Got a second?" "Oh, of course." Hikaru whispered into Paula's ears. "Are you sure about this? You know how powerful stealth is. In fact, I'm worried about what would happen from here on out, so please go with them." "Okay, promise me we'll meet again." "Of course." "Are you sure?" "Well, I don't plan on dying here." "Yes, of course." Seemingly relieved, Paula broke into a run. Galaxon and his men followed her in a hurry. Only Lavia and Hikaru remained behind. They could handle themselves. All they had to do now was save time. Flame Gospel. Monsters had climbed to the top of wall, and 2 Yamamonkey rose to their feet. Lavia put strength into her spellcasting to give momentum to the fireball. A ball of flames, twice as big as a minivan, appeared from the magic circle, and surged forward with incredible speed. Lavia swung her staff from left to right, and the flames burned the top of the wall. Then, the metal staff cracked. The flames died out, but the spell managed to push the enemies back temporarily. Unfortunately, we'll have to leave the staff behind. The staff was made by Lena Wood back in Bond. It provided stamina, but it couldn't handle Lavia's power. I need you to summon a flame wall as wide as possible. Can you do it? I'll do it. Also a basic spell like fire breath. Flame wall's length and duration depended on their amount of mana poured into the spell. Hikaru and Lavia left the open space and fell back to the entrance of the city, making sure the monsters saw them. Flame wall. As Lavia's chant ended, a wall of flames, far taller than Hikaru, appeared, blocking the path. Lavia, all out of mana, staggered, and Hikaru caught her. "All right, time for us to leave," Hikaru said as he carried Lavia in his arms and started running. "Let's get away from here, princess." "Yes, onward." Lavia seemed to be struggling, but she was having fun. However, Hikaru wasn't heading to the harbor. After putting enough distance between them and the monsters, the enemy finally broke through the wall of flames. Paula and the bodyguards were gone from sight at this point. Hikaru made sure the monsters saw them before he changed directions, heading towards the east. "Come on. Now, food's here. Make sure you follow us." He wanted to lead the monsters away from the harbor as much as possible. Only Hikaru, a master of stealth, could do this. Shouts erupted from the harbor. Soldiers were fighting several animal-type monsters. "What's going on with the line of defense up north? They haven't retreated yet?" "Not yet, it seems." "Damn it, how long do we have to wait?" Jin Dolan called from the edge of the ship. "The ships carrying the citizens have left. They're headed straight for the western seas." "Got it." Jin was fighting against monsters with other soldiers on the harbor. It was his original post, a kind of field foreman, not a company commander. Their mission was to defend the ship to their last breath. They were waiting for their comrades, who were fighting Yamamonkey on the northern walls, and escape together. Only the fast ship was left behind. They were expecting more than 100 people to arrive, and as such there were only very few personnel left behind to defend. More enemies spotted. "Oh, shit. Did they break through the western wall?" Luckily, no monsters were coming from the eastern side. Grusel's expedition squad's ships were anchored on that side. Besides the long-range blast cannons, the ships were also equipped with short-range ones, which they used to annihilate monsters near the wall. The monsters must have realized that people were on the ships and headed there instead, away from the wall. The western side, on the other hand, was unmanned. Monsters must have either destroyed the wall or climbed over it. "Shit, I hope those guys are okay. They better not be all dead." They could only hold for so long. Jin and the soldiers would need time to board the ship too. Waiting for their comrades that were not coming and then getting wiped out would be too terrible. Feeling impatient, Jin gripped his sword tight and cut the head off of a wolf monster. "Look!" A voice came from above. Grusel stood on the deck of a huge warship. It was the biggest one among the fleet, its deck higher than the rest. The commander placed his fist on his chest, a gesture of respect. Blast cannons were lined up around him. With a loud bang, the blast cannons all spewed fire. Shells rained down on the monsters at the harbor. Monsters receiving direct hits were ripped to shreds, while others screeched as the gale engulfed them. The bombardment hit warehouses and office buildings as well, making holes on the walls. Some shook violently and collapsed. Clouds of dust rose. Piles of rubble prevented the monsters from advancing. "Now that's what I'm talking about." Nothing beats Dreammaker's most powerful weapon. Grusel didn't so much as twitch his brow, still keeping the gesture. The blast cannons were reloaded as the warship passed by. The commander carried the responsibility of leading the fleet towards the west. He wanted to stay at the king's side, but he had to push his feelings aside desperately to carry out his task. Lord Grusel's going to destroy the monsters on the west flank. All we have to do is deal with the leftovers. Jin expected Grusel to use up all their ammunition. What they needed to do was enter discussions with Virushin, not start a war. Ammunition was unnecessary. Instead, they would use all of it here to kill as many monsters as possible to increase the chances of Doriachi making it to the ship safely. "We will welcome His Majesty," Jin shouted. Soldiers yelled in response. They raised their weapons, gripping them tight. Bombardment from the blast cannons killed the faltering monsters. The warship was sailing away. The blast cannons spewed fire. Around the same time, soldiers retreating to the harbor spotted a monster up ahead, a boar about 2 meters tall. Enemy spotted. Kill it. While a threat on its own, the boar stood no chance against over 100 soldiers. They took it down in no time at all. Run straight for the harbor. "Oh man, the meat looks delicious. We don't have time to dress the meat." They encountered a few more monsters after that, but they overpowered them with numbers all the same. Paula and the priest healed the injured. Now they just had to save their stamina to make it to the harbor. The city was as still as death. The bells had stopped ringing a while ago. It was safe to assume the citizens had evacuated successfully. "There, I see the docks." Even the most trained soldiers were drenched in sweat and running out of breath. Paula, completely exhausted, had to be carried on the backs of Galaxon and the other bodyguards. Noticing the atmosphere was brightening, she lifted her head. She could see a ship 200 meters ahead. Finally, the line of defense was still standing. Soldiers were in the middle of a battle, but it looked like they could get on board the ship without any problem. Paula felt so relieved that her body went limp. What? Everything went dark all of a sudden. Paula quickly realized it was a shadow. What? Flapping its wings, the creature descended between them and the harbor. The earth shook as it landed, and a blast of wind swept through the land. It was just that massive, a dragon covered in silver scales, bigger than the one Gora brought with him. The silver dragon towered high. Petrified soldiers watched in mute amazement. Some, however, immediately moved. Galaxon and the bodyguards stood in front of Paula to protect her. Doriachi walked in front of the group. "Is Kukumayu there?" he asked in a quiet, but clear voice. A man appeared on top of the dragon's head. He had his long, gray hair tied behind, and he wore a cloak that looked to be a rag. His clothes, although crude in appearance, was made of monster hide. Doriachi turned speechless as soon as he saw Kukumayu's eyes. What was supposed to be the white part of the eye had turned black. "Are you the current king?" "Why yes, Kukumayu the exiled sage." "What happened to your eyes?" "My eyes?" Kukumayu ran his hand over his eyes, as though he only noticed it for the first time. "Ah, it's a price I had to pay to learn the truth." "Truth? More importantly, are you abandoning the city?" "A deserted city." Whether or not Kukumayu saw this coming was unknown, but the outcome was probably just as he said. "We are." A dry, incessant laughter came bursting out of Kukumayu. It almost never stopped. "Are you happy things turned out the way you wanted it to be?" "No, I didn't wish this to happen." Suddenly, he stopped laughing. "This city was but a small obstacle, a lone pebble lying on my master's path." "What? How dare you act all high and mighty?" Duinkler was furious. "You're the one who ordered the monster attack." "Calm down," Doriachi rebuked. "But your majesty." "Quiet," the king said. "Kukumayu, if you think we're nothing but pebbles, surely you won't mind letting us through?" "Like you said, we're abandoning the city." "Very well. You may go." "That's good to hear." "We'll be going, then." Doriachi took the lead and started walking, and the soldiers hurriedly followed. Why do we have to run away and suffer such disgrace?" "The enemy ringleader is right in front of us." Duinkler held himself back from shouting. With the silver dragon blocking the way, they had to pass through gaps. He knew provoking the creature now was pointless. They couldn't possibly land a fatal blow on the dragon without their blast cannons. The ship docked at the harbor were equipped with blast cannons, but it was a little too far away. If the weapons missed, Dwinkler and the others might get hit. Doriachi, Dwinkler's beloved king, must have considered all of this in an instant and talked to Kukumari. The king's fists were clenched tight. Even though they managed to minimize the number of victims, numerous soldiers still died, and the enemy was right before their very eyes. His Majesty must be frustrated the most. Dwinkler himself had both hands clenched. The silver dragon watched the column of people pass with great interest. Everyone walked with their heads down, avoiding eye contact. Men carrying Dina on a stretcher passed through. She was tied up and unconscious. Kukumayu didn't notice her, but the silver dragon purred as though curious about the lady. "What's wrong?" Kukumayu asked. The dragon, however, twisted its head and turned its attention to the person walking in front, not Dina. There was probably no meaning whatsoever in the creature's actions. It just smelled a familiar scent, and then felt like eating the man that had its attention for a while now. Hey! Kukumayu tried to call out to the creature, but it wasn't as though he had full control of the dragon. It moved its head, aiming straight for the person in front with such speed that the soldiers couldn't react in time. The dragon opened its mouth wide and gnawed at him before spreading its wings and flying away. "Tch, you stupid dragon, why even eat something so worthless?" Blood spilled from the dragon's mouth, dripping onto the ground. Hikaru and Lavia made it all the way east of the city. Running while showing themselves to the monsters was quite thrilling. Hikaru's mana detection helped them in making sure none got ahead of them, and so they arrived safely. The riverbank far enough from the harbor was the finish line of their escape route. "Should be about time." "Are you okay?" Lavia asked. "This is nothing. Running around all night is much draining." "Same here." Both yawned and smiled. "Hello? Monsters are headed this way," Drake said. "How can you two be so relaxed?" Monsters were indeed heading straight towards them, leaving clouds of dust in their wake. They would get to them in less than a minute. "We should be fine," Hikaru said. "Alrighty, then. Let's go. I'm sorry. I don't want you to be hurt, but what are you going to do?" With a strained laugh, Hikaru took out his revolver. The monsters were just a stone's throw away now. "Hold on tight." Hey, what are you gonna do?" The moment a cheetah-like creature, 5 times bigger than normal, leapt at them, Hikaru pulled the trigger. An orange ray of light shot out the muzzle, and they flew diagonally into the air. It was a bullet loaded with flame laser. The swarm of monsters quickly turned small in their eyes. Those that couldn't stop their momentum plunged into the river. Welcome to a not-so-pleasant flight." "Wait, Drake, can't you fly?" "This is different from what I'm used to, okay?" Hikaru fired one more shot while in the air to propel them across the river and onto the other side. During that time, Hikaru spotted a huge dragon flying north. Did it come from the city? Paula would be safe with her stealth, but not the others. But the ship at the harbor seemed undamaged and set sail without a problem. The evacuation was a success. Hikaru, we're falling. "Oh, right. No, can't you fly?" "Never mind." They were descending at an incredible speed, but with the gravity balancer, they managed to land gently. Lavia and Drake sank down on the ground. "This is really bad for the body," Lavia said. "Yeah, I agree. I don't really want to use it unless really necessary." How's your arm?" The recoil put too much strain on his arm. Bearing the pain, Hikaru wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I wish I could get used to the pain." "You should have asked Paula for her healing magic too. Here, I'll lend you my shoulder." "Thanks." Once Hikaru made it back to the city, he met up with Lavia to reload his bullets. Unfortunately, he couldn't get in touch with Paula, and there were too many people around a while ago. "I'm sure we'll see her again soon." Instead, he asked her to come here, on the south side of the river. Once they made it safely to the ship, "You're too reckless." "I think getting to move that fast by only giving up an arm is a good deal. But anyway, Drake." What did you mean by dig a hole?" Drake, who was fast asleep after eating a dragon stone, woke up in the middle of the night, and the first thing he said to Lavia was to dig a hole. Unfortunately, things were too hectic to know what he meant by that. Oh right, that. Actually, after listening until the end, Hikaru looked to the skies. Seriously? Hikaru tried to rub a wrinkle on his forehead, but stopped when he realized it was his injured arm. Listen, if that's possible, no, never mind. We don't know if it works. I think what I did was the best course of action we could have taken. Well, this is Drake we're talking about, Lavia said. You're right. Now wait a second. When I say I'll do it, I'll really do it. Yeah, that really defies common sense. You're one to talk. You just flew through the air. How rude. Anyone can do that with some overpowered magic item. Oh, yeah? Well, in my case, any draken can do it. Yeah, and what's natural for a draken sounds crazy to me. As they were walking, Hikaru spotted people coming towards them. Hi, Lord Silverface. Paula waved her hand furiously from afar. It almost looked like it would come off her body. She quickly healed Hikaru's arm. Thanks. Wait. What's wrong? It wasn't just Paula. Her bodyguards looked glum as well. Sir Silverface. It's okay, Mr. Galaxon, I'll tell him, Paula said. While on our way to the docks, a silver dragon actually appeared. Oh, must be the one I saw. Wait, you actually encountered it? Yes. And then Paula cast her eyes downward. The dragon tried to eat His Majesty. No one could react in time, except Mr. Dewwinkler. Hikaru knew where this was going. He was eaten by the dragon. I think he died instantly. Dewwinkler sacrificed himself for the king. It affected Hikaru more than he thought it would. His Majesty was really shaken up about it. He got on board the ship and followed the ones ahead. I see. So he didn't stay behind. Perhaps it was a good thing that the king's mind was in chaos. He would have wanted to remain here. I see. He's dead. A plump man who loved politics and outwitting his opponents. He was a sly old fox, but his convictions were crystal clear and everything he did for the king. Hikaru drew a deep breath and exhaled. Dewwinkler was by no means a decent man. If Hikaru was an enemy, the man would have no doubt attacked him without mercy. But he firmly stuck to his principles, never once abandoning them. Every move he made was in accordance to his beliefs. Hikaru was, to his surprise, fond of the man. I will kill that dragon, Hikaru said with firm determination. I swear. It was not until after dark that Hikaru and the others made it to the evacuation camp located on the southern part of the continent. The travel itself didn't take long, but the soldiers, who had been under extremely tense situations since last night, were exhausted, and so was Hikaru, so they had to rest. Expecting the revolt and the monster attack to happen, Hikaru discussed with Doriarch the construction of the camp. It was built in secret to reduce the chances of Lud and Ordina finding out about it. As such, there were only minimal facilities in place. The citizens gathered around for a briefing in the morning. Luden's rebellion and the subsequent quelling the monster attack, the numerous casualties, Dewwinkler's death, especially, shocked the people. Luden and the rest of the rebels were on a ship headed for Virashin. Since they were all quite literally on the same boat, lynching or revolts would most likely not happen. This, of course, led to complaints from those who were left behind. Why did the rebels get to be the first to flee while they were stuck in the camp, cowering in fear of monsters? Jin, the man practically in charge of the camp, had his hands full in calming them down. Why did I get this job? He cried, but no one consoled him. Meanwhile, Hikaru did not join the briefing. Together with Lavia, Paula, and Drake, they went somewhere far from the camp. They had to use stealth to lose Paula's bodyguards, since those men would definitely follow them. To the south of the camp was nothing but empty, open wilderness. The camp had to be built in secret to prevent Kukumayu from finding out about it. Or perhaps he already found out about the camp's existence, but ignored it anyway. I don't think humans can live here, Hikaru thought. The fertility of the land aside, The sunlight was strong and there was no water. Above them were blue skies with no cloud in sight. Perhaps it didn't even rain at all here. Hikaru and the girls stopped behind a hill that served as a shield. I think here's good enough. I'm sure the hill will block loud sounds. Hikaru came here for one thing only. Yeah. I think here's fine. Drake fluttered in the air and landed on the ground. He then started sniffing around. Is this really a dragon? Looks more like a dog to me, Hikaru thought. All right. I'll shoot first. If it's not enough, I'll be counting you, Lavia. Okay. Good luck, Hikaru-sama. Lavia already did all the hard work, though. Hikaru held the revolver, loaded with 6 bullets. He had 3 extra, tight in his hand, aiming it at the wasteland before him. The original 6 bullets were still rechargeable, but the ones that Katie made were ruined after a few uses. All 9 bullets were loaded with flame gospel. Here goes nothing, Hikaru said as he pulled the trigger 6 times in one go. His vision turned incredibly bright as massive flames spewed out of the muzzle. About 20 meters in front of them, pillars of flame rose with every deafening bang. Crap. Let's get out of here. The flames didn't seem to die down. They all took shelter as it was too hot to stay where they were. Will it work? Hikaru was trying to dig a huge hole. He thought Lavia's spells would do the trick quick. This would normally be a job for Earth-type magic, but Lavia specialized in fire magic. She didn't have any points available at the moment. Even if she did, without knowing the incantation, learning earth magic would be useless. I don't know. It might just burn the surface. Should I learn other types of magic? After all, I think you should once you have spare points. We've just been using our soul boards a little too randomly. Hikaru-sama. What about me? I can make up for what Lavia-chan can't do. Yes. That's a good idea. But then you'd be more of a jack of all trades, while not really mastering any. No, wait. I guess we just have to raise our soul ranks higher and higher. You're not planning on adding more members to our party? Lavia asked. I've thought about it, but it's hard to find people you can really trust. I see. Okay. He doesn't plan on having a harem at the moment, Lavia muttered under her breath. Drake was talking to Hikaru so he didn't hear what she said. The flames are dying. Right. Let's go check it out. When they returned to the place where Hikaru had shot the spells, the earth around them was charred black. The air around so hot that it seemed to burn the skin. The ground had turned into a huge mortar, but with a depth of only 3 meters. Underneath the blackish color, the earth seemed to shine. Apparently the ground had turned into molten glass due to high heat. Not very efficient, huh? Hikaru said. Looks like it. What now? Hikaru racked his brains hard. My lady, you're all right. Paula's bodyguards came running from afar, their faces so desperate that Hikaru couldn't help but feel a little scared. As soon as they arrived, it took 5 minutes to confirm Paula's safety, and 5 more minutes to tell her about how they were scared to death when an explosion occurred while they were searching for her. You are free to do anything you want, but if you can, there is no greater joy for us if you tell us where you are going, Galaxon said with teary eyes. I am sorry, Paula answered gingerly. All in all it took a little over 10 minutes. So what were you doing exactly? Aware that Lavia could speak their language, they asked her to translate. We were trying to dig a hole, Hikaru said bluntly. Galaxon nodded. In that case, just leave it to us, he declared as he tapped his fist on his chest. The other men flexed their muscles as well. I am not jealous at all. Hikaru felt a sense of defeat seeing their clearly superior physique. After that, they returned to the camp to borrow some tools from Jin. What are you digging a hole for? Jin asked, but Hikaru ignored him. Hey, why are you ignoring me? The flower-masked goddess bodyguards, now known as the Muscle Squad, born to dig a huge hole, went down the hole, smashed the glass like a thin sheet of ice, and started digging. Wow, they're fast. We should have just done this from the start. Yeah, relying on magic and magic items for everything might be a bad habit of mine. Well, earth magic can do the job too. Should I learn it? So we're back to that. Wait, you want to learn it too? He. I've always wanted to say, since when were you under the impression that I could only use fire magic? 1. I see. Apparently it was a line from a tale in this world, spoken by a sage. Hikaru, though the author, perhaps the sage himself, most of the stories in this world were non-fiction, was definitely from Earth. He refrained from telling her, however. The men spent the rest of the day digging the hole. Jin arrived while they were in the middle of their work. What, you geese making a well or something? He said. There's one over there. Hikaru couldn't use that one for experimenting. If it failed, those at the camp would surely give him hell for it. Thank you, everyone. Hikaru said. I think that's deep enough. I'm glad we could be of service. Galaxin answered with a smile. It was hard to imagine that he was once covered in blood, cutting down enemies in a frenzy. The sun was starting to set, bathing the open wasteland in an orange glow. It was the first time Hikaru saw such a wide orange sky. All right, we're gonna check it out. You two wait here. Okay, come back soon. We will. Wrapping Drake around his neck, Hikaru went down the hole. Although narrow, there was a spiral path. The hole was over 10 meters deep, the bottom 2 meters wide. It was chilly, and the earth was a little damp. Well, yeah, I thought so. This place will do. Drake flashed a smile, exposing his teeth. Unfortunately, a dragon's smile was nothing but ferocious in Hikaru's eyes. Your destroying dragon stones reduced the evil influence in the land. I can feel the earth's vein. Underneath the earth were huge veins that ran through the planet. These veins were infused with mana, which the magic items like the Linger's quill pen used for long-range communication. But the dragon stones throughout the continent corrupted the veins, preventing the pen in land's harvest from working. Since there were no roots on the southern part of the continent, Drake could feel the veins. So it'll work? Yup. It's finally my time to shine. Drake got off Hikaru's neck and sniffed the wall. Hikaru didn't know if there was a point in doing that. So when are we doing it? As early as tomorrow. We'll have to explain this to Jin first. I don't know if they'll believe us, though. Hikaru heaved a sigh. If only he knew about this. He would have come up with a different strategy. He would have known you could open a dragon passage that directly connects this continent and Virushin. He peered into the hole with great interest. Underneath the hole that Paula's bodyguards dug was a tunnel wide enough for 2 people to walk abreast. It looks long, all right. But is it really connected to the other continent? Jin asked. Doubtful. It's not connected yet. But you just have to trust us on this one. Lavia said. It's not like you're going to lose anything if it doesn't work. Groaning, Jin climbed back up the hole. Citizens were waiting for him above ground. Can we really escape through here? What are we waiting for, then? Let's go. Do we have to travel for months in that long tunnel? No thanks. If I can see His Majesty again, I'm going. What if it collapses? Okay, just shut up for a bit. Jin silenced the people. I'm actually not sure about this yet. Let's get things straight. First, taking the tunnel would get them to the other continent. Second, the connection could only be done today and once only. Third, space would be shortened, therefore travel time would be for a few hours. To top it all off, all this information came from Silverface's party, who could offer no basis for their claims. All the people could do was trust them. Pretty simple, right? Jin said. It's just up to us whether to trust them or not. No way, one person said. Some even looked at the masked strangers with distrust. Makes sense. Can't really blame them. Jin thought. The citizens must be frustrated after being forced out of their homes. As they were the first ones to evacuate, they didn't see the monsters. They had no sense of crisis, so to speak. But it's my job to correct their perception, I think. Perhaps Grusel or the king was counting on something else. Jin could only make a guess. Still Still he had no choice but to think about the problem himself. I trust them, Jin said with pride, and everyone went silent. Silverface put his life on the line to protect us. He killed gigantic monsters that no one else could, investigated the ruins of the city from 500 years ago, sensed the revolt and the monster attack, and came up with countermeasures with His Majesty. After all he's done, there's no reason for me not to trust him. The citizens listened to him intently. Oh, he's surprisingly popular. Did Grussel leave him in charge of this place, knowing that? Hikaru was genuinely impressed. But most of you had not interacted with him before. So those who don't trust him may stay behind, as the man in charge of this place. I will stay behind as well. Crossing over to the new continent requires courage. I'm sure it'll be fine. But staying behind is also risky. We can't discard the possibility of a dragon finding us and attacking. You're free to choose. The plan is to go today. I'll give you an hour to make a decision. The people started talking among themselves. Jin alone stood somewhere far from the group. Hikaru, how many do you think will come? I don't know. Half, I guess. I think most of them will come. Why do you think so? There's no benefit in staying here. On the other hand, their warships and their king are over there. And there's fewer monsters that'll attack them. They know that the monsters over there are weaker. I see. Hikaru saw Paula and bodyguards discussing. Or rather, it was mostly just Paula telling the men to come. What do we do about those guys? I guess it's up to Paula. Having sworn to dedicate their lives to Paula, they would leave every decision to her. Having them around would be great, though, given how strong they were. They might just come in handy with my plans. Hikaru was absorbed in his thoughts. Have you made up your mind? An hour had passed. The citizens were done discussing the matter. Well, then, Jin said, raising his right hand. Those who will remain behind, move to my right. Those who choose to go, to my left. There's no need for that. An elderly man said. We'll all go. I'm going with you, big bro. We might as all go together. Let's go. We'll surprise His Majesty. Jin was caught by surprise. What? Really? Are you sure? Yes. You said you trust them. So we decided to trust them as well. Jin wiped the tears welling up in his eyes with his sleeve. Thank you for trusting me. It was really hard to see you left behind when you're the ones who followed the evacuation procedure faster than the rest. But, Jin, let's pick this up later once we're on the other side, a man said as he stroked Jin's back. Sir Silverface is waiting. The others bowed towards Hikaru. We'll be in your hands. We're counting on you. Let's go. Hikaru too was surprised. He thought half would remain, or worse, no one would come with them. I guess Jin is a big shot than expected. Drake, you got a huge responsibility in your hands. What? Me? Yes. The Draken appeared dispirited. I'll get this done lickety-split, he said in his usual tone. It was as if he was just going out for a walk. Verashin's seas were calm and beautiful, sunlight shimmering on the waves. The sun cast a pleasant glow on the scenic capital city of Vilzentra. In contrast, the supreme leader, Patricia Zalberstein, was troubled. News of sending an observation team to Grand Dream was bigger than expected. The number of people that each country wanted to send was higher than anticipated. She thought there would only be 100 at max. She estimated 20 people from Ponsonia, 20 from Queensland, 20 from Forestia, and 30 from Verashin, as the managing country of this expedition. But that wasn't the case. 50 from Ponsonia, 60 from Queensland, and 70 from Forestia. She threw the papers at the elder secretary standing beside her. Disheartened, the man just accepted it. He understood his boss's irritation. Yes, since Forestia is comprised of 7 regions, they said they somehow managed to bring the number down to 10 from each. What's this even? 50 from Iron Beast and 120 from Bios? They're not even invited. About that, Iron Beast seemed to have gotten wind of it somewhere. They said they wanted to join in order to show the continent's diversity. It was as though they were saying, you humans better not keep us out of this. What about bios? I thought they had some trouble going on with the Pope. Apparently, the Pope wants to leave matters unsettled by using the new continent, suspending deliberations, and pushing for a missionary work towards Grand Dream. That old fart. 120 people to spread the word of God? Heaving a deep sigh, Patricia sank down on her seat. I never knew humans could be so shameless. Managed to calm down thanks to that. Of course, there's no one as stubborn than you. After all, if there's anything good about all this, is that the islands down south are not saying anything. To the south of Vereshine and Bios was a group of over 10 small countries. Their forces centered around a decently sized island. Maybe the rumors had not spread further south. No need to tell them, then. They have their own problems to deal with. But we have diplomatic relations with them. They might complain later if we kept this secret from them. Okay, fine. We'll tell them after the first batch, which will be composed of only people from Vereshine. You think the other countries would agree to this? There's not a lot of time left before the ship from Grand Dream arrives at Duroc. Their reply won't make it in time. I see. A knock came at the door, and a young boy, a servant, entered. What's wrong? The secretary asked. About 100 people from both Quinbland and Ponsonia claiming to be part of the observation team has arrived. Patricia and her secretary exchanged glances. They thought I'd keep it all to myself. Patricia said. So it seems. What should we do? What else can we do? We'll just have to narrow it down to 100 people. Patricia slammed the table and stood up. Supreme Leader, what is it this time? A man burst into the room. Patricia's expression changed as soon as she saw him. It was a messenger that guarded the fortress at the border. He looked totally exhausted, covered in mud. It was apparent that he sent his horse on a gallop just to get here. What happened? A war in the south? No. A man named Silverface wanted me to deliver this, he said as he handed the secretary a letter. Silverface? The secretary looked at his boss. Silverface should be in the other continent by now. How did he appear south of Vereshine? That's not all. He appeared out of nowhere together with 4,000 dark-skinned people from the mountains. He said the Supreme Leader will surely treat us with hospitality. He seems to be rich as well. He bought a lot of food from a nearby town. What? What's going on? Dark-skinned people? Residents of Grand Dream and at least 4,000 of them? Please read this first, Mom. There must be some information in there. The secretary said. Messenger, we might ask you to do something. Sit down and wait. Yes, sir. Please bring this man some light meal and water. Why yes, sir. As soon as the boy was gone, the secretary handed the letter to Patricia. It was a simple, small letter, but somehow it felt heavy. It's been a while since I've received a letter I really don't want to open. Her hunch was right. The letter that Silverface sent would lead to a turmoil that would involve not only Vereshine, but the other countries as well. Grand Dream, a continent ruled by evil. The formation of an allied army, never seen before in the history of the continent, to take it back. A grand operation. Vereshine's seas were calm and beautiful. It would not be long until a huge fleet appeared on its horizon.